Chapter 27, I felt the baby move twice this weekend. When Shanann spoke with Chris on Sunday morning, August the 12th, she was very careful not to let him think or know that she was very suspicious about the charge and his dinner the night before. She asked Chris, if you have time today, could you please do me a favor? Could you please get the girls' backpacks and have them ready for tomorrow and have their blankies and some spare clothes in them, please? If not, I can do it in the morning. Chris replied and said that he would be more than happy to. She then sent Chris a little text and she said, I love you, and she put a smiley face emoji with it. And an hour later, she texted him again and she asked him how Bella and Celeste were, how they were doing. He replied to her and told her that they were just drinking their shakes. Shanann said, okay, I miss you guys. Please give the girls kisses for me. Chris promised her that he would give them kisses, and then he stopped texting Shanann and called up Nichole and talked to her for 30 minutes. And while Chris was on the 30-minute call with Nikki, Shanann, back in Arizona, seemed to be in much better spirits. She felt everything was going to be fine, so she texted her friend Christina, and she was just so excited about their coming up weekend to Aspen together. And seeing that she had spent most of her weekend in her room and not really going out or talking or socializing with all of her other Thrive friends as she normally would, spending the weekend reading the Hold Me Tight book, at this point she had almost got the book completely read. She was almost finished with the Hold Me Tight book. And this book had gave her a lot of things to think about when she got back home, how she could work on improving and saving her marriage. From the book reading and the things she had learned in the book, she had decided to herself that there was a problem with her giving Chris and the girls enough quality family time, and that also she should be nicer to them. Shanann texted her friend Addie and was talking to her about it, and she told Addie, she said, I know I can sometimes be bitchy. She went on to tell Addie, I know I have control issues. Chris told me just the other night that he wishes I would just let him hang a picture on the wall. Also in the book, it had taught her that she needed to start trying to see things from Chris's point of view and his perspectives. And she just never really thought about the way she treated him because he never complained. She told Addie, she said, he never calls me out. He never fights me. He just goes with the flow. I mean, we know that I like things done in a certain way. But I never really thought about how that may make him feel as a man. And I don't even know if that's what's bothering him anyway. He still hasn't even said. She said what she really did is she had prayed that Chris would just write her a letter and explain things to her in that letter, because Chris was much better explaining himself in writing than he was verbally. She told Addie, she said, the thing is I'm the pusher and he's the one that withdraws. I mean, he has strength that is my weakness, and vice versa. She then went on to explain to Addie and talk to her about the deep frustration that she has about Chris never wanting to communicate, his full lack of communication with her. She told Addie, she said, he just doesn't communicate. And I say things to him sometimes just to see if I can get a reaction from him, but I don't. He just will not communicate. He will not retaliate anything I say or do. And she told Addie, and you know, that's not good. She said he was never even close to anyone, ever, except his dad. Shanann and Nichole Atkinson actually stayed in Scottsdale, Arizona for an extra day after the work convention because they wanted to go sightseeing. But after they checked out of their hotel Sunday morning at 11 a.m., Shanann felt so sick that her and Nichole just spent the whole rest of the day sitting in the hotel lobby. Shanann posted on Facebook, I'm ready to get home to Chris and the girls. And then a few hours later, she posted again, felt the baby move twice this weekend. Also, around this time, Nikki Kessinger was bragging and telling her friend Charlotte Nelson way more about her new boyfriend. She told Charlotte in a text, she said, I'm keeping it a secret though. She was talking some very, very raunchy stuff to her friend about the things Chris did to her when they had sex, and she said she had never met a man before in her life that would do these things for her until she met Chris. She said, "But I just let it happen, LOL." Charlotte asked her, said, "Where did you meet this guy?" And instead of Nichole actually answering her friend Charlotte's question, she replied with, "I think he really likes me. It's the best sex I've ever had. I'm hooked." And then Nikki sent a photo of her and Chris together to Charlotte. She told Charlotte, like he just seems too good to be true. She said, like he's very handsome and he works out, so he's super sexy. Nikki went on to tell Charlotte that her only concern, really, about her new boyfriend was that he was coming out of a marriage and he had 2 young daughters. And so that would mean she might always have to be second place in his life. And she said, "I don't want to always be second place to him. Like, he's been there, done that, you know? It's early, though. We will see. We'll see. He is very kind to me, though. I mean, second may not be that bad because, really, it's like the first fuck-up that somebody does that teaches you what you really want to be or what you really want to do or the real people that you want to be with. But don't tell nobody because I haven't made up my mind on him yet." Charlotte asked, "How old is he?" And Nikki said, "I think he's 33, but he's all about his kids. But the fact that he takes care of his kids is a good thing, I think." Around this time, Chris was getting Bella and Celeste ready to go to the Lindstroms for their little boy's 4th birthday party. After he got them dressed, he fixed their hair up with little ponytails. While he was at the party, he took photos of Bella and Cece out back while they were playing with water balloons. And he sent the photos to Shanann and told her that they was having so much fun. While they were at the birthday party, Jennifer Lindstrom was talking to Chris about the new baby, and she asked him if they might need a baby crib. Chris told her, No, I don't. We've already got that taken care of." Also, while they were at the party, Chris texted Nikki, and they were setting up their next date to go to an IMAX movie, and telling her that the girls were completely soaked from playing with the water balloons. Chris and the girls left the Lindstroms and drove home at 4 p.m. When they got back home, he fed the girls some of the cold pizza from the night before for their dinner because that's what they were asking for. And while they were eating dinner, Shanann's parents, Frank and Sandy, FaceTimed with the girls from North Carolina. Bella told her grandparents that she was so excited that her mommy was coming home tonight and she would be there tomorrow morning when she woke up. And then, just after 5 p.m., Chris made a text to Cody Roberts about him going to check out the oil leak at Survey 319 the next morning. Chris told Cody, "I'm going straight out to Survey 319 first thing in the morning. And there's no sense in both of us going out there, LOL." Meanwhile, more than 900 miles away, in Scottsdale, Arizona, Shanann was having dinner with some of her friends before boarding the plane to go back home. As soon as they all got sat down around the table, Shanann pulled her phone up and showed her friends the bank statement on her phone and showed them Chris's $68 meal from the night before. Addie Maloney said that Shanann thought that was a little suspicious. So she asked all of us what we thought and if we thought that maybe Chris was with somebody. Shanann ordered her a chicken, Caesar salad, and water with lemon for her dinner. She had learned that her flight back to Denver had now been delayed because of a storm, and all of the lights inside the restaurant they were having dinner in went out for a few minutes as well. Addie said she could tell that the flight delay and the storm and everything was just more frustration to Shanann because she was very anxious to get back home. Addie said that she was so nervous that she wasn't going to be able to get back home and talk to him and be able to work things out. At the end of their meal, Shanann and all of the friends of the LaBelle team that had dinner together, they all posed for a photo and they gave the LaBelle sign. Shanann posted that photograph on Facebook and she captioned it, "The best way to leave Arizona, with lots of power while eating dinner." 2 hours after that photo, Shanann was at the gate at the Phoenix airport, trying to find out when her flight would be leaving. While waiting, she texted Chris and asked him if he would send her some more photos of the girls from the party. He replied with a photo of Bella sitting in a chair, and she told him, "Great job on Bella's hair. We're having a really bad dust storm here, and raining, thundering, and lightning. And I'm praying that it doesn't cancel the flight." She then just gave Chris a call, but it upset him that she called. It made him mad. He was angry. And he told her that she had interrupted his workout and he had to go. So he hung up, and she texted him back and she said, "Sorry I bothered you. I just wanted to talk to you." While she was waiting at the gate at the airport, she also put together a rough draft of what she had planned to say to Chris as soon as she got home. She sent it to Addie to see what Addie thought about it. She was just needing to get some feedback and confirmation that what she had planned to talk to him about and say to him wouldn't be too much. Shanann's letter read, "Can you please tell me something? This is making me crazy. I know you need time, and I want to give you what you're asking for, and I want to respect your space." She went on to tell him that her being in a bad place was just very unhealthy for her and the new baby. "I need you to tell me or give me just a little bit of what I did or didn't do, so I'm not going crazy in my head trying to figure it out. I know I can't fix this by myself, so we're going to have to work together." At 9:28 p.m., Shanann called Chris, but Chris did not answer because he was in the middle of an almost 2-hour conversation with his girlfriend, Nikki. Finally, almost 2 hours after she tried to call Chris, she finally boarded the flight going back to Denver. She posted on Facebook, "Ready to be home with Chris and the girls." After posting to Facebook, she texted Chris. She said, "I'm finally on the plane and we're about to take off. Thank God. Prayers for a safe flight. Love you." When Chris finally finished his call with Nikki, he looked at the text and he finally replied, saying, "Holy crap, sorry, I passed out on the couch." Well, that's going to be late. On Monday at 12:45 a.m., Shanann and Nichole Atkinson arrived at the Denver airport. At 1:25 a.m., Shanann texted Cassie Rosenberg with just one word, "Landed." Then, on the drive back to Frederick, Shanann told her friend Nichole Atkinson that she was not going to wake Chris up when she got home. She was only going to lay down beside him and put her arms around him and just feel close to him. Okay, that ends chapter 27. Going into part 3 of the book, chapter 28 is titled Battery. Exactly what happened that morning, August the 13th, 2018, after Shanann arrived home, only Shanann and Chris Watts will ever know. And only one of them survived. Investigators believe that Chris actually started planning what he was going to do the previous Friday when he learned about the leak at Survey 319. And they believe in Chris's mind, he thought that would be the perfect opportunity. Police also believe that his decision to go ahead and just use his own credit card Saturday with Nikki Kessinger showed that he had moved past his marriage at that point for a new life with Nichole Kessinger. Although Chris claimed that his use of their own personal joint account credit card was absolutely and entirely just done spontaneously, and that it was just like a bomb that just went off in his head, and he said he was absolutely helpless to stop it. At 1:48 a.m., August the 13th, 2018, Shanann Watts entered into her home at 2825 Saratoga Trail for the very last time. We know when she walked in the front door that she had kicked off her flip-flops and left them at the front entrance, and then she went into her office. This is what is assumed by investigations. She went into her office and sat down and attempted to buy hair care products, but her credit card was denied. Now, that is what the book says. However, I have to step in and say that the part about the hair care products and the card being denied and her walking into her office, we do not know if she actually did walk into her office. What we do know is her credit card was absolutely denied for the hair care products. However, it could have well been, and I believe at this point in time, it was also verified and almost confirmed that it absolutely was an auto pay. So she didn't actually try to buy the products and get a decline. It was already set for auto pay on her card, and the card was declined. Okay, the book goes on to theorize, because we can't say this for certain, because we don't know. But the author goes on to theorize due to the fact of what everyone has said about the girls being such light sleepers. The author says that she did tiptoe up the stairs due to the fact that the girls were light sleepers. Chris was actually laying in the master bedroom in their bed, and he heard Shanann walking up the stairs, and he looked at his iPhone to check the time. Later on, he told detectives that yes, he did feel her get into bed. He said that he could feel her staring around a little bit, and he said by now, he felt certain that Shanann did know that he was having an affair. After she had questioned him herself about the charge from Lazy Dog Saturday night, Chris said that Shanann started rubbing her hand on him, and we ended up having sex. But in Chris's mind, he wasn't seeing it as an act of love. He was seeing it as something entirely different. In his mind, he was seeing her rubbing him, loving him, and having sex with him was actually testing him to see how he would react, testing him to see if he was having an affair on her. Because this was actually the very first time that they had had sex since she left for North Carolina back in June. Chris said everything felt totally strange, that he just felt totally strange. The thoughts that were running through his head about being tested. And then more thoughts. He said, I didn't even know who I was. I didn't even know who I'd become and why I was thinking this way. And it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel right with me, Chris said. But Chris said after they finished, they both went to sleep. And a couple of hours later, Chris woke up and he put on a long-sleeved, dark, fire-resistant shirt, pants, and a pair of old boots. And he went downstairs into the kitchen to make his lunch. He says after he finished doing that, he went back upstairs into the bedroom to wake up Shanann, and he told her, we've got to talk. Chris said that he told Shanann, I don't feel like this is going to work. Can we just please cancel the trip to Aspen? When Chris said that, Shanann just started bawling, and she looked at him and she said, I knew there was someone else. I'm leaving, and I'm taking the girls, and you will never, ever see them again. And then, according to Chris, he said that is when he told her he did not love her anymore. And then he put both hands around her neck and started to strangle her. He said using all of the strength that he had, he stared deep into her eyes and watched as they filled with blood. He then said he can remember the tears and the mascara running down her face as she looked at him as he strangled her. Shanann never struggled nor fought back for the 2 to 4 minutes that he strangled her, and it took her to die. It's just hard to even fathom what was going through her mind in those brief but long minutes as she looked him in the eye, knowing he was taking the life out of her, the mother of his children. After Chris knew that Shanann had passed, he stood up and he looked at her, and then he heard something turn around and seen Bella standing there, looking at him, looking at her mother that was laying dead on the bed. Bella see what her dad was doing to her mom, or did she walk in after it was over? Nobody knows. What is known is when Chris turned around, Bella was standing there. Chris just looked at Bella, didn't say anything, and Bella looked at him and said, what's wrong with Mommy? Chris just kind of shook it off and said, Mommy don't feel good. Then he took the top sheet on their bed and wrapped Shanann's body in it. While wrapping Shanann, he threw the pillows and the comforter to the floor, and he left them there. Chris tried to pick Shanann up and carry her down the stairs, but she was too heavy. So he decided just to drag her lifeless body by her feet all the way down the stairs, all the way into the garage, while Bella followed behind him and her mommy. Chris said that Bella was only crying just a little, but she kept saying, "What's wrong with Mommy?" Chris said he told Bella again that Mommy don't feel good, but he also said that he knew that Bella was a very smart little girl, so she knew what was going on. At 5:17 a.m., Chris used his remote and opened the garage door. He then backed his truck into the driveway and parked right behind Shanann's Lexus. And this is where it remained for the next 28 minutes. He then put 2 black garbage bags on Shanann, one over her head and one over her feet. He pulled her and then lifted her, put her into the back of the truck behind the driver's seat. Then he went back into the house, got his lunchbox and his water jugs, and took them out to the truck. And then he went and got the gas can and put it into the truck. He could still hear Bella and Celeste walking around and whining inside the house, so he went back inside to get them. He brought with him Cece's blanket and her favorite barking dog toy. Then he turned out all the lights in the house and went to the garage. Chris said, "I grabbed the kids and I put them on the bench seat in the back of the truck, and Shanann was in the floor." Chris said the girls continued to ask, "Is Mommy okay?" And Chris said that he continued to reassure the girls that Mommy was fine. At 5:45 a.m., Watts pulled out of the driveway and went up Saratoga Trail, closing the garage door behind him. It was still dark when Chris started up Windham Hill Parkway. He then turned right onto County Road 7, and then he took a left on County Road 52 into Frederick. He was headed to the Survey 319 oil well. As he made the drive on the deserted road, the girls were in the back, lightly whimpering with each other, comforting each other, holding each other, and occasionally falling asleep on each other's laps, with their little feet resting on their mother's body. Chris said that he remembered the girls being pretty quiet on the drive. They just laid next to each other, and while we was driving, Chris said he remembered Bella saying, "Daddy, it smells." As Watts drove through Hudson, and he turned right on I-76, it was starting at that point to turn daylight, and on both sides of the road, all you could see was just dry, flat land. At 6:36 a.m., Chris turned right onto the rural route 386 to Rockin'. That is when Chris started reaching out to other co-workers of his to assure himself that he would have at least a couple of hours by himself at Survey 319. He tried calling Cody Roberts first. He called him 3 times back to back and never got an answer. So he went ahead and texted Cody saying, "Where are you at?" Roberts replied immediately and said, "I just got fuel." Chris replied and said, "Okay, I'm at Survey." Chris said, "Where are you going first?" Cody said, "DPC site," and Chris responded with a thumbs up. Cody said he was trying to call Chad McNeil to see if he was also trying to go to the Survey oil wells to pump one out. So at 6:39 p.m., Chris started getting worried that McNeil may show up and disturb him at Survey 319. Chris tried calling Chad McNeil, but he didn't get an answer. So Chris texted McNeil and said, "Are you headed out to Survey? Because I'm already out here, and Cody said something about pumping out the 1029. McNeil texted Chris back and said, "Well, since you're out there, you want to fire it up?" Chris said, "Okay, I will." And then at 6:53 a.m., Chris drove through the gate of the Survey Ranch and headed out to the 319 oil well. Chris unlocked the gate and continued in through the barbed wire surrounding, heading out to the 3/4 acre well site. Chris parked by the wellheads of the twin tanks. He told Bella and Celeste, "I'll be back in just a minute," and he got out. He opened the back door of the truck and pulled out Shanann's body. Bella said, "What are you doing to Mommy?" Chris didn't reply to Bella. He got Shanann and dragged her across the parking area, out into some deserted scrubland, and dropped her there. He walked back out to the truck and got in the back seat. Then, as Bella watched, in horror, he smothered Celeste in silence with his hand wrapped inside her favorite blanket. Chris said he used all of his strength to push her little head up against the back seat of the truck, forcing the life out of his youngest daughter, Celeste. After he finished, he pulled Celeste out of the truck, leaving Bella in shock and watching what was happening. Calmly, he carried Celeste's little body across the parking lot and climbed the 20-foot stairs up to the tanks. Once at the top, he walked over. He opened the thief hatch of the first tank. He took Celeste's lifeless body, feet first, and dropped her into the tank. The opening at the thief hatch where he dropped Celeste into was 8 inches in diameter, the size of a standard paper plate. Chris said that he could hear a splash sound as her little body hit the crude oil inside the tank. He closed the hatch and then calmly walked back to the truck where Bella was waiting on him. As soon as Chris got to the truck and looked in at Bella, she said, "What happened to Cece? Will the same thing happen to me?" It's unknown if Chris said yes or if he said nothing at all, because that is one part Chris says he does not remember. However, the book does state that Chris says yes very coldly to Bella. He got the blanket that he used on Cece, walked around the truck, and went towards Bella. "Daddy, no! Daddy, no!" screamed Bella as Chris was putting his hand over her little mouth. And unlike Bella's mother and her little sister, Bella fought desperately for her life. Bella bit her tongue multiple times before she took her last breath. Later, Chris said he could feel her head moving back and forth under his hand under the blanket. Chris said here and there she would grunt while she was trying to breathe underneath his hand. He then picked up Bella's lifeless body, carried her calmly across the parking lot, up the 20-foot stairs, and put her into the right tank. Opened the thief hatch, 8-inch diameter opening, with her hands above her head, feet first, dropping her into the tank. Chris said that Bella was too big to fit in the 8-inch opening, unlike Celeste, who went in easily. So he said he had to do and push her in more, because she was harder to get in through the thief hatch opening. The force he used to push her on into the tank scraped skin off of her shoulders and her buttocks. Chris said he knew that the tank that Bella went in had less oil because it made a different sort of splash when her body hit the crude oil. Then, after disposing of Bella, his attention immediately went back to Shanann's body. He walked back over to Shanann's body and just started raking back some leaves. He picked up a shovel and he dug a hole 27 inches deep. When he finished digging the hole, he pushed her body over into the shallow grave. He said he glanced down and that he saw that she had miscarried their son Nichole. He then covered both Shanann and Nichole with dirt, and he tried to blend it around so that it would look even with the rest of the land around them. At 7:40 a.m., after he finished burying Shanann and Nichole, he stood by her grave and he sent a text to her iPhone saying, "If you take the kids somewhere, please let me know where they are at." After he sent Shanann that text, then he coldly started contacting his other Anadarko team to make sure he could cover his tracks. And despite the absolute nightmare of what he had just done, Chris had already completely detached himself from his family and was trying to justify what he had just done in his own head. And he was carrying on with his coworkers like it was just another Monday morning random day at work. His first call was to Troy McCoy, and this call lasted 2 minutes, and he called to see how far out the other members of their crew were. Troy replied to Chris and told him he was about 40 minutes away from where he was at, and he will see him soon. And then Cody Roberts texted Chris asking Chris if he would come over to where he was at the nearby Survey Ranch 1029. Chris replied to Cody and said, "Yeah, I'm over at the 319. Just give me 1 sec." Then Chris took a photograph of the pipes by the leaking wellhead and he sent it to Cody. Cody said, 10-4, how's it look? Chris replied, "Fresh, LOL." And then, over the next few minutes, Chris calmly chatted it up with his boss, Luke Epple, and another coworker, Chad McNeil, just updating Luke and Chad at the progress of Survey 319 and just making random small talk, and never gave one hint of anything ever being wrong. At 8:25 a.m., Chris called Shanann's phone once again. This time, he left a voicemail, 23 seconds long. Then he Googled the Primrose Daycare School to get their phone number, and he called them. Shannon Meyer, the owner of Primrose, answered. Chris told her he called to just let her know that Bella and Celeste would not be returning to school there. He went on to tell her that him and Shanann were moving out of the area. Then he just nonchalantly asked her, "Is Bella and Celeste there today?" Meyer went and checked, and she told Chris that they were not checked in. She went on to tell Chris that they were really going to be missed by all the teachers. She asked Chris, did he want her to put them on the waiting list just in case something may change? Chris said, "Well, you might as well," and he hung up. 5 minutes later, Chad McNeil and Melissa Parrish arrived at Survey 319. When they got there, Chris was in the middle of digging a small hole by the lines where the bypass was leaking. He seemed to be in a really good mood. He was just chatting about the weekend and telling us about the Rockies game, saying that the game was epic, but he hadn't even been to the game. And then it was just only a few minutes later, Troy McCoy pulled up at Survey 319. And Troy said the very first thing he noticed was Chris's truck was parked a good way away from the bypass line that he was working on. And Troy said that he also noticed that Chris was dressed far worse than he ever had before. He also noticed that he was wearing an old pair of boots that laced up when he knew that Chris had just bought a brand new nice pair of Red Wing boots. And he knew Chris was very proud of these new Red Wings that he had just bought. Troy said he asked Chris, "What, are you slumming it today, buddy?" And he said Chris just laughed. Troy also said that he thought it was kind of odd that Chris kept complaining about it being so hot. And Troy said it really wasn't even hot that morning. It was actually kind of cool and in the 50s. At 8:28 a.m., Chris walked away from the others and over to his truck, and he made a phone call to his realtor, Ann Meadows. He asked Ann if Shanann had been in touch with her yet. Ann told him that Shanann had texted her a couple of days earlier and said she was in Arizona, and she told Chris that she had advised Shanann that they needed to get a pre-approval before they proceeded. Chris then told Ann that he and Shanann were getting a divorce. At 9:30 a.m., Chris Watts and the rest of the team left Survey 319 and moved on to another well site, Site 1029, which was only 10 minutes away from Survey 319. Later on, Troy remembered that Chris walked past his truck and stared out at the 2 oil tanks that he knew held his baby girls. And then he kind of just gazed out into the field. Then he turned around, got in his truck, and drove off. When they arrived at 1029, they were in separate trucks, and they got out and just started working. But for the next couple of hours, Chris continued to walk to his truck periodically, making phone calls and getting on the internet. At 10:10 a.m., Chris made half a dozen Google searches for the Metallica lyrics to the song Battery. And the lyrics go in part, "Lunacy has found me, cannot kill the family." While Chris was reading the lyrics to Battery, he got a text from his mother-in-law, Sandra Rusek. The text read, "Is Shanann okay?" And instead of replying, Chris just called his mother-in-law. He explained to Sandy that he and Shanann had argued that morning, and that Shanann had taken the kids to a friend's house, but he had no idea who. When he got off the phone with Sandy, he Googled hotels in Aspen, and he called a snow resort hotel in Aspen and canceled the booking that Shanann had made them for the following weekend. And then, over the next few hours, Chris continued to get calls and texts from Shanann's friends, who were all very concerned because they couldn't contact Shanann. Nichole Atkinson was very shocked to find out that Shanann had missed her doctor's appointment and that the girls hadn't even showed up at school. Now, Nichole was well on her way to 2825 Saratoga Trail. Just after the middle of the day, she arrived at the Watts home with their son Nicholas and her 2-year-old daughter. When she arrived at Shanann's home, she was actually on a conference call with Shanann's mother, Cassie Rosenberg, and Christina Meacham. At 12:10 p.m., Nichole rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. She then entered the code to open the front door, but it barely opened. She seen that the safety latch at the top that had been installed to keep Celeste from getting out was attached and locked. Nichole looked through the windows and she seen Shanann's suitcase and then her black flip-flops by the door. Her and her son shouted a few times through the crack in the door, screaming Shanann's name, but they never got a reply. Nichole decided to pull her car up in front of their garage. Nicholas climbed on top of the car hood and could see that Shanann's white Lexus was in the garage, with the girls' car seats still inside. Nicholas tried to open the garage door, and when he did, he set off the alarm. Chapter 29, titled, He's Not Acting Right. Meanwhile, at 30:10:29, Chris receives an alert from his doorbell camera. He took his phone and opened his app for the Ring doorbell camera, and he sees Nichole Atkinson. And then, just a few minutes later, Nichole calls Chris a total of 3 times before he finally got the nerve to answer her call. Nichole said that he told her they were going on a play date. But if that was the truth, then how would Shanann get them there? Chris told her the only thing he could think of is one of Shanann's friends must have picked him up. When she asked him what friend, he told her he didn't know which one it could be. And then Chris, very cold and rude and almost snapping, tells Nichole, I'm at work and I'm busy. Are you messing with my door? Nichole told him yes, and she apologized to him for setting off the alarm. She told Chris that she was just trying to figure out something because she was really worried about Shanann. And then Chris immediately snapped right back at her and said, She's on a play date, Nikki. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm at work. I'll try to get a hold of her, but would you please leave and stop messing with my doors? And he just hung up. Another friend of Shanann's that was also on the conference call with Nichole lives in Arizona, and she had her husband, Josh, to text Chris to see if maybe he would actually talk to him and tell him something. So Josh sent a text and said, Hey, bro, Cassie asked me if I had heard from Shanann today. I guess her and Nikki can't get a hold of her or something. Have you heard from her today, man? A few minutes later, Chris replied to Josh saying, I just talked to Nikki. Shanann went to a friend's house with the kids today, and I haven't heard from her since. But if I hear from her, I will keep you updated. All that morning, Chris had been in contact with Nikki Kessinger, though, and he continued to assure her that everything was looking great and moving forward for his divorce. And then, at 12:43 p.m., Cassie texted Chris again, but this time, she was determined that he would tell her something, and he would give her a straight answer. Because by this time, Cassie had already spoken to Christina, Nichole, and Sandy. So she wasn't taking no for an answer. Because what she figured out was Chris had given each one, Sandy, Nichole, and Christina, all different answers about where Shanann and the girls were. She sent him a text, and it said, Hey, this is Cassie. Shanann is in a real bad way, emotionally, and I'm worried about her. I know y'all are having issues, but I don't know to what extent. But what I do know is I have never seen Shanann this broken to an extent that I'm worried. Chris texted back with the reply that Cassie was not accepting. His reply was, she went to a friend's with the kids. She won't tell me where though. But when I get home, I'll update you. A couple minutes later, Cassie sent him another text. She was not going to try to blow up. She was still going to try to be decent with him. So she said, sweetie, her cars, shoes, car seats, everything are still at the house. Everything is still at the house. What the heck is going on with you guys that she would totally shut out everything? This isn't like her. Chris then told Cassie that he and Shanann had decided last night to split up, sell the house, and downsize. He told her separation would be what's best right now, if we can work through the issues. I really don't want you to think I'm a bad person, Cassie. Cassie replied and said, right now, I don't care about you or your relationship, or what type of person you are or not, or what I think of you, and I'm not even trying to be rude when I say that. At this point, Chris was simultaneously texting Cassie as well as his realtor and Meadows, trying to set up things to make sure and get his house put on the market. Finally, Cassie had just had enough, so she told Chris at 1:03 p.m. that Nichole Atkinson was going to go ahead and call the cops. Because right now, I'm worried about your damn wife and her well-being. So Nikki is calling the police, period. Shanann is broken emotionally, and her blood sugar has dropped due to not eating. And it could cause her to pass out. So, unless you want the police to bust your damn door down, you get home right now and check on your family. Chris replied to Cassie, I'm going home now, Cassie. I'm on my way. But don't call the police. I'll be there in 45 minutes. And then, just after that, Chris told Troy McCoy that he was going home. And for the last several hours, all Chris had did anyway was sit in the truck and take calls and text. Chris told Troy that nobody could get a hold of his wife, so he had to go home and check and see what was going on. Troy said he really didn't seem that concerned, and he really didn't seem like he was in any kind of rush to leave. Troy said he just kind of stood up, looked at him, and said, hey guys, I've got to go. Something's not right at home. But Troy said it wasn't like he was in a panic or anything. But before he left, first, he said he had to defecate. So he got in his truck and pulled it around to the holding tanks so he could have some privacy to defecate before he went to check on his family. Later on, investigators thought that maybe he was trying to get rid of evidence when he pulled around to the holding tanks. At 1:36 p.m., Nichole Atkinson made the call to the Frederick Police Department, and they transferred her call to the Weld County Dispatch Center. When the dispatcher answered, Nichole said, my name is Nichole, and I'm calling because I'm concerned about a friend of mine. She's not answering the door. She's not responding to text messages or phone calls, and there's no movement in the house whatsoever. 4 minutes later, Officer Coonrod was dispatched to 2825 Saratoga Trail to carry out a welfare check. At 1:50 p.m., Officer Coonrod arrived on scene. He got out of his car and turned on his body cam. Nichole and Nicholas Atkinson greeted Officer Coonrod. Officer Coonrod immediately observed that Nichole Atkinson was visibly worried. She told Officer Coonrod that her and her friend had been out of town over the weekend on a business trip, and she said that she had dropped her off at about 2 a.m. that morning. Nichole told him that she was 15 weeks pregnant, she wasn't feeling well, and she had a doctor's appointment this morning at 9, and she didn't go to it. She's got 2 little girls, and she was very distraught over the weekend. She went on to tell Officer Coonrod that Shanann's husband, Chris, was now telling everybody about how him and Shanann was separated. But Nichole told Officer Coonrod that Shanann did not know that she thought they were just having issues. She went on to tell him that when she called Chris, that Chris told her that Shanann had taken the girls on a play date. But then she pointed towards the garage, and she said the car is still in the garage and the car seats are still inside the car. She told Officer Coonrod, I've called, I've texted, as they was walking up to the front door, which still was open with just a little crack. She said the shoes she wears every single day are still in the house. Taking it all in, Officer Coonrod just said, Okay, so you can't reach her on the phone? And her husband is on his way? Nichole said supposedly. She went on to tell Officer Coonrod that Chris has kept changing his arrival times. Officer Coonrod asked Nichole if she would call Chris and see if she could get the garage passcode, and ask if they could have his permission to go inside when they opened the garage door. Nichole called Chris, and she asked him, and she told Chris that the police were at the house and they can't get in. Chris told him, please don't break down the door, I'm only 5 minutes away. And he hung up the phone. And he sent another message at that point to Shanann's iPhone. And he said, where are you? While they were waiting for Chris to arrive, Officer Coonrod and Nicholas Atkinson walked around the house, checking all of the windows and knocking on the side of the house. Nicholas said, why can't you just break in? Officer Coonrod said, I've got to have more, unless I can get consent from him to go in. I mean, that's his Fourth Amendment rights to his house, and I can't violate that. After looking at all the windows and back door and walking around the house and checking all that he could, when Coonrod made his way back to the front of the house, by this time, Nichole Atkinson had Shanann's mother, Sandy Rusag, on speakerphone. Sandy gave Officer Coonrod the key code to open the garage door. Sandy told Officer Coonrod that Chris told her that Shanann was at her friend's house. And Officer Coonrod asked Sandy, do we know who that is? And Sandy said he didn't say. But he seemed to be acting funny, confused, and very concerned. Officer Coonrod walked back to the front door, and this time he started knocking very loudly. Then he asked for Chris's phone number, and he called him. When Chris answered, Officer Coonrod said, hey Chris, this is Officer Coonrod from the police department. How's it going? Very nonchalantly, Chris replied, pretty good. Officer Coonrod said, so do you have any idea where your wife is? Chris told him, said, no, I don't, but I'll be there in like 10 minutes. And even though originally, when Chris said he was only 45 minutes away, it took him almost twice that long for him to actually get to his house. One of the reasons we know is that on his way home, he stopped by at a nearby construction site and he changed clothes, throwing his dirty clothes into the dumpster. While everyone was sitting at the Watts home waiting for Chris's arrival, Nicholas told Officer Coonrod that he was actually suspicious of Chris. Nicholas told Officer Coonrod, we know he's been lying because his story is not adding up. He's been telling us all a lot of different stories. Coonrod told Nicholas, he said, well, I don't see anything out of place. I'm not hearing kids. I'm not hearing anything. Officer Coonrod went on to knock on the front door yet again, but this time he shouted, Shanann, are you home? Police department, if anybody's inside, make yourself known. But the only sound heard from inside was the very faint bark of Dieter. Finally, at 2:07 p.m., Chris pulled up in his Anadarko truck. He got out of his truck, ran around the side, opened the passenger door, and then opened the back door, shut them back, and then jogged up to Officer Coonrod. Now, Chris was wearing shades and a baggy gray Ariat t-shirt. He took his remote and he opened the garage and went inside. He jogged over to the Lexus, opened the door, looked inside, shut the door, and went into the house from the back door, leaving everyone else outside. And then, a couple of minutes later, he showed up at the front door and opened it from the inside. Officer Coonrod said, mind if I come in, Chris? Chris said, no objection at all. Coonrod said, do you mind if I look around? And Chris said, no, not at all. By that time, Dieter was just barking and barking. Chris said, go ahead, look around. I got to go get the dog. Officer Coonrod slowly started looking around, and he went into the pantry in the living room, and then walked down into the basement with his flashlight, before coming back up and walking upstairs to the top floor where Chris was at this time. Chris, trying to act concerned, told Officer Coonrod when he got upstairs, all the girls' blankies are gone, and they don't leave anywhere without those. Coonrod said, well, nothing else seems to be missing, though? Chris just said no. Chris led Officer Coonrod to Bella's bedroom, and then into Celeste. Then Nicholas found Shanann's iPhone. He knew it was hers because of its distinctive green phone case. He found the phone under a pillow on the sofa. As Chris was trying to turn on her phone, he was explaining to Officer Conrad how strange it was that her phone would be there because she works from home. Chris told Officer Conrad this phone is her lifeline. Conrad asked Chris, was the phone shut down? Chris was pacing around nervously at this point, and he said, yeah, it was. Officer Conrad asked what Shanann's passcode was to her phone. Chris said he didn't know, that she must have changed it. And Nichole finally said, try the baby's due date. Chris said, oh, okay, that'll be 1/31/19, as he was punching in the code. Conrad asked Chris, well, what does she do for work? Chris said, well, she works for a direct sales company called Thrive. Nichole told Chris to check their security camera to see what time Shanann had left. She reminded Chris that he had told her that Shanann had went on a play date with the kids. However, he had told Addie Maloney that Shanann had left in the middle of the night. Chris said, oh no, she didn't leave in the middle of the night. Nichole said, yeah, I'm convinced of that. Observing Chris and Nichole talking to each other, Officer Conrad asked Chris, what time did you leave for work? Chris said, well, I usually leave between 5:30 and 6. Conrad said, okay, well, was she here then when you left? Chris was standing there just kind of swaying back and forth, looking at Shanann's cell phone, looking at her messages, and he said, yeah. Officer Conrad thought all of a sudden Chris was acting kind of nervous, so he just asked him, are y'all having any kind of marital issues maybe? Chris said, oh, well, yeah, we're going through a separation. Conrad said, oh, you are? So have you guys filed something yet, or are you just talking about it? Chris said, no, we're going to have to sell the house and have a separation. Conrad said, oh, well, how's that going? Civil, for the most part? Chris kind of snickered a little and said, yeah, civil, almost under his breath, as he continued to look at Shanann's phone. Then he paced around and walked in the master bedroom for only a few seconds. It's like he walked in the room and turned around and walked back out and mysteriously, immediately, had Shanann's wedding ring on the end of his finger. He held it out in front of Nichole and said, huh, I found it on the nightstand. That's weird. Then everyone walked into the master bedroom. The curtains were drawn on the window, and all of the bedding was in the floor against the wall. Upon seeing that, Nichole immediately seen red flags. Later on, she said, at that point, really bad thoughts were going through my head. She said, Chris does all the laundry. So, if he left for work, why was the bed stripped if Shanann was still there, sleeping in it? Taking everything in, Officer Conrad said, is there any of her clothes missing? As they were making their way into her huge closet. It had racks of clothing and color-coordinated, neatly hung up. And up at the top, the word gorgeous was on the purple wall. Chris said, no. Well, it would be hard to tell if she just took a little bit. Officer Conrad said, okay, well, did she say anything about leaving or moving out? Chris said, no, not moving out. The last time I talked to her was this morning, and she said she was going to take the kids to a friend's house, but the car's still here. Unless someone came and picked her up. Officer Conrad asked him, has there been any sort of behavioral changes? Chris said, well, we're going through a separation. That's been the only change. After walking out of the bedroom, and a few minutes later, Officer Conrad and everyone else walked over to the neighbor, Nate's house, to watch his CCTV camera video outside the garage. Once at Nate's, they all stood and gathered around his television while he pulled up their surveillance video from his camera. The video started that morning at 5:17 a.m. when the camera's motion detector began videoing the truck backing into the driveway. Nate said, okay, this is him at 5:17. Chris said, yeah, I was loading my stuff up with the coolers and my water jugs, as he continuously kept his eyes on his iPhone, playing with it and scrolling through my book bags, some of the tools I had from the toolbox, because I knew I was going to have to be doing some pumping in the rubbers today because I was out so far. I usually park out there on the side. After nervously playing with his phone and looking like he was texting someone, he put his phone down and nervously put his hands up on the back of his head, looking like he was being frisked by a police officer. He said, I just went in to get all the tools I had to bring with me. After several very awkward minutes of Chris standing there with his hands on his head, swaying back and forth, looking extremely nervous. He finally said, "Well, what's going to happen now?" Coonrod said, "Well, my detective just showed up, so he'll probably want to talk to you." As Nate was standing there listening and flipping through random videos with his remote, he stopped at a video at the 1:48 a.m. mark, when the camera got activated when Nichole Atkinson had dropped Shanann off at her house. And Nate said that is the only 2 times that anyone had accessed the house that day, or his camera would have picked it up. Officer Coonrod asked Nate, said, "Well, there's nothing else for the rest of the day?" Nate says, "Nope, that's it." She's pregnant as well," Chris said, out of the blue, after a very odd commercial of a fetus came up on a commercial on Nate's TV. "Well, how far along?" Coonrod asked him. Chris crossed his arms in front of him and he said, 14, 15 weeks. Nate asked Chris, said, "Did you go around and check around your house and make sure nothing was missing?" Chris said, "Yeah, there was nothing missing. Her wedding ring was on the nightstand and her phone was still there." For several minutes, Chris just stood there kind of fidgeting, swaying back and forth, acting very nervous, looking towards the door. Finally, he reached over, shook Nate's hand, and turned around and walked out. After Chris was almost to the front door and out, Nate looked at Officer Coonrod and said, "He's not acting right at all. Like he's rocking back and forth, and he never moves his stuff in and out of the garage like that, ever." Officer Coonrod said, "Right." Nate said, "Well, just to be completely honest with you, my wife and I were kind of worried or wondering if something had happened when she was on vacation this summer, because I have heard them full out screaming at each other at the top of their lungs, and he gets crazy." Officer Coonrod said, "Does he? And is that pretty recently?" Nate said, "Yeah, well, that's why we thought she went to visit people this summer, is because she wanted to get away from the situation." Then Nichole Atkinson came in over at Nate's. She said that Sandy, Shanann's mother, was wanting Officer Coonrod to check the GPS on Chris's work truck because she thought Chris had done something. Nate said, "Yeah, he's acting so suspicious. He's normally very quiet and well subdued, and he never talks. So the fact that he's over here blabbing his mouth makes me very suspicious." Then, at 2:35 p.m., Detective Dave Baumhover showed up at 2825 Saratoga Trail. He was met and briefed by Officer Coonrod, who told him that Shanann's purse, wallet, keys, phone, and shoes were still inside the home. When they took Detective Baumhover and they walked inside the home, they went straight upstairs and into the master bedroom, where all of the bedding was still in a pile in the floor. Later, in Detective Baumhover's report, he wrote that him and Officer Coonrod checked the bedding for any signs of foul play, but found nothing. The detective asked Chris when was the last time he had saw his wife and daughters. Chris told Detective Baumhover that Shanann had arrived home from the airport at 1:48 a.m. because he received a doorbell camera alert on his iPhone when she got there. In Detective Baumhover's report, he said at approximately 4 a.m., Chris had informed Shanann that he wanted a divorce, and they were both upset and crying. And Chris then informed him that Shanann told him that she was going to take the girls to one of her friends' house that day, but she did not say who. Detective Baumhover also wrote, it should be noted that when he asked Chris a second time about his day, he told him that he had also worked out in his basement for 15 minutes that morning before returning to the bedroom with Shanann to talk to her about their separation and divorce. Chris told Baumhover that they were having some financial difficulties and they had planned to downsize and sell their home. Baumhover asked him if they had planned on living together during their separation, and Chris told him that he was going to get an apartment somewhere, and Chris and the girls were going to move into a smaller house, and they were going to share custody of the girls. Chris showed Detective Baumhover an email on his phone from their realtor, Ann Meadows, like he was trying to prove to Detective Baumhover that they was wanting to sell their home. He also really wanted Detective Baumhover to see an alert that he pointed out on his phone as well, where the garage door was left open that morning at 5:27 a.m., as well as another alert for the basement door that he had gotten earlier than 5:27 a.m. And he did appear to be puzzled by both of those alerts, noted Baumover. Baumover asked Chris where he had gone that morning, and Chris said that he had went to an oil well site near Hudson. But Chris said he couldn't remember the name of the site. In Detective Baumover's report, he wrote that he had asked Chris, was there anyone that could vouch for his arrival or where he was at that morning? And Chris told him there was no one else at the site until later that morning. And he had gone earlier to check on and do a repair before he started his normal daily duties. Then, Detective Baumover interviewed Nichole Atkinson. Nichole told him that the only way Shanann could have left that house was through the garage, because the front door safety latch was still on when she got there. She also said that Chris never pulled his truck up to the garage like that because the noise from the truck would wake up the girls. And Nichole was very adamant that Shanann would never leave her house without her phone and medications, or take the girls anywhere without their car seats. Detective Baumover asked Weld County to issue a BOLO alert, be on the lookout, for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste Watts. And then, for the next several hours, Officer Coonrod canvassed around the neighborhood, just looking for any kind of evidence and knocking on doors and hoping maybe he could get some leads. And any of the nearby houses that he thought looked like may have video surveillance, he left his business card on their door as well. Christina Meacham texted Chris and asked if there was any new news about Shanann. She said, "What's going on? We're so worried." And Chris replied saying, "Cops are here. I'll call you when I know something." Finally, at 2:55 p.m., and still not hearing anything, Christina sent Chris another text. She said, "Anything?" Chris replied, "Well, the police searched the house up and down. A missing person report will be filed in the morning more than likely." Christina said, "Oh my God, this is so unlike her. We're so worried. We're praying for all of you." Chris replied, "Thank you, Christina. I'm praying so hard right now." And that ends chapter 29. Going into chapter 30, and it is titled, Please Pray. At 3:45 p.m., Chris sent Nichole Kessinger a text asking her to call him. Nichole Kessinger said she had just gotten home from work at that time, and she had a friend over. Nikki said that Chris told her when she called him that Shanann was gone and his family was gone and he didn't know where they were. She said that his exact words were, "My wife and kids aren't home." And she said she was just like, okay. She said she really didn't take it too seriously because Chris didn't sound like he was too concerned about anything. She said that she figured that Shanann had just taken the girls out shopping or something like that. 20 minutes after Chris got off the phone with Nichole, Nick Thayer texted Chris and asked him if he wanted to go running. Chris texted him back and said, "Not sure, man. I can't find Shanann or the kids. I haven't heard from them all day. And the cops are here. I'll keep you posted." Nick replied saying, "Whoa, that's crazy, man." Chris said, "Yeah, I don't know right now. It's very odd right now." And then later that afternoon, Shanann's brother, Frankie Rosek, made a very emotional post on Facebook, and it read, "Please say a prayer for my sister and nieces. They're missing and no one knows where she's at. Her phone and car are at home. We don't know what to think at this moment, but I pray it's nothing. Shanann Watts, please be okay." Sandy Rosek also went online with a post for her daughter, and it read, "Where are you, my baby?" Also, Sam Paisley, who was Shanann's team leader for Thrive, posted out, "Please pray, please share, and please help us find our sweet friend and her dear girls. Shanann Watts, we love you so much, and we're praying for you and the girls." When Gina Dietz seen all of the Facebook posts, she texted Chris. She said Chris was very vague. He just said, "Pray for my family," and he just sent emojis of praying hands. She also offered to come over and get a search organized for Shanann and the girls, but Chris told her that's not a good idea. Gina said everybody wanted to do something. Gina said so many people were saying, "Can we please just start a search?" And Chris told Gina that the police had told him he was not allowed to organize or start any sort of search. All of Shanann's friends that were with her in Arizona and knew how emotional and distraught she was over the weekend were now in constant contact with Chris. And all of them started to think that maybe Chris had something to do with Shanann and the girls' disappearance. Addie Maloney asked Chris if there was any new news of Shanann and the girls, and Chris replied, "I'm so worried." Addie then sent out a group text to many of her and Shanann's friends and the Thrive people, saying that the police need to look at Chris's cell phone and his computer. Josh Rosenberg confronted Chris about everyone's suspicions. Josh told Chris, said, "You know how this looks." And Chris replied saying, "I know everybody's mad at me," but Chris couldn't understand how anyone that knew him could ever think that he would do anything to harm Shanann or the girls. At 4:20 p.m., Officer James arrived at the Watts home to assist in the search of the house with Officer Coonrod and Officer Bakes. Chris had absolutely no problem with them searching the house, and he even signed a consent form with no issue whatsoever. Chris even told him, "You've got free reign, do whatever you need to do." Then Chris left. He said he was going out for a walk just to clear his head, but it was just a few minutes later that he came back, and he waited outside on the porch with Dieter while they searched his home. In Officer James's report, he noted that the house was very well kept and very, very well organized. I did not indicate anything obviously damaged or anything that would indicate any sort of struggle in the bedroom. Then Chris was asked to check their banking accounts to see if there was any recent activity from Shanann. Chris said he didn't know how to log in because Shanann handled all of their finances, and he knew the password, but not the user ID, and he would just call the banks and find out. When Chris was asked did he know while all the bedding was in the floor and thrown against the wall in his bedroom, and Chris just replied by saying, "Yeah, when she got out of bed, I'm sure she stripped the bed to wash the sheets because she did not shower once she got in from the airport." And he said even though he had been sleeping in the basement during their separation, that he did sleep with Shanann last night. And then that morning, they had actually discussed separating and selling the house. After the home search was completed, Officer James handed Chris his business card, and he told Chris to have Shanann call him immediately if she did show back up. Officer James wrote that Chris was very cooperative, and he answered all questions appropriately. And there was absolutely nothing readily observed inside the residence that indicated any sort of struggle. All afternoon, Sam Paisley had been texting Chris almost back to back, asking him, was there any updates whatsoever. Chris told Sam, "I'm praying so hard. I'm sick to my stomach. The cops searched the house up and down, and they drilled me pretty hard. I have no idea where they could be." Sam asked Chris, "Well, why are they drilling you?" And Chris said, "Well, they're just being thorough. They've got to do all the digging they can." Not very long after all the officers left, Nick and Amanda Thayer showed up at Chris's house to offer him some support. Once inside, they all walked into the kitchen, and Chris was just nervously pacing back and forth, trying to answer Nick and Amanda's questions. Chris told Nick and Amanda that he had just finished calling all of the hospital emergency rooms, hoping he can locate Shanann and the girls. He was saying that it was just so bizarre that Shanann had not taken her phone with her. But Nick and Amanda observed that it almost seemed like Chris was acting more concerned about himself than he was Shanann and the girls. Chris told them, "It's just empty here. I need my family back." Nick said they were all just sitting around the table just trying to find something, figure out something, anything to do to help. And Chris said, "What am I supposed to do? Just walk out in the middle of the field and try to look for something?" Somebody had mentioned to Chris that he really should just contact the media, and maybe they would come and he could do a story with them about Shanann and the girls missing and get it out more so more people can be aware. But Chris didn't want to do that. He's like, "No, I don't really want to be on TV." He said, they might pry, and if they pry too much, they're going to make me public enemy number one. While they were sitting there and Nick and Amanda were just fixing to leave, Lauren Arnold showed up. She had saw all the Facebook posts and all the articles on Facebook about Shanann and the girls missing. Lauren said, "Chris answered the door and he gave me a big hug." And I asked the usual, "Are you okay, Chris?" questions like that, and Chris said, "No." Then, out of the corner of her eye, Lauren seen Shanann's suitcase and flip-flops at the bottom of the stairs and noticed that there was a toy under the chair in the living room. And she said, I don't know why, but I just glanced upstairs. She said Chris must have noticed her looking upstairs because he immediately said, yeah, I had to shut other doors up there because I just can't handle going up there or looking up there and seeing all the toys and stuff. Lauren didn't even reply to that comment Chris made. She just said, well, have y'all went out to search for them? Chris didn't answer, but Nick spoke up and said, well, Chris said that the police told us not to. Lauren said that really shocked her, and she just looked at Chris and she said, oh, well, why aren't you out searching for them? And Chris said, no, they told me not to. And Lauren said, that really doesn't sound logical to me. But, okay, whatever. Another thing that really shocked Lauren and kind of took her back was Chris really seemed like he had no concern. Like there was a total lack of concern in him, and the fact that he planned on going to work tomorrow. Later on, she told detectives, and yeah, it was weird because he just would not make eye contact with me when I was talking to him. He just looked down at the floor the whole time I was talking to him. His behavior was very suspicious to me. At around 8 p.m., Nick and Amanda Thayer decided that they were going to go home for the evening. And when they did, and they left Chris's house, they immediately called the Frederick Police Department and left a message. In their message, they said during their 3-hour visit with Chris, something seemed very wrong, and they just felt like it was their duty to report that. After everybody left, Chris called Nichole Kessinger. Later on, Nichole told Chris that when he called her that night that he was very calm, but she could hear it in his voice that he was very, very concerned. Chris and Nichole talked off and on all night for the rest of the whole night that night. They spent several hours on the phone together that night. Luke Epple, Chris's boss, texted him at 9 p.m. asking him, was there any updates? Luke said that Chris didn't even text him back. He just called him immediately and told me they're still gone. Chris told Luke also that the police had a warrant and they come and searched his house and vehicles. Chris told Luke that he wanted to work the next day because he did not want to stay at home. Late Monday night, Jeremy Lindstrom had seen Sandy Rusek, Shanann's mother, seen her Facebook post asking for prayers for her daughter and grandkids. Jeremy then called David Colon, who also had not yet heard about Shanann and the girls' disappearance. The two of them decided that they would both go to Chris's house and offer him some support. Around 9:30 p.m., Dave Colon arrived at Chris's and he actually found that he was vacuuming the carpets. Colon said that he was just keeping himself busy, and I totally understood that. And then, like 30 minutes later, Jeremy Lindstrom showed up. Chris was in the kitchen shaking up one of his Thrive protein shakes and explaining to Jeremy and Dave that Shanann was there and everything was fine when he left for work that morning. But when he got back, they were gone. Colon said he was just blank. He wasn't acting like he foreseen anything like this coming. Dave said, I don't know why she did this. Jeremy knew about Celeste's allergies because Chris had just had the girls at his house the day before for his 4-year-old's birthday party, and Chris would not let them eat the birthday cake because of Celeste's allergies. So Jeremy asked him, well, did Shanann take any of the EpiPens or any of their medications for their allergies? And Chris told Jeremy, nope, it's all still here. And Jeremy said at the time he really didn't want to just grill him and pressure him because at that point he thought that Chris was really going through something. Chris told David and Jeremy that what he really wanted to do was just finish cleaning the house and go to bed. Jeremy was like, okay, well, I guess some people, when they get nervous, they just, I don't know, get weird and start cleaning or something. I don't know. After Jeremy and David left, Chris immediately FaceTimed his girlfriend, Nichole Kessinger. Chris was laying on a bare mattress in the master bedroom, wearing a black wife-beater shirt. Nichole said that he explained to her that he was cleaning the house just to keep his mind occupied. Nichole said that Chris told her he just wanted to talk to her and he just wanted to be able to see her face. Nichole said she asked Chris why there wasn't any sheets on the bed, and Chris told her that he had to wash the kids' sheets because they smelled. And Nichole said she was thinking, like, this man keeps that house so clean, like spotless. So why would the sheets on his kid's bed smell? Like nothing in that house should smell. Nichole said she told Chris that she would just call him back because the way he was just staring at her in the FaceTime was making her feel uncomfortable. Nichole said it was just kind of weird and she didn't really know where it was going. And he was just like really fixated on me. Shortly later, at 11:09 p.m., Nichole called Chris back and they talked for an hour. It was past midnight when they finally got off the phone. Immediately, when she hung up the phone with Chris, she immediately Googled Shanann Watts. Meanwhile, at the Frederick Police Department, Officer James was attempting to call all of the friends that he had information on of Shanann's for any information that he could get. They all informed him of how she was so worried about her marriage and how they all thought, including Shanann, that Chris was having an affair. Cindy Darrissette actually explained to them in pretty good detail how upset Shanann had really been during their training trip this last weekend in Arizona. She said all weekend that Shanann had been talking about him telling her that they just weren't compatible anymore. And Shanann said she was completely blindsided, and every time she went to talk to us about it, you could tell she was almost breaking down. Darrissette also said that there is no way Shanann would have ever left without her purse, her phone, and definitely without the girl's medications. Cindy said she's like the most OCD, like really routine person that I have ever met in my life. I mean, she's like a helicopter mom, and there is no way she would ever have left that house without the girls having everything they needed. She said, I mean, we're all trying to be reasonable and not get hysterical, but none of this makes any sense at all whatsoever. Cindy also told them about the bank receipt that Shanann had received about Chris supposedly eating by himself after the Rockies game. Cindy explained that it was a $68 charge, and that is definitely not for just one person's meal at the Lazy Dog restaurant, because Shanann actually looked up how much a salmon and beer meal would be, and it was like half of the price of $68. When Officer James spoke with Addie Maloney, Addie said if Shanann had really went on a play date with one of her friends, that she would have absolutely took the car seats and definitely the girl's medication when she left. Addie said she is like the best mother I have ever known. And Chris is a great dad. He's like an amazing dad. That's why all this is just so alarming, and I don't even know what to say. I just hope that we find her. Christina Meacham, as they were talking to her, told them when she was staying at Chris and Shanann's house that Shanann never once veered off of her routine. That's why nothing adds up, and with the latch being on, it's just nothing makes any sense. I mean, she comes in and out that door every day. So everything about this and the routine is completely off and completely not Shanann. The officer asked Christine, did Shanann plan to leave Chris, or was she going to try to mend their marriage? Christina said that Shanann really wanted her marriage to work, and then you just need to talk to him. Just give him some space and y'all work things out. Christina said, but Chris is so very quiet, and you just never really see many emotions from Chris at all. Now, like the rest of Shanann's friends, Christina was even beginning to wonder, was Chris responsible? But then she would just brush that thought right out of her head because she did live with them. She knew Chris very well. And she would say, no, Chris just don't have that in him. He just doesn't. Chris would never hurt his family. He loves his family, especially the girls. That night, the Frederick Police Department continued to canvass and ride around the neighborhood and just see if they could see anything out of the ordinary, but they came up with nothing. Also, there was several officers discreetly staked out around 2825 Saratoga Trail in undercover cars, watching to see if they seen anything out of the ordinary. On Steeple Rock Drive, about 100 yards north of the Watts home, an officer was sitting and stationed there to log and document anything they seen coming from the residence. Chris was actually seen by this officer packing up blankets and a cooler inside the back of the Lexus. And then, after he had the things packed into the Lexus, he closed the garage door. Meanwhile, Detective Baumover just didn't just had a bad feeling. He decided to go ahead and call CBI and the FBI to have a press release the next morning if the girls and Shanann didn't show up at all that night. At this point, Detective Baumhover had Chris firmly in his sight, and he felt 100% certain that Chris knew way more than what he was actually saying. Later on, Detective Baumhover said, "I knew something was really wrong the moment I showed up there. And so did Officer Coonrod," which is exactly why he called me. And it's just a matter that you have to check off certain things. Detective Baumhover said he actually just had to rule out of his own mind if Shanann had just taken the kids somewhere just to mess with Chris's mind because he had asked for a separation, or if it was murder. He said when he left that house August the 13th, he had already made the decision in his mind that if Shanann and the girls did not show back up by early the next morning, then he was going to initiate a full-blown investigation with eyes on Chris Watts. At Frederick Police Department, Officer Goodman had already started preparing a missing persons report for Shanann and the girls. At 2 a.m., Officer Goodman tried many times to call Chris because he needed the physical details of Shanann and the girls, such as their height and weight, and random other questions. But Chris wouldn't answer, and when he did answer, it would just go to dead air and then hang up. After that happened a few times, a few minutes later, Chris actually called him back, but on a different number. Chris explained when Officer Goodman answered that this was his work phone and there was something wrong with his personal phone. The signal, something just wasn't working right with it. That is why he had to call him on his work phone. Officer Goodman asked Chris, "Well, has anything else come to mind that could maybe help us to figure out what could have happened to your wife and daughters?" "Nothing's come across," Chris said, very calmly. "I've just been getting a bunch of text messages from friends reaching out, just, seeing if I can help or offering support or whatever. But nothing new." Officer Goodman put in the report that it should be noted that Chris never once asked him if maybe he was calling and reaching out to him because maybe he did have some more information that he was wanting to tell Chris about his wife and daughters. Chris never asked him if he had heard anything. Immediately after the call, Officer Goodman then faxed the Bolo report over to the Weld County District Attorney's Office, where at that time, Shanann and the girls were listed as active missing persons with a Bolo report. At 4:38 a.m., Sandy Rusek phoned Officer Goodman. Sandy told Officer Goodman that she was absolutely convinced that it was foul play. Officer Goodman wrote in his report that Sandra Rusek honestly believes that Chris Watts is involved in the disappearance of her daughter and granddaughters. Sandy said that her son-in-law was acting very weird, and he was also planning to go to work tomorrow, even though his family was still missing. She also told Officer Goodman that she feels like he could have poured oil on their bodies to dispose of them, and that Shanann would not have been able to put up a fight because of her lupus. Chapter 31. We had an emotional conversation. On October the 14th, 2018, Detective Baumhover issued a press release, and he was asking anybody if they had any information whatsoever about Shanann, Bella, and Celeste to please contact them immediately. This press release was also emailed to all major news stations and all press releases. Also included in the emails were photographs of all three, Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. In large, bold letters at the top, it read, "Missing persons. Please be on the lookout. Bolo alert." It was August the 13th of 2018 when the Frederick Police Department was notified of 3 missing persons. Also mentioned in the report was Shanann, 34, Bella, age 4, and Celeste, age 3. Also mentioned in the report was that Shanann was 15 weeks pregnant. There is no vehicle associated with this case at this time. If you have any information, please contact Detective Dave Baumhover or the Frederick Police Department with any information you may have pertaining to this Bolo. And it was only within a matter of a few minutes that news reporters started immediately calling all of Shanann's friends and family, asking for any kind of information or if they would give any sort of interviews. Shanann's longtime friend Lauren Arnold said that it was just almost immediately when she got done watching that press release that her phone just started ringing off the hook, and she was getting calls from all sorts of reporters from all over the world wanting to know anything she knew about Shanann. Lauren figured out they knew who she was because she had made a post on Facebook about Shanann's disappearance and hoping it would reach some of their family and friends back in North Carolina, as well as the people in Colorado, since she too now lived in Colorado. And she said, well, for the most part, all of my Tuesday was just spent being driven crazy with these reporters ringing my phone completely off the hook. And of course, Nick and Amanda Thayer was also getting blowed up with phone calls, and people was watching them. The reporters were everywhere, so they just got in their car and they drove over to Chris's house to ask him theirself how he wanted them to handle these reporters. Nick and Amanda got at Chris's a little bit after 9 a.m. that morning, August the 14th, and when they arrived at his house, they found that he was very tired. And he was just like frustrated. He wasn't acting right. He was not being himself at all. And it seemed like the one thing they said that he was the most frustrated about at all was that his work, Anadarko, had asked him to stay home until his family was found. And he really just wanted to go to work that day. They said they just pretty much just sat around the kitchen table and they were kind of discussing with Chris, or Chris was discussing with them, if he should even do these news interviews, and he was kind of not really wanting to do them, but he was pretty much talking to them when and if he should even do them at all. Then, a few minutes later, a reporter from Denver's Fox 31 News called, and Chris just gave them an interview over the telephone. Chris told the reporter, he said, "My heart is racing a mile a minute. This is not something I could ever fathom ever happening in my lifetime." Also, back in Aberdeen, North Carolina, Shanann's family, her mom, dad, and her brother, were absolutely being bombarded with reporters and newscasters and telephone calls. And so they just appointed a cousin of theirs, Lou Valentino, just to be a spokesperson for them because at the time they just could not deal with it. Lou just posted a personal press release online on her Facebook, and she said, "Please help my family find my missing pregnant cousin and her 2 young daughters, Bella and Celeste. They disappeared from Frederick, Colorado on Monday. We just want them all home safe." At the Frederick Police Department at around 9 a.m., Officer Egan was setting up an interview room at the police department to gather up information and to get a search coordinated. Detective Baumhover had now been appointed the lead detective over this case, and he had called in the CBI and the FBI for extra assistance. While all of this was going on that morning, Chris was receiving nude photos from Nichole Kessinger and moving them over to his secret calculator app. By 11 a.m., more than 20 national and local news stations had already contacted the Frederick Police Department for more information. They all knew this was going to be a major national story because of a pregnant mother and her 2 young daughters has just vanished into thin air. The perfect family, the perfect couple, matching Christmas outfits, the matching outfits outside, the Easter photos. It was just everything that made this family look like the last family you would ever suspect there to be any sort of foul play involved. That was the major headline of all of the media outlet sources. At 11 a.m., Sergeant Bedsole went ahead and sent out the press release yet again. Along with the bolo, he also put on there, "We do not have any additional information at this time. The vast majority of the whole department is working on this case right now. I will update if there is any new information in this." At 3:23 p.m., Fox 31 broke the news story with interviews from Chris and Nichole Atkinson. However, in the interview, Nichole was not named. Her name was not used. In these reports, they were saying that the police were offering them very little information and not telling them if any foul play was suspected. They just said a close friend said that she had dropped Shanann off at her home at 2 a.m. on Monday after they had returned home from a work trip, and she stayed and made sure and watch her go inside her house. And they were supposed to meet up later, but Shanann was not answering her phone. And also, they showed Chris Watts' interview saying that he hoped his wife and kids were okay. He said, well, she told me she was going to a friend's house with the kids. Chris said that's the last thing he heard from her. He said that was it, and it was very vague anyway. After Nichole Kessinger had sent Chris a batch of nude and semi-nude photos that morning, at her lunch break, she decided to go online and Google the newest breaking news on Shanann Watts. And this is when Nikki Kessinger claims that she found out for the very first time that Shanann was 15 weeks pregnant. Later on, she told the detectives, after she read that day, that she questioned that if he was able to lie about something that big, then what else could he be lying to her about? As soon as she read that news, she immediately confronted Chris. And even though Chris was busy with all the news reporters and company and friends and everything, police, he took the time to tell her, the baby's not mine. He also went on to take the time to ask her, is this going to ruin our relationship? And she told the detectives that she told him, well, you just need to focus on finding all 3 of your kids right now. And she told the detectives that she kept emphasizing to Chris that he had 3 kids. Chris finally admitted to Nichole that the baby was his and that he did know about it the entire time. And after he admitted that to Nikki, she said that he immediately come right back again and said, is this going to ruin our relationship? And Nikki said that she told him, no, it's not going to. She said, but in the back of her mind, even though she told him no, she said in the back of her mind, she was like, oh yeah, I'm done. But she said that at the time, his situation was so critical that she didn't want to ruffle his mental feathers. And then Nikki said for the next 4 hours, she very closely monitored all of the news coverage. And while she was monitoring this coverage for 4 hours, she said she was realizing that everything Chris had ever told her was a lie. She said she got completely sick, physically sick, that she packed all of her stuff up at work and just went home. She said she had to get out of there, get home, and she had to take some time just to process and wrap her head around what was going on. And it was seen that Chris and Nichole had numerous many texts and phone calls that afternoon. But in all these texts and phone calls, Nikki says that Chris never really showed any emotion or concern about his family. But she said that he swore to her that he wouldn't ever hurt him. She said everything just seemed so off with all the lies he was saying, and she said that she eventually just told him, look, don't contact me again until your family is found. She said she told him that she was scared because she didn't know who he was anymore. After she told Chris to stay away from her and not contact her again until his family was found, she then told him to delete all of his conversations, and she, in return, deleted all of her text, photos, emails, phone calls, or anything whatsoever in her phone to do with him. Around the middle of the day on the 14th, Officer Catherine Lyons of the Frederick Police Department arrived at the Watts home. And when she arrived with 3 search and rescue dogs. And Chris had been obviously cleaning the house because it smelled heavily of cleaning supplies, and they noticed that he had the television tuned to a sporting event. Chris gave full permission for the officers and the canines to fully search his home in any way they needed to. Later on, Officer Lyons did report that It was very obvious to her that someone had recently been doing some deep cleaning, because the home smelled very heavy of the cleaning supplies, as well as all of the carpets had the noticeable vacuum lines in the carpet. Chris was asked that they would have to find something around the house that was untouched but dirty of clothing or shoes from Shanann and the girls, so they could get a scent from that to hand over to the dogs. Chris totally apologized to them, telling them he had no clue that that was going to be happening today, nor did he know what the procedure was, or anything. And he apologized fully for touching everything in the house, as well as washing the laundry. And, he wasn't sure if they would be able to find anything that they needed to get a scent with. In Officer Lyon's report, she mentioned that Chris had told her that he had done the laundry and stripped the girls' beds just this morning. The officers all got together and talked about it, and they were all kind of shocked, because when any of them would ever mention to Chris something like, "We just can't even imagine what you're going through right now," they all said that he would just seem so flat and emotionless when they would make comments such as that to him about his missing family. And another thing they all noted and noticed very quickly was that he never one time ever offered if there was anything he could do or offer them any help. Officer Lyon said that Chris's facial expressions rarely ever changed. And the even odder thing about that is, the few times that his expressions did change, instead of looking beat or depressed or upset or lost, he looked more happy. He would smile or smirk or laugh. After Chris escorted the officers around the house, trying to help them find something to get a scent with, Officer Lyons escorted the cadaver dog into the house. There was several times when the dogs gave some small alerts and hits around places in the home. However, there was never any of those alerts or hits that could be confirmed. One of the dogs was even taken to Chris's work truck that was parked outside. The dog did detect something at the truck. However, it never entered inside the truck because the truck was locked. And while the dog was inside his house, Chris was actually on his front porch giving interviews with the media. And some people even feel like that he appeared to be enjoying all of the attention that was on him. During these interviews that he was doing with the news channels, he actually texted Christina Meacham. He said, "The dogs swept the house for a scent. They're on patrol. My heart is honestly racing. There's so much activity here." When one of the cameramen were talking to Chris, he just seemed so detached, and he was so calm. He even went as far as saying that the t-shirt he had on, the North Carolina Tar Heels t-shirt, was a gift from Shanann. The reporter found that very odd, he said, because all he was going to do was ask Chris if he knew where Shanann may have went. The reporter asked Chris, "What's going on at your house right now?" Chris said, "Well, right now it's K-9 units and the sheriff's department. Everybody's doing their best right now just to figure out where they went. They're in the house just trying to get some kind of scent. I hope they can pick something up." The reporter went on to ask Chris what happened Monday morning when Shanann got home. Chris told him that Shanann had came home yesterday morning at around 2 a.m. and when he left to go to work at around 5:15 a.m. that Shanann was still there. And at about 12:10, Shanann's friend Nichole showed up at the front door. Chris went on to say that he had texted Shanann several times, but she never would reply. And he said that he really wasn't concerned that she wasn't replying to him. But when he heard that she also was not returning the phone calls of the people that she worked with, that is what started concerning him. He also said as soon as he got the call from Nichole that he came straight home. He goes, "And then I walked in the door and nothing. They had just vanished. Nothing was here." At this time, there was several neighbors that had came out on their porch and was kind of walking down the road or standing in the street looking over at their house. And the reporter asked Chris, did he think Shanann may have just taken off with the kids? Chris said, "I just don't want to throw anything out there right now. I just hope she's somewhere safe with the kids. But could she have just vanished? Could she have just taken off? I don't know. Chris told the reporter that he wanted his family back immediately. He said that's the not knowing part, that they're not safe. Chris said that his night, the previous night, was absolutely traumatic, that he had left every light in the house on. I was hoping I would just get ran over by the kids, just running in the door and barrel rushing me, but it didn't happen. The reporter got kind of quiet and he looked at Chris and he said, "This might be a tough question, but did you guys get into any argument before she left?" Chris started swaying back and forth and he had his arms crossed in front of him and he said, "Well, it wasn't like an argument. We had an emotional conversation, but I'll leave it at that." And then the reporter asked Chris, "What would you say to Shanann and the kids if you knew they were watching?" Chris went on to say, "Shanann, Bella, Celeste," as he just stared kind of emotionless into the camera. "If you're out there, just come back. If somebody has her, just bring her back. I need to see everybody again. This house is not complete without anybody here. Please bring her back." Over the next few hours, Chris did several other news interviews with different news stations. One of the reporters, he told, "When I got home yesterday, it was like a ghost town. She wasn't here. The kids wasn't here. It's like a nightmare I can't wake up from." The reporter just bluntly asked Chris, "Are you worried that people may think that you have done something?" Chris answered him by saying, "Well, I mean, everybody's going to have their own opinion, and I just want people to know I want my family back." Then Chris was asked about Bella and Cece. He had a little smile come to his face, and he said, "Celeste, she's just a bundle of energy. I call her Rampage because she's got two speeds, go and sleep. And Bella, she's the more calm and cautious and the mothering type. She's more like me. But Celeste, she's definitely got her mom's personality, to where she is always just gung-ho and ready to go." A different reporter asked Chris how the police were actually responding to helping him so far, and Chris said that he was very highly appreciative of everything they've done. He said they've been amazing. They've been on top of everything. In the early afternoon that day, there was a half a dozen CBI and FBI agents that arrived at the Frederick Police Department, and they were all briefed in the room by Detective Baumhover. They even set up a command center in the small Frederick Police Department command center, and then they all began working endlessly on the case. And immediately CBI agent Tammy Lee went ahead and upgraded the BOLO to a endangered missing persons alert. And at that point, Tammy Lee immediately called Anadarko, and she arranged to get Chris's work phone cell information and the information off of the GPS on his Anadarko work truck ASAP. She also contacted AT&T and Verizon to get all of Chris and Shanann's phone records. And then they set off for the next several days. All of the agents would go out and they would interview any and all of Shanann and Chris's family and friends, searching endlessly for any leads, even small. Meanwhile, while all that was going on, the Frederick Police Department just fanned out all over Wyndham Hills subdivision. They were setting up checkpoints and handing out the flyers of the missing person BOLO report to all of the motorists. And the whole neighborhood, especially in front of 2825 Saratoga Trail, there was news reporters nationwide that were set up camp, literally camp, in front of the home, talking to anyone they seen in the neighborhood, anyone especially if they knew the Watts family. Nichole Atkinson, Nick and Amanda Thayer, all three did numerous interviews. Also, friends and family was trying to sift through all of the calls on their phones from places like the Today Show and Good Morning America. Both of those channels were already planning and talking about different segments they were going to do since this case had been upgraded to an endangered missing persons alert. Chris sent Addie Maloney a text and said, "Good Morning America has contacted Jamie, my sister, and news crews are even doing live updates on the corner of the street." Addie replied to Chris and she said, "I can't imagine what you're going through. Just stay strong, Chris. You will get through this." Chris said, "I'll stay as strong as I can." Addie asked him, "Are you a believer in prayer?" And Chris said, "Always." Nick and Amanda Thayer had to go pick up their daughter from school right before 4 p.m. And just before they left, they actually told Chris that if he didn't want to be alone, that he was more than welcome to come and spend the night at their house tonight with them. Chris fully agreed with that, and he thanked him, and he said he would be over there very soon. However, later on, when Chris still had not arrived at their house, Nick gave Chris a call. Chris told him, well, Fox News reporters are in my front yard, and he didn't want to be seen leaving his house with a bag of clothes because it would probably look suspicious. Okay, that ends chapter 31. Going into chapter 32, it is titled The Tale of Two Chris's. All four of the Colorado news stations at 6 p.m. that night, they all led with the tragic interviews that they had gotten from the Watts family that day. Denver 7 started out with, we begin this evening with breaking news. The disappearance of a Frederick woman and her two small children have captured the nation. And then several different segments of Chris's interview from that day were played. Most notably, his interview of the emotional conversation with Shanann right before she went missing. Fox 31 also kicked off their 6 o'clock segment with a very emotional and tearful interview from Nichole Atkinson about her friend's disappearance. Nichole was shown crying, holding her little girl, saying, Shanann, if you're out there and you hear this, please let somebody know you're okay. And then the camera switched to Chris, who was nervously just swaying back and forth on his front porch without one little tiny hint of any sort of emotion. He said, I have no inclination where she's at. She said she was going to her friend's house with the kids, and that's the last thing I heard. At the Frederick police station, the TV was on. Tammy Lee and Graham Coder and Detective Dave Baumover were all watching these interviews live as they were happening. And if they were even a little suspicious before, now, after seeing these interviews, they were certain he was lying. Tammy Lee later said, it didn't look good. She said, we all watched it together and said, yep, this might be bad. That was when Detective Baumover looked at FBI agent Coder and asked him to do a formal interview with Chris. And at that point, Tammy Lee said she was also going to offer Chris a polygraph test. At 6:46 p.m., August the 14th, Detective Baumover called Chris and asked him if he would come to the Frederick Police Department as soon as possible. Chris fully agreed to do so, and immediately after Chris hung up the phone with Detective Baumover, he called his father, Ronnie Watts, and asked his dad if there was any way he would please fly out to Denver. Cindy said that Chris called them and told her, tell Dad I need him to come down. And she asked Chris, well, what about me? And Chris told her, no, Mom, just send Dad. Nichole Kessinger, who had by now deleted everything on her phone, text, videos, phone calls, contacts, everything in her phone to do with Chris, she had already deleted it, but then she went ahead and contacted Chris again and said, make sure and delete all of our conversations and delete everything. And then later that afternoon on Tuesday, she was vigilantly searching how long do cell phones keep text messages after they are deleted. She also texted, can police trace deleted text messages? Just before 7 p.m., Chris walked into the Frederick Police Department's downtown headquarters. He was actually being followed from his house all the way to the police department. Detective Baumover greeted Chris as soon as he got there, and he introduced Chris to Agent Graham Coder. And just so casually, easygoing, Graham told Chris, hey, good to meet you. Thanks for coming in. I'm Graham Coder from the FBI. Chris said, okay. Coder said, well, we really appreciated you coming out tonight. I think you're going to be able to help us. Graham took Chris into squad interview room number 2 and told him that their interview would be recorded. Nearby, in another room, Tammy Lee was sitting, watching Graham talk to Chris on a live video screen. Coder just began by saying, so I work missing children's cases, and I'm very sorry for what you're going through. I'm a father too. He handed Chris a sheet. It was actually a written statement sheet, and he asked Chris to write down everything he could remember, every detail that led up to the minute that they all knew that Shanann and the girls were missing. And then Coder told him, "We really appreciate your willingness to help us. Just start from the beginning and please tell us everything you can remember and tell us what happened." Chris had a little grin on his face and he kind of snickered and he said, "I feel like I'm in high school again." Coder then left the room and left Chris alone in there so he could write the statement. He told Chris when he got finished to please call Detective Baumover's cell phone. And Chris's handwritten statement reads word for word as follows. 1:48 a.m. Doorbell alert detected visitor. Neighbor's camera that faces the driveway did not pick anyone up walking up to the house. 2 a.m. Shanann gets into bed with me. 4 a.m. my alarm goes off for work and I proceed to get ready for work. 4:15 a.m. I slide into bed and begin having a conversation with Shanann. The conversation involves putting the house up for sale. Shanann had contacted our realtor a week prior via email about this as well. The conversation also involved moving along with the separation. This was an emotional topic due to the point that we have 2 beautiful daughters and another baby on the way. We spoke about the fact that we didn't feel that connection that we used to, and we spoke about the notion that the love that we had in the beginning was no longer there. We spoke about just staying together for the kids, but realizing that that normally doesn't work. It was a very emotional conversation with crying on both parts. When I got off the bed to go downstairs, she told me she was going to a friend's house and taking the kids there, but also that she would be back. 5 a.m. downstairs, and I made a protein shake. Packed my lunchbox, filled my water jug. 5:15 a.m. backed my truck up to load up my book bag, lunchbox, water jug, container with O-ring kit, and loaded up various open-end wrenches from my personal toolbox. 5:30 a.m. departed for work. 7:40 a.m. I texted Shanann and asked me if she could tell me where she was taking the kids. 12 p.m. text Shanann to call me. 12:10 p.m. doorbell visitor. Nichole Atkinson was at my door. 12:20 p.m. called Nichole to see what was going on. And she told me she couldn't get a hold of Shanann either. And her shoes were next to the door and her car was in the garage. 12:40 p.m. a few more efforts made by Nichole to reach her. 1 p.m. on my way home to check on my family. 2 p.m. I arrive home. Open the garage door and get inside the house. Shanann, Bella, and Celeste are not in the house. Shanann's wedding ring is on her nightstand. Her phone is on the couch. Her purse is still here. The medicine for the kids is still here. The car with the seats is still here. There is no sign of them anywhere. 3 p.m. Police are asking Nichole and I questions about where she could have gone or who she could be with. 4 p.m. Police check neighbors' video footage and question them as well. 5 p.m. Officer, sergeant, and detective comes by the house to ask me more questions. 6 p.m. Begin calling around to anyone that I know that can know something or maybe seen Shanann. Calling local hospitals and hotels as well. 7:30 p.m. Friends Nick and Amanda come by to show support. 8 p.m. Lauren Arnold comes by to show support. 9 p.m. Friends David Colon and Jeremy Lindstrom come by to show support. 10 p.m. I lie in bed and continue to take calls from friends and family for the rest of the night. When Chris was finished with his statement, Coder came back into the room with him, looked at the statement, and started questioning him in deep detail about each of his answers and each part of his statement. Coder told Chris that he was going to sit next to him so they could look at it together. And then for the next 3 hours, the very seasoned, highly trained detective, Coder, sifted very slowly and very deeply into Chris's statement, asking Chris questions about literally everything. And even though at that point, Chris was a suspect, he seemed very nonchalant and acting like he wasn't under any sort of pressure whatsoever. But what was very noticeable about the things Chris was saying, he never one time asked them how their investigation was going and looking for his family. Actually, about an hour into the video, Coder just looked at Chris and said, You know, Nichole Atkinson, she seems a lot more worried about your missing family than you do. He told Chris, so when I work investigations like this, I have to keep an open mind on everything. And part of me keeping an open mind is listening to you talk about your wife and your marriage. And the day that she goes missing is the day that you and her have a marital discord. So you can understand what I'm thinking about you. Chris was like, yeah. Coder said, what do you think about that? And Coder just stared him down straight in the eye. And Chris said, well, it makes me sick to my stomach, actually. Like, I talked to a few of my friends, and, like, they've told me, like, this stuff's not going to look good on you. I know you have to look at, like, every vantage point, but this is something I would never do to my kids or my wife. Coder didn't say one word. He just sat there, stone-cold faced, staring him straight in the eye. The only thing you could hear was the clock ticking on the wall, while Coder stared straight into Chris's eye. Not being able to handle it anymore, Chris finally broke the silence. He said, I'm not sure what I can do to make people believe that. Just because they knew we were having marital discord, they would automatically look at me. But there's no way I would harm anybody in my family. I promise you I had nothing to do with any of this. Coder said, are you telling me the truth? Chris said, absolutely. The absolute truth. Staring at Chris again in the eye, Coder finally said, why should I believe you? Chris said, because I'm a very trustworthy person. At this point, Chris had already started talking with his hands. He was kind of getting nervous, and he said, I'm a person who's never going to be physical or abusive or anything like that in any kind of relationship. I would never harm my kids. I would never harm my wife. Coder said, well, we're talking about things that might offend you. You know we're going to have to get to the bottom of this. You know that. Chris said, yeah. Coder just sat there a moment and then looked at Chris and said, would you take a polygraph? Without even second thinking it, without even any sort of delay, Chris said, sure. Coder said, okay. Would you take it tonight? Chris was like, yeah, if that's what you want me to do. I've never done one. Coder said, do you know what the purpose of one is? Chris was like, yeah, it's a lie detector test. Coder said, well, we're just going to take a break for right now because I've got a lot more questions for you. He also assured Chris that he is not being arrested, and at any time he is free to walk out. He does not have to sit there and answer another question from him. He assured him of this, and he made sure and let him know, if you feel like walking out, you can do so right now. And then he said, having said that, if you do want to talk, I've got a lot more questions for you. It was pretty obvious Chris was nervous. He was just fidgety and just moving around, and you could see it in his face. He was super, super nervous, but he just said, okay. Coder said, do you know where your wife is? Chris said, I do not know where my wife is. He said, are you telling me the truth? And Chris was like, yeah, I'm telling you the absolute truth. And then 2 hours into the interview at 9:17 p.m., Coder walked out of the room and just left Chris alone in the room by himself just to think or get it upset, irritated, whatever he wanted to do. But Coder left the room for Chris to be alone. But what he told Chris is he wanted to go look over his notes, when in reality, he wanted Chris to be alone by himself. The video recorder that was on Chris remained on, and the detectives observed Chris just staring blankly at the wall. 20 minutes later, Coder returns to the room, but this time he's got a photograph of Bella and Celeste. And he takes that photograph and he places it right in front of Chris on the table. As he was laying the photo on the table right in front of Chris, he said, how are you feeling? Chris reached down and picked up the picture, and he said, looking at this picture, Celeste wore those shoes, even though they was winter shoes. He said when they returned from North Carolina, that Shanann was wanting to sell those boots on Facebook, but Celeste wouldn't let her. He just kept looking at the picture, and then he said, and Bella always wore some flip-flops. She always will, and she loves that dress. Coder used that opportunity, that open door, to ask Chris about his daughters, and Chris answered his questions without any sort of reaction, any sort of emotion. He just sort of robotically answered the questions that Coder gave him about Bella and Celeste. Chris had a really just flat voice. And he said, Celeste, she's Rampage. She's either go or asleep. She's a tiger. And Bella, she's just the sweetest little girl. She's the one that favors me more than Celeste. She's the one that favors Shanann more. Coder was just observing Chris as he was talking and just letting him talk and watching his emotions and his facial expressions and things. And then he said, when you mean favor, do you mean looks like you? And Chris was like, yeah. Coder said, are they little daddy's girls? Chris pointed straight at Celeste and he said, that one is. Because the first one I really wasn't good at yet. Second one, I knew what I was doing. And she bonded with me right from the start. I remember Celeste just wore that dress not too long ago, and I unbuttoned the back of it so I could get her pajamas on. And Bella loved those spaghetti strap dresses. She's a girly girl. Coder asked Chris what he was thinking about when he was left alone in the interview room for that 20 minutes. How much I want to see these two girls and my wife again. I just want them to come home. Coder then, he just looked at Chris. He said, all right, Chris, I'm going to have some uncomfortable questions now to ask you about your marriage and infidelity. Chris was like, okay. Coder said, well, tell me about it. Quickly and almost defensively, which Coder noticed immediately, Chris said, I've never cheated on my wife. I'm a very trustworthy person. I mean, I fully expect that if we had ever thought about straying away from each other, then we would tell each other before we did it. Coder just looked at him and kind of furrowed his eyebrows, and he's like, I find that absolutely ridiculous, because in the history of the earth, nobody ever does that. Now, Chris had started stuttering when he talked, and he said, okay, that's what I would like to think. I mean, I know mistakes happen, but that's what I would think in my head. I would hope would happen. Coder said, well, I think that's horseshit, but if I was in your shoes, I'd probably be saying the same thing. You can imagine in my job, I meet all kinds of people. There are people that have Saturdays with their girlfriends and Sundays with their wives. I don't care if there's somebody else in your relationship. If there is, I mean, it can stay between us. He even asked if he thought Shanann might be having an affair. And Chris said, I don't think so. Coder was like, okay, now let's talk about you. On your end, I gotta ask, what's her name? Very obvious by this point, Chris was really getting nervous, and he was starting to answer his questions in a very noticeable stutter. He said, I don't have another one. Coder just looked at him, stone cold, not moving a muscle, and said, are you sure? Chris said, I'm sure. Coder's still staring at him like, and then he said, okay, would you tell me if you did? Chris being really fidgety, moving his hands around, looking at him, he's like, yes. Coder then started noticing and noting to Chris that he had noticed it. What really good physical shape Chris was in, that he was really fit and ripped up and just an all-out, muscled up, good-looking guy. And that usually happens when people starts having an affair. So tell me about it, Chris. Chris was like, I did not cheat on my wife. Coder's like, okay. Thrive helped me, Chris blurted out. I went from like 235 pounds, and Coder butted in and he's like, you were 235 pounds? Chris was like, I was 245 pounds. Coder's like, geez, good for you, man. Thank you, and I'm 185 now, and I've been eating cleaner. Thrive's helped me a lot. Coder's looking at him, and he's kind of making these faces like, okay. And he goes, well, I've got to imagine, was there a girl that inspired that? And Chris said, no. And Coder goes, why did you fall out of love with Shanann? Chris said, well, I was like walking on eggshells. I mean, felt like I was always doing something wrong. And the timing just wasn't right for me. If you can't be yourself around your wife, who can you be? Coder said, okay, whatever. I've got to tell you, though, that sounds like a load of horse shit to me. What about the girls? Bella and Celeste are like the lights of my life. I would do anything for those girls, Chris told him. I'd step in front of a bullet for those girls. Going into the third hour of this interview, Coder asked Chris, said, how can you walk out of this interview room without looking guilty to me? Chris just replied, well, you have to trust me. Just seeing these pictures, I need them. I want them to just run through that front door and just knock me in the floor. Bust my head open. I don't care. The amount of love I have for my family is exponential, and it's never going to die. And I want them back. Coder just sitting there in silence, looking at Chris as he talked, and Coder looked very, very unimpressed. He finally said, "All right, let's have that hard conversation, Chris." Then he took the photo that was laying in front of him now, and he pushed it right back in front of Chris and said, "So, can we talk about the two Chris's?" Chris's face just looked odd, and he said, "Two Chris's?" Coder said, "Yeah, the tale of two Chris's, okay? And you need to help me know which Chris I'm looking at today, and which Chris you really are." So Chris number one is right here, right? And fell out of love with his wife. So he started wondering what it might be like if he didn't have a wife and the girls to take care of. Coder also hypothetically said that he thinks that the one Chris loved being alone while his wife and kids were in North Carolina and wanted out of the marriage. He's even looking at a bachelor pad and did something terrible to his wife and kids. Chris all of a sudden got like in a real defense mode, and he said, "That's not the Chris you're looking at right now. The Chris you're looking at is the Chris that loves his wife, loves his kids, and would never ever do anything to harm them." Coder said, "Well, why did somebody else have to call 911 instead of you? And why did you call the Primrose School and tell them that your daughters would not be going back?" See, we're back to this tale of two Chris's, Chris. Chris looking super nervous now. Super worried, says, "I care, I promise." Coder was like, "Well, nothing you've told me tonight makes sense. Nothing you've told me tonight even feels like the truth. I think that there's something that happened that got maybe a little bit out of control. What do you think should happen when the person is found that did something to your wife and daughters?" Chris said, "Well, life in prison would be the best. That's what I think. There are two kids involved." Coder said, "Well, what if he hurt them?" Chris said, "The death penalty." It was already 10:30 p.m., so Coder just said, "Well, why don't we just break for tonight?" He also told Chris not to go back to his house because it was being searched again. "But I want to talk to you again tomorrow. I want you to get a good night's sleep and a good breakfast and a good workout, whatever your morning routine is." Chris said, "Well, my dad's flying in the morning at about 8 or 9 from North Carolina." And he said, "Okay, go ahead and go pick your dad up. But then after you pick him up, y'all go ahead and come back here to the Frederick Police Department and be here around 11 a.m. I would love me and you as a team to talk together tomorrow, to do a polygraph, and to just so I can get past me wondering which Chris I'm talking to. I just want to get it behind us, and our talks will be a lot more comfortable than they were tonight." And then Coder got Chris's cell phone and took it out of the room to go extract all the data off of it. He also told him that he had done a really good job tonight, and he told him, "Let's just get everything out of the way, so that way we can just send you on your way, and we can be back to the old Chris, the good Chris." And just a bit after 11 p.m., Chris walked out of the Frederick Police Department. And just before he left, he added Graham Coder in his phone to his list of contacts. Nick and Amanda Thayer had actually arrived 4 hours earlier when Chris walked out of the police department at 11 p.m. They were still waiting outside on Chris. And Chris followed them back to their house, and that's where he spent the night. Chapter 33. The Polygraph. On Wednesday, August the 15th, 2018, at 6 a.m., lead detective Dave Baumhofer and Steve Walju met with Special Matt Saylor and crime scene analyst Dave Yoakum at 2825 Saratoga Trail, the White's home, to complete a forensic search of the home. All night the night before, a Frederick police officer had spent the night in an undercover car just up the road from the Watts residence, keeping watch on the home. Before they could go inside the home, they had to actually call Chris and get the security code to the front door to get into the home. The very first thing that was done after they entered the home is Officer Dwight Yoakum into every room of the home and took photographs. Then they proceeded to spray luminol in each of the bedrooms, the bathrooms, the stairs, the garage, and the entryway into the home from the garage. They were using the luminol to test and look for any traces possible of blood in these areas. And there was no trace of blood found in any of the areas that they did spray with the luminol. They all talked amongst themselves about how neat and orderly and organized the home and the family were. So much so, and it stood out so much to Agent Saylor that he even mentioned it in his report. It was even said that it was so neat and organized that it almost looked like to the points of being obsessive, especially with toddlers being there, for everything to be that neat and just really stood out to them. He went on to write that even the items in the kitchen cabinets were so neat and written where they were supposed to be in their certain places. He said he even noted that the clothing in the closets were even arranged by clothing type and color. Well, knowing that Chris did the laundry, then that says pretty much that Chris just as OCD and obsessive with his organization as Shanann was. Another thing that he noted was both of the girls' beds were now made perfectly, and during their previous searches, the beds had not been made. And the master bedroom's pillowcases and top sheet were in a trash can in the kitchen, but the matching fitted sheet to the top sheet in the kitchen trash was missing from the home. The bed sheet and pillowcase had a dark substance on it. It just seemed to be smeared onto it. These items being in the trash can with this dark substance on them was very alarming and very concerning. Also, it was during this time that the officers did seize computers, iPad, Apple Watches, and an Amazon Echo. Each of these items that were seized were logged into evidence. And the book that Shanann had sent Hold Me Tight, that she had truly hoped this book would help to save her marriage, when she sent it to him, it was found dumped into the recycle bin, still in its original packaging box. It had never been opened. Also that morning, Shanann and the girls being missing made the front page in every newspaper and tabloid across the whole country. And millions saw Chris's interview on the NBC's Today Show that morning. This was also the day that Denver did a special interview with an old-time high school friend of Shanann's named Lauren Arnold. Lauren said Shanann is the type of person that lives her life on a schedule, and she does not and will not deviate away from her schedule. And a dead cell phone for Shanann just is not even an option to consider. She always has her communication with her at all times. It was also on this morning at 8 a.m. that Tammy Lee received a phone call from Anadarko. They informed Tammy Lee that after looking at Chris's work email, they did see that he was very possibly having an affair with another worker at Anadarko. When asked who the other co-worker was, Anadarko told Tammy Lee she was 30 years old and her name was Nichole. Nikki. They both worked out of the Anadarko office in Platteville, Colorado, and Nichole had worked there since June 28. The security department forwarded those emails to Tammy Lee. Tammy immediately ordered a full workup and search on Nichole Kessinger. It was right around the exact same time that Anadarko called Tammy Lee that Nichole Kessinger called the Weld County Sheriff's Department. She told them that she had some important information on the Shanann Watts case. Within just a few minutes, this information about Nikki Kessinger calling the Weld County Sheriff's Office was handed over to Detective Baumover. Baumover immediately, within minutes after Nichole calling them, he called her immediately back. She told Detective Baumover that she had been in a relationship with Chris Watts, and she said she would be very cooperative with anything they needed of her. Just a little bit after 9 a.m., Special Agent Kevin Kovac texted Chris Watts. His text actually said, "Chris, go ahead and swing by the police department when you get the chance. We'll make a game plan for today." And then, in just a couple of minutes, Chris called him back. He said he had just picked his dad up from the airport, but he would stop by the police department on his way back. On their way to the police department, it is said that Chris and his dad barely mentioned anything to each other about Shanann and the girls missing. Later, Chris said that on their way back, him and his dad, that his dad just wanted to talk about sports. That anytime his dad was worried, that's what he would do. He would just start talking about sports. And he's just always been the kind that would distance himself from any kind of problem or anything. And when he said, "Do you know where they're at?" I just told him no. And then at 11 a.m., Chris and Ronnie Watts walked into the Frederick police station. Coder met them in the lobby. Chris was still wearing the North Carolina Tar Heels t-shirt, and he looked pretty relaxed. He was still wearing the black basketball-type shorts and flip-flops, the same things he was wearing at the interviews of the day before at his home. Ronnie just remained in the hallway when they escorted Chris into the exact same interview room that they had had him in the night before. Tammy Lee was already in the room waiting on Chris. She would be the one that would perform the polygraph on him. Tammy was dressed, casually. She was not in no kind of law enforcement attire or anything of the sort. She just was dressed casually, which would make Chris feel more talking to her. As Chris and Ronnie walked in, Coder was like, "Hey, Chris, how are you? Are you ready to knock out this polygraph?" Chris said, "Yeah." He said it so nonchalantly with a little smile, like he didn't have one care or worry in the whole world about doing it. He was ready to go ahead and take it. Nothing to worry about. Coder went ahead and introduced Chris to Tammy and asked Chris, did he meet her yesterday? And Chris said, "No, you're the only one I talked to or met yesterday here." Chris reached to shake Tammy's hand, and she shook his hand, and she said, "Hi, Chris, how are you?" Coder was going to excuse himself so Tammy and Chris could talk, and he explained to Chris that he was going to go out and speak to his dad a minute and let him know that if he wanted to leave or just go back to Chris's house and wait, because the polygraph may take a little while and he may not want to stay there at the police department in the hallway that long. And Chris was like, "Yeah, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be here. I don't know if it'll be an hour or like 4 hours." And Coder just told Chris, said, "Yeah, well, between your dad and me, we'll figure out, where and how he needs to go." Chris's biggest concern at that point was that he remembered from the night before that that particular interview room had no cell phone signal. And that was one of the things that was really bothering him, and he wasn't real pleased about being in that interview room, is because his phone could get no signal in that room. He told Tammy that he had been receiving lots of requests for TV, like The Morning Show and Good Morning America and random other news broadcast shows on national TV. Agent Coder just said, "Don't worry about that. You can do all that and talk to them and do these interviews after your polygraph." But then he was like, while you're doing this, you are going to be okay with ignoring your phone and everything during the polygraph, right? Chris was just like, yeah, right. Coder said, "Okay, let's just get this out of the way then. Why don't we go ahead right now and put a hold on your phone, a hold about you texting people or anything like that until after this polygraph is over. Let's just focus on this polygraph right now. Let's just get this polygraph knocked out and then we'll talk." At that point, Coder just left the interview room Chris and Tammy was in, and he shut the door behind himself, which that door in the interview room, as well as the other interview rooms, they automatically locked from the inside when shut. Tammy had Chris sit down across from her at the table, and she had her polygraph and laptop thing setting up in front of her. Trying to ease her way into and make him comfortable, she said, "So how are you feeling today, Chris?" Chris said, "Well, I'm sick to my stomach, honestly, because at first I thought she was just like somewhere. But now, yesterday, with all the activity and things going on at my house, my mind went to thinking it could be something extreme. To the extreme, like maybe somebody has her or she's in trouble and the kids are not safe." Tammy just went into her reply by telling him in the beginning, "Well, it's totally awesome that you agreed to come and do this polygraph." She explained to Chris that she had worked on a murder case of Jessica Ridgway that happened back in 2012. This girl was from Westminster, Colorado, and she was 10 years old. And this little girl had been found strangled, and dismembered. Tammy had actually given the 17-year-old named Austin Christ his polygraph test in that murder, which also resulted in him confessing to the little girl's kidnapping and murder, to which he is now serving a life sentence for. And she told him, she said, so they asked me if I would just be willing to come in here and talk to you, and hopefully we can just get you cleared up and on your way. So then we don't have to keep focusing on Chris. She went on to tell Chris that polygraphs can be very nerve-wracking to anyone, even someone who doesn't have anything to hide. But she also told him there was only 2 ways you would fail a polygraph test. She said the first way is if Chris failed to follow her instructions, and the second way would be if you choose to lie to me today. She said, as long as you tell me what the truth is today, you're going to have no problem with passing, okay? And Chris said, okay. Tammy then said, well, I hope you do know that if you did have anything to do with their disappearance, it would be very stupid of you to come in and take this polygraph today. Chris said, exactly. She reminded Chris that he did not have to talk to her, that he could get up and leave at any time he wanted to. And then she read him his Miranda rights. Chris said he totally understood that, and he went ahead and signed his advisement of his rights and the polygraph permission form. Tammy Lee started out by just asking Chris about his childhood, his relationship with his parents, and how he even met Shanann. Tammy noted that Chris was unusually talkative, and she noted that he spent more than 15 minutes just outlining his relationship with Shanann, about their marriage, and about the births of the girls, Bella and Cece. Tammy then just asked Chris, she said, well, what happened at the end of June with your wife going away to North Carolina to spend 6 weeks on a vacation? Chris said, well, I was just here, working out, taking care of things here, going running, keeping the house up. He then started talking about the week that he went down and met with Shanann and the girls, and the week he spent with them in North Carolina. However, when he was talking about his week in North Carolina, he never mentioned one word at that point about Nutgate or having any problems with Shanann. Chris said it was really just an awesome trip, just watching the girls and the way they reacted to the ocean for the first time. And Bella and Celeste just loved it. And then he just started talking about the events again that happened early Monday morning, and about him telling Shanann that he wanted a separation. He said it was obviously a very emotional conversation, and they were both crying, and he said afterwards, when he was fixing to go to work, Shanann told him that she was just going to take the kids to a friend's house, and that she would just be back later. And then once kind of started acting a little nervous, and he started explaining what had been happening since Shanann and the girls had went missing. But once again, everything Chris was saying lacked any emotions whatsoever. What was noticed about his talk was that it seemed very rehearsed, and it seemed very much full of self-pity. He said, I didn't want to be alone, and my friends were supporting me. I just want to find them. Wherever they are, I hope they're safe. Because just being in that house and not being able to tuck them in is just heart-wrenching. It's earth-shattering because those are my kids. It's a nightmare right now. At this point, Tammy Lee knew all about Nichole Kessinger, knew all about Chris's affair, his girlfriend, but Chris had no clue she did know this. So she asked Chris, well, when you told your wife that you wanted a separation, did she maybe accuse you of having an affair or anything like that? Tammy said, I think it would be like a normal wife's reaction to think that. So who is it? Who is she? Chris said, yeah, that kind of did come up. But I told her, no, I'm not having an affair. That's really the last thing that should be on your mind. Tammy just looked at him. She knew he was lying. And she just said, oh, you're a solid guy. And Chris said, yeah, I'm not the type of guy that's just going to say, all right, my wife's gone. Who's the girl I can find for 5 weeks? No, that's not me. I respect my wife, and she respects me. While Chris was talking and preparing for his polygraph with Agent Lee, In the very next room, they had Ronnie Watts in there with another FBI agent, Mark, and they were questioning Ronnie at the same time. And in that room, Ronnie was telling that agent how his wife had had a blowout with Shanann over Nichole the last time that he had seen her. Ronnie actually explained Shanann as being very controlling, narcissistic, and possibly even bipolar, saying that Shanann's actually the cause of most of the issues with his son. Mark noted in his report that he felt like Ronnie had no clue where his daughter-in-law and grandkids were. He noticed that Ronnie was very cooperative and very open to any future contact if they may need him, and vice versa. As the fourth hour of the interview was approaching, at 1:50 p.m., Tammy Lee began preparing Chris for the polygraph. She told Chris that obviously he's had a lot of time to think about this, not even to mention the time that he had just spent talking to her about it. And she asked Chris, she said, "What are you thinking right now as far as what happened?" He said, "Well, the first day I thought, she just went somewhere, she was at a friend's house and maybe she was just decompressing. But now I feel she's not safe. Or maybe she's in trouble, or maybe somebody's hurt her and the kids and we can't find them." And Tammy said, "Okay, Chris, so if I ask you on this polygraph, if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance, can you pass that question?" Chris immediately replied, "Yes." Tammy was like, "Okay, what do you think I mean when I ask you if you physically caused your wife's disappearance?" Chris said, "Well, I feel like you're asking me if I had anything to do with it myself, or did I help somebody do it? And I had no part in any of that." And then Tammy Lee took it up a level and she said, "How would you think you could make somebody disappear?" Well, the very first thought that came to Chris's mind, and he said, "Hire a hitman." Tammy said, "That's what I want, Chris. I want you to go through all of these scenarios in your head, because I want you, under no uncertain terms, to know exactly what I mean when I ask you, did you have anything to do or know anything about her disappearance?" So that said, what would be your answer to how could you physically make someone disappear through murder? Chris said, "Well, you could stab someone, right? Stab someone, shoot someone, hit them with a blunt object, or you could use a weapon like a gun or a knife." Tammy kind of butted in the middle of Chris and said, "And you could smother someone." Chris looked kind of nervous and said, "Yeah, you could smother someone." Tammy just watched Chris and she said, "You could strangle someone also, right?" When she asked this, she never took her eyes off of Chris. She looked him straight in the eye. Chris said, "Yeah, you can." And then Chris kind of looked away from her gaze and he said, "It's just hard to think about that kind of stuff right now." Tammy asked him, "Are you going to have any kind of problem on the test? I ask you the question, if you caused your wife and daughter's disappearance." Chris's reply was, "I can definitely pass." And Tammy said, "Well, when I ask you if you physically caused your wife and daughter's disappearance, what are you going to say?" And Chris said, "My answer is going to be no." At that point, Tammy Lee told Chris all 3 questions that she would be asking him in the polygraph, giving him plenty of leeway so he would know exactly what he was going to be asked before he was even asked it once he got hooked up to the machine. At this point, Chris could have got up and walked out had he thought he could not pass this test. However, Chris remained very calm and he said, "Yeah, no." She said, "The 3 questions I'm going to ask you is, did you cause Shanann's disappearance? When is the last time you saw Shanann? And finally, do you know where she is now?" She said, "I'm going to ask you about Shanann, and I think we can all just assume that wherever she's at, that's where the girls are at as well." Chris said, "Yeah." And again, Tammy told him So I've just told you every single question that I will be asking you on the test. How are you going to answer them? Chris said, okay, well, I guess you kind of have to expect the worst and hope for the best. Tammy said, well, if we do end up finding your wife and your 2 little girls have been murdered, what do you think should happen to that person who would have done that to them? Chris replied with saying, well, the worst possible thing, either life in prison or the death penalty, isn't it? That's the only 2 things you can really do, isn't it? And then Tammy Lee said, well, okay, I'm going to take a bathroom break, and when I return, we will get started on your test. Tammy actually done this to give Chris time to contemplate and think about the test that he was about to take. Maybe even give him the opportunity to walk out and not take the test if he had any thought in his mind whatsoever that for some reason he may not pass. Around 2 p.m., 2 CBI agents, Matt Saylor and Greg Zentler, met up with Chris Watts' boss, Luke Apple, in Hudson, Colorado at the Love's truck stop. They actually had to follow him down some back roads that was just full of like sage, desolate roads, going to the Serby 319 ranch. Luke actually was trying to explain what the layout of the Serby 319 site was. It had a wellhead, a separator, and there was 3 storage tanks, and they were mounted like on a gravel path. Luke explained to them that after the oil, gas, and water was all separated, the gas is then pumped to another location, and the mixture of the oil and water remains stored in the 2 holding tanks. Each of these tanks has a capacity of 400 barrels. And after separating inside the barrels, the water that is actually fed into a smaller holding well, leaving only the oil in the 2 bigger tanks. A drone had actually been launched to take some aerial photographs of the entire area before they began a systematic search of the south side of the well tanks. It wasn't long at all before they zeroed in on a sheet that was laying on the ground. The sheet appeared to be tucked in some brush. Matt Saylor and another officer walked over where the brush was, where it appeared to be a sheet tucked away under it. And then they spotted a rectangular piece of ground that looked like it had just recently been dug. They walked over to the sheet, and both the agent and the officer immediately noticed that the sheet had the exact same pattern as the one they had found at the Watts home in the trash only a few hours earlier. They also noticed on the sheet there was a distinct dirt stain ground in it that looked like the sheet had been dragged along the ground. And also near the sheet, in the brush, they found 2 black garbage bags. The black garbage bags had red drawstrings. Agent Saylor asked for the sheets that was in the Watts' trash can to have photos taken of them immediately and email them to him immediately. Looking at the photos in the email he received, the 2 sheets were an absolute perfect match. And then, at 2:23 p.m., at the Frederick Police Department, Tammy Lee started hooking up Chris to the machine, to the polygraph test that she was fixing to administer on him. The first thing she had Chris to do was to stand up and place a motion sensor mat in the chair and for him to sit on it. She also instructed Chris that he had to sit completely still during the test. Next, she attached pneumograph tubes to his belly, his chest, and under his armpits, and those were to measure his respiratory rate. At that point, she then wrapped a blood pressure cuff around his right calf, and that was to measure his blood flow rate going through his body. And then finally, she attached the electrodermal activity, EDA plates, to 2 of his fingers, and these were to measure his body's electrical activity. She started the polygraph test with a test known as the direct lie test, where she wanted him to deliberately tell her a lie. She held up a piece of paper and it had the numbers 1, 2, 4, and 5 written on it. She asked him to write in the number 3 himself. And then she told him that she was going to be asking him if he had written all the numbers. But he needs to actually lie when she asked him if he had written the number 3. She told him because she knew, and he knew, that he had really written the number 3 himself. But she wanted him to say, no, he did not write the number 3. Basically, I want you to lie to me, okay? Chris said, okay. So Tammy made him practice several times with him lying about writing the number 3, but not about the other numbers. And then finally she repeated it. But this time, he was under the test. And she reminded him, you do have to remain completely still. No coughing, sneezing, belching, anything. Absolutely still. All you can do is breathe. Chris sort of acted kind of nervous, and he says, okay. At that point, she went ahead and inflated the blood pressure cuff that was around his calf and started the direct lie test. And this is one test that Chris did pass with flying colors. Tammy even told him, that was awesome, Chris. You are obviously a very, very bad liar. She went on to explain to him that when he lied about that number 3, that the reaction on her laptop went completely off the charts. She told him, I don't know if you heard me clicking, but it was so obvious I actually had to turn down the sensitivity on it because it was actually starting to go off the page. And that is what I need to see as a polygrapher, because that tells me that you know that it is wrong to tell a lie. Chris, just sitting there listening to her, was kind of like, okay, At this point, Chris was looking very, very uncomfortable. Tammy said, no, that's a good thing. We don't want to be good liars. So thank you for being a horrible liar. She said it showed that when she asked him significant questions about Shanann and the girls, it was going to be even 10 times more amplified if he didn't tell the truth. And she went on to say, but the coolest thing about this is right now, there's only one person in this room that knows what the truth is. And in about 5 minutes, there's going to be 2 of us that knows what the truth is. At 2:52 p.m., she began the actual polygraph test. She told him that she was going to be asking him the same questions 3 times. Stay still. The test is about to begin. Do you understand that I am only going to be asking you the questions we have already discussed? Chris said, yes, let's do it. Tammy began. She said, regarding Shanann's disappearance, do you intend to answer all of my questions truthfully? Chris said, yes. Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance? No. Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann? No. Do you know where Shanann is now? No. Tammy told him this part of the test is now complete, as she was taking the polygraph instruments out of installation. She told Chris, you can relax. How do you feel? Chris said, horrible. Nervous. Tammy asked him the same questions 2 more times before she removed the instruments from Chris's body. After that, she left Chris alone in the interview room while she went to grade his results. 30 minutes later, Tammy returned to the room, just briefly, just long enough to collect the rest of her equipment. She told Chris that she would be back very soon and they could have a chat, but with her she was bringing Graham Coder. She asked Chris if he would like to have some crackers, water, or maybe a Mountain Dew. Sounded kind of nervous. Chris said, no, I'm fine right now. Chris asked Tammy, can I turn on my cell phone? Tammy said, sure, that's fine. Chris explained away him wanting to turn on his phone being because Shanann's mom had already called him 5 or 6 times. And I think she's called the detective quite a few times too. And then he just held up his cell phone and showed Tammy his favorite picture of Bella and Celeste. Tammy said, oh my God, they are adorable. Tammy herself is a mother of 3 children. So seeing the photo of the girls really hit her right in the heart. Tammy told Chris, she said, wow, they're really bigger than I thought they were. She said, I think I seen a picture of them on the news. Chris said, yeah, that was this year, he said very proudly. During Chris's polygraph, there was also a press conference being held out on the street by the Frederick Police Department about the missing mother and 2 daughters, Shanann Watts and the 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste. He said in the press release that after visiting the home, after the initial call, the police department began the search for the missing persons. Sergeant Albert also told the reporters that they had asked for assistance from the CBI and the FBI, who were also helping in the search. He explained that the Frederick Police Department was not equipped to handle a case of this sort of magnitude alone, so the assistance he had to call in was very appreciated. He said there is a lot at stake here, and we are exploring all avenues so we don't have to rule anything out. He also asked the public's help to find Shanann and the girls, saying that officers will continue to hand out more flyers and they will be setting up checkpoints as well in all the areas. He said the hearts of this agency goes out to the family and friends of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. And rest assured that we are working around the clock on this case. And we will not stop or rest until we do have the answers that we're looking for. Chapter 34. A Lifeline. On August the 15th at 4 p.m., Tammy Lee and Graham Coder returned to the interview room where Chris was sitting, waiting for them. At this point, Tammy had already gotten the results and graded Chris's polygraph test, and it showed that Chris had failed this polygraph test horribly. Tammy Lee actually said, when grading the polygraph test, someone that is considered telling the truth would be graded with a result of 2 or higher. And if it was shown that they were being deceptive on the test, their score would be a -4 or below. A -4 is very, very bad. A -4 would show that they were pretty much the majority of everything they said was a lie. They may throw some truth in here and there, but the biggest part would be lie. Chris Watts actually scored a -18. When Tammy Lee and Coder entered the interview room, while he was waiting for them, was watching videos on his phone of Bella and Cece laughing and playing and having fun together. Tammy told Chris, she said, well, I brought Graham in here with me because we both want to talk to you about the results of your test. Chris was like, okay. Coder, at this point, pushed a large printed photo of Bella and Cece across the table and placed it right in front of Chris. Tammy Lee and Coder took their seats on opposite sides of the table, sat down, and faced Chris. Chris was just sitting there looking at them, looking down at the photo, and he had his arms very tightly folded and crossed in front of him. He knew this wasn't going to be good. He already knew it. You could tell just from the way he was holding his stance and looking at them. Tammy looked at Chris and said, well, it is completely clear to us that you were not honest during the test. And I think you already knew that. You did not pass the polygraph test. In a very nonchalant, matter-of-fact tone of voice, Chris said, okay. Tammy said, okay. So now we need to talk about what actually happened. And I feel like you're probably ready to go ahead and do that. Chris kind of started being a little more uncomfortable, and he kind of stuttered it out, and he said, I didn't lie to you on that polygraph. I promise I didn't lie to you. At that point, Agent Coder hadn't said one word. He was just staring Chris in the eye. And then when Chris said, I didn't lie to you, I promise, Coder spoke up at that point and said, Chris, stop. It's time. Chris kind of mumbled, and he said, I'm not. Coder just shook his head, continued his gaze on Chris, and said, just stop for a moment, Chris. I want you to take a deep breath right now. Tammy went on to tell him that the reason he was feeling sick to his stomach is because he hasn't told the truth. She explained to him that if he would tell the truth, he would feel a lot better. She told him, she said, we're not here to play games, Chris. We just want to know what happened. So you can start from the beginning and tell us. At that point, Chris started acting almost desperate and childlike, and he continued to tell them, I'm not lying, I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. Almost like a child would act if they're getting called out for something that you know they did, yet they're denying it. This is the very demeanor that Chris was putting out to these detectives. Tammy said, Chris, it's not even an option right now. You did not pass the polygraph. Again, very childlike, he said, I know. Tammy went on to say, so Chris, I know you're being deceptive. The issue right now is what happened to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. And I know you want to tell us, Chris. I can see it in your face. I know you want to tell us. This is where the rubber meets the road, Chris. He then jumped out and said, I'm not trying to cover things up, and I do not know that they're not coming back home. Coder finally started to speak up. He seen that Chris was going to continue with his childlike, I didn't do this and I didn't do that with Tammy, so he decided to jump in and take over the interview at that point. He started out by telling Chris that they knew a lot more than he realized that they even knew. Coder said, here's where I'm confused. You're this great guy, and I'm not just telling you this. Everyone tells us that, okay? We actually can't find anyone to say anything bad about you, Chris. All we've heard is, Chris is a great guy. Chris is a good father. He's a great man. Where we're confused is why you're not taking care of your beautiful children. Chris jumped in and said, I don't know where they're at. If I could have my babies back home right now, I would. I want everybody back, and that's the God's honest truth. At that point, for the next couple of minutes, neither of the agents said one word to Chris or even replied to him. They just stared at him, making him as uncomfortable as possible. Chris just continued to fidget and look down at the table. Right in front of him, every time he looked down, was the large printed photo of Bella and Cece. And the only sound in the room was the sound of the clock ticking on the wall. After a long couple of minutes of deafening silence, Coder finally broke it. He said, we just cannot figure out why there are the two Chris's, like we talked about last night. Chris's voice this time had gotten weaker, and they picked up on that quickly. But the only thing he said in response to the two Chris's was a little meek yes. Coder said, I know there's the one Chris that could pack a bag for his daughter, and he would know exactly what to put in that bag, including diapers if they had an accident. And that is the Chris that read books to his daughters at night and would tuck them in at night for bed after their nighttime bedtime snack. And it warms my heart that you're that kind of dad. I know you loved them, and you're not faking that, are you? I know it's real with you. There's a lot of guys that come in here and tell me the same thing, and I know they're lying. But Chris, I know you're that dad. You're that dad that loves your children. But you're in here today, and you're lying about something else. So we need to talk about that, okay? And just straight out of the blue, straight off topic, out of context, Chris looked up at Coder, threw his hands up and said, I cheated on her. Coder showed no shock, no emotion whatsoever. He just looked Chris in the eye and casually said, I know, and this is good. So keep going. Chris looked at Coder, and he was like surprised that Coder didn't give no sort of shock or wow factor whatsoever to what he had just said. The only reply Chris could come back with was, I'm not proud of it. I didn't think anything like that could happen. I didn't think I would ever do it, but I did. He went on to say that when Shanann accused him of cheating on her, that he did admit it to her. And Chris said, I feel horrible for it. She was pregnant, and it was just, I didn't hurt her. I cheated on her. I hurt her emotionally. That's what I've been holding back. Then he went on to tell Lee and Coder that he had had dinner with his girlfriend last Saturday night. He also went on to tell them that he was with his girlfriend most all of the time when Shanann and the girls were in North Carolina. Agent Coder still wasn't giving him any sort of shock look or wow factor look. He just said, keep going. You're doing a good job. This is the Chris that I knew would come out today. This is the Chris who tells the truth because you're a truth teller. Chris told Coder, he said, I fell out of love just because I fell in love with her. I mean, that's the God's honest truth. Coder said, who is her? Chris at that point sounded almost defensive. He had a look on his face like a deer caught in headlights, and he says, I don't want to get her involved in this. I don't want to ruin her life with something like this. Coder said, Chris, we know all about your relationship with Nikki Kessinger. Chris just kind of dropped his head and he says, she's a wonderful person. I saw her and she took my breath away. I never felt that way about anybody in my lifetime. Trying to give Chris a little bit of reassurance, Coder said, Chris, that's not your fault, man. That's something that happens. At that point, Coder decided to change tactics. He was going to try something else to get Chris to tell the truth. His actual plan was he was going to try and flatter Chris because he could tell by now that Chris liked to be talked up and looked at as being the good guy, the good dad, the perfect father, the perfect husband. From the interview that he had with Chris the night before, and then what he had observed today as well, he's seen that Chris was very narcissistic in that way. He liked to be looked at as the good guy. So he decided to use a tactic that would make Chris appear to be the good guy again, the hero in a sense, and make Shanann look like the villain. He had already seen the text. He had already talked to people, heard the interviews, so he already knew that Shanann was a sort of a controlling person. He already knew that Shanann pretty much wore the pants in the family. So he decided on a different tactic. Chris, the hero, Shanann, the villain. He started out by saying, this should have been the happiest time in y'all's marriage, Chris. You guys were thriving. You were productive. And I believe that Shanann is the reason none of that could continue happening. I believe that she is a very controlling person. Maybe doesn't listen to you as much as she should. I think she can do whatever she wants, and you can't, okay? Coder went on to say, and another thing I think is interesting is that even though she is that type of person that's controlling and doesn't listen and does what she wants, and here you are defending her, because it's your call, right, Chris? You want to take care of the people that you love. You could tell Chris was kind of buying into this because he was like, I'll do whatever I can to help. So at that point, you could tell that he was buying into this tactic, giving him the flattery and making him the hero and someone else the villain worked. Chris went on to say, but I don't know where they're at. Coder said, Chris, right now your dad is outside. He flew across the country just to help you. Chris just said, I know. Coder with a little rougher voice said, you're lying to him. Chris, I'm not lying to him. You lied to everyone you've talked to, and they all bought it, Chris. Will you please help us find your babies? Chris still wasn't talking. At that point, Tammy Lee and Coder both started asking Chris questions about what had happened when Shanann got home early that Monday morning. But still, Chris refused to give even an inch of truth to them. Coder said, look, Chris, can you understand that this just does not make sense? How does it make any sense that a woman and 2 kids are just completely gone off the face of the earth? Chris said, I promise you, I did nothing to my wife or those kids to make them vanish. Tammy taking all this in and knew Coder's tactic that he was putting out there. They had discussed the tactics that they were going to use with Chris before they went in to speak with him. So Tammy was taking in everything Coder said, and now she decided to take over the conversation. She was actually going to use the same tactic that Coder was working on, but she had another plan to use that tactic with. She said, was it an accident? And Chris said, there was no accident. If there was an accident in the house, I wasn't there for it. One of the things that Tammy had really observed about Chris is in his interviews, he had told several people, news reporters, her, officers, that him and Shanann both had shed tears during their emotional conversation. So what was standing out to Tammy is for the last 2 days that he had been interviewed at the police department, he had never shed one tear. Not one. And she confronted Chris with that. She asked him, how is it that he was crying, having an emotional conversation, but now that they're missing and no one knows where they're at, for 2 days, she hasn't saw one tear whatsoever. And help me understand that, Chris, because I don't get it. I mean, these are your baby girls. Chris said, I know. Tammy said, look, I'll lose my 4-year-old in a store for 10 seconds, and I'll start to panic. And I have not seen that from you at all. It's weird, and it doesn't make sense to me. While Tammy was talking, you could tell that Chris was getting nervous. He was getting more fidgety and moving around more, and he had actually started to break a little sweat. Finally, he said, okay, I love those girls to death. Just because I haven't shed a tear. Tammy said, then show us that. Show us that, Chris. Chris said, I am that Chris. Tammy said, no, not this Chris. Chris jumped in and said, I'm not showing you that Chris. I'm showing you the Chris that cares about his girls and his wife. And just because I haven't shed a tear should not tell you that my love for them isn't there. Tammy stared Chris straight in the eye, and she said, Chris, did Shanann do something to them? Chris said, I don't know. Tammy said, I'm serious, Chris. He said, I have no clue. Did Shanann do something to them? And then, did you feel like you had to do something to Shanann? Chris said, no, they were in the house when I left. Tammy said, the only way they could have left that house, Chris, was in your truck. Coder spoke up and said, did Shanann do something? Chris said, I don't think she did anything to those kids. We both love them with all of our hearts. There's no way she would not have done anything to the kids. And then Tammy started talking about things like maybe something happened to Bella and Celeste, and Shanann just left, so you would have to deal with everything. Like you would have to clean it up for Shanann, Chris. Coder jumped in and said he knew exactly what Tammy was doing when she started that line of questioning. Coder knew exactly the tactic she was going to now, and so he jumped in to help as well. Tammy pointed to Bella and Celeste's photo that was laying right in front of Chris, and she said, Chris, you've got to tell us. There's something that happened to these baby girls. Look at them. At this point, Chris was sounding very broken. He answered Tammy and said, I know. When you came in, I was watching videos of them. Tammy said, Chris, nobody doubts that you love your girls, but everyone makes mistakes. It's what we do with those mistakes that makes us who we are. At this point, Chris had already picked up on what they were saying, but in Chris's mind, he thought that's truly what they thought had happened, that Shanann had actually done something to the girls, and then she ran to leave all of the heat on Chris. Chris could have used all of that and thought, this is a great thought. I can use everything that they already think happened, and it can get me out of this predicament. Coder said, Chris, it seems like you're thinking about it right now. What are you thinking about, Chris? Chris just looking down at the table and spoke in disbelief, and he said, she couldn't have. Like he was running ideas through his head that he couldn't believe himself. Tammy said, I feel like you cleaned up for her, Chris. I feel that that's the kind of guy that you are. The two very seasoned agents knew that Chris was breaking, and they knew that at this point, the wheels was really turning in his head. They knew that this tactic worked. Coder jumped in and said, Chris, this is a weight that is going to be on you for the rest of your life. This is going to follow you forever. And I promise you, when you start talking to us, you will feel better. Coder went on to pressure him about talking and how it would make him feel better. So he continued on with saying, I know it made you feel better, Chris, just getting the Nikki thing off of your chest. Hearing Nikki's name really jumped Chris's attention. He looked up and he said, don't involve her in the news or nothing like that. In an almost pleading voice, he went on to say, she can't do that. Tammy said, Chris, we are giving you a lifeline right now. You need to take it. You need to just reach out and take it. She went on to tell Chris that she believed that Shanann had did something to the girls, but that Chris was trying to protect her. Chris said, I did not do anything. I did not do anything to those kids. Then what did Shanann do to them? Tammy asked. Tammy said, chicks are crazy. Chris said, can I just talk to my dad? He flew across the country. Chris was asking in almost a begging voice if he could just talk to his dad. Chris then said, "Can I just go home with my dad for just a couple of hours? And then we will come back and finish this interview." Tammy said, "No, but we will bring Ronnie, your dad, in here and leave you two alone to talk." Tammy said, "Chris, he is your best friend." Coder said, "There's only one person you wanted here the most, and it's your dad, Chris. So what would you tell him, Chris?" Chris said, "I love him, and I just want him to be by my side." Coder said, "Yeah, he knows more than we do that you're a good man, and he knows that you want to protect your wife. I think he would tell you to do the right thing." At 4:43 p.m., Ronnie Watts, Chris's dad, entered into the interview room with Chris. Ronnie was wearing a polo shirt, light blue, with the words "Papa Ronnie" embroidered on it. At this point, Ronnie had been waiting for Chris in the lobby for almost 6 hours. Tammy Lee and Coder left the room and left Chris and his dad alone to talk. Ronnie said, "They had me back here forever, boy," as he was taking a seat to sit down next to Chris. "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" Chris said, "I failed a polygraph test. They're not going to let me go." Ronnie said, "Well, is there any reason they shouldn't let you go?" And Chris said, "Well, they know I had an affair. I came clean about that." Ronnie asked Chris if there was anything he wanted to tell him about Shanann and the girls. Chris said, "We had that conversation that morning, and you know it was emotional. I told her about the separation and everything like that." Ronnie said, "Yeah, well, what happened after that?" Chris said, "Well, I went downstairs and I don't want to protect her." Caught off guard, Ronnie said, "What?" And Chris said, "I don't want to protect her." And then Chris put his head in his hands and he just started shaking his head. "No, I don't want to protect her. But I don't know what else to say." Ronnie said, "What? What happened?" Chris said, "She hurt them." Ronnie had no clue what Chris was talking about, and he looked at him and he said, "She hurt them?" Chris said, "Yeah. And then I freaked out and hurt her." Ronnie said, "What now?" Chris said, "And I freaked out and hurt her." And Ronnie was like, "You hurt her? So she started hurting the kids? Talk to me, Chris. What happened?" Chris said, "She smothered them. They were smothered." Ronnie said, "They what?" Chris said, "She strangled them." Ronnie said, "She smothered them?" Chris said, "I didn't hear anything when I was downstairs, but when I went back up, they were gone. I don't know, like me talking to her about the separation and everything." Ronnie said, "What? And she lost it?" Chris said, "I freaked out, and I did the same thing to fucking her. Those were my kids." "Good God Almighty, son," said Ronnie, and he became very emotional. Chris said, "She freaked out over the separation and everything." Chris started trying to explain that after he had talked to Shanann, he went downstairs to get ready for work. And then he heard a little bit of commotion upstairs. Then he came upstairs and he found Shanann on top of Celeste. Ronnie said, "What? Choking her? Did she kill her?" Chris said, "They were blue." Ronnie said, "Both of them?" Chris said, "Yes." Ronnie said, "What? She choked both of them to death?" Chris said, "I freaked out and did the same thing to fucking her." Ronnie put his head in his hand and he said, "Oh my God, I don't know what to say." Chris said, "Like I didn't call the cops about it." Ronnie said, "So then what did you do? Haul the bodies off or something?" Chris said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to do. Shanann knew about the affair. And when I admitted it, she lost it. And she went and strangled Bella and Celeste." Ronnie said, "Why in the hell would she have hurt them babies?" Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Ronnie actually started to cry. He put his head in his hand and he said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. You know I love you, son, no matter what, but oh my God." At this point, Chris started to cry as well. And he said, "I know, but this is the last time I'm going to see the light of day again." Ronnie asked Chris if Agent Coder knew everything that he just told him. And Chris said, "No, I wanted to tell you first." Ronnie looked down, put his hand on his head, shook his head, and said, "She actually killed both of her kids? And you snapped and did the same thing to her in a fit of rage? Well, we're going to have to find a good lawyer and see what in the hell they can do. As soon as Ronnie said, we're going to have to find an attorney, Agent Lee and Coder was in the command center, and they had witnessed and watched everything that was said and done by Chris and his father from the command room. They immediately rushed into the room with Chris and his dad. Tammy started gently rubbing Chris's shoulder to try to comfort him. And then she asked Chris, "Are you okay?" Ronnie said, no, he's not. And he also took his hand and put it on Chris's shoulder. Tammy asked Chris to tell her what he had just told his dad. After a few seconds, Chris stopped crying, regained his composure, and he told Tammy that he had caught Shanann killing his girls. Now, adding a few more details than what he told his dad, he told Tammy Lee that after he heard the commotion downstairs, he ran to his room to look at the baby monitors. He said both of their covers were pulled off and she was just laying there. And he said he thought maybe Bella was just out, asleep. So he cycled the monitor over to Cece's room, and that's when he seen Shanann choking Cece, and he freaked out. He said he ran into Cece's room and jumped on top of Shanann. Tammy said, "What did you do?" Chris said, "Cece was blue. That was my babies. Those were my kids." Tammy said, "Well, what happened?" Chris said, "I did the same thing to her, right there in Cece's room." He told Tammy after he strangled Shanann in Cece's room, then he put Shanann back in their bed. Tammy said, "What happened next?" Chris said, "I didn't know what to do. I was shaking. Like both of my kids were blue. They were gone. I'm not that person. She hurt my kids. Fuck. I had to do the same thing to her." He told them that after he put Shanann back in their bed, that he pulled the sheets up over her because he couldn't stand looking at her. He said, "I felt horrible for what I did. And then to look at my kids and see what she did, I didn't know what to do." Tammy said, "So where are they now, Chris? We need to find your babies. You did the hard part. All you have left is to tell us where they're at. We can help you get them out of the cold." Chris said, "They're gone. They're gone. There is no bringing them back." Chapter 35. They're in the oil tank? Finally, after much questioning, denying, and interrogation, Chris finally broke, and he told Coder and Tammy Lee that the girls and Shanann were at his place of work, Serby. At that point, Tammy Lee and Coder left the room, and they went to set up a full search of Serby 319 oil well site. They left Chris and Ronnie together by themselves when they walked out to go set this search up. But they set everything up from the command room because they wanted to keep a close eye on Chris and Ronnie while they were in the interview room together, because they felt like Chris would be far more likely to confide in his dad than to them. When Tammy and Coder left the room and locked the door behind them, Ronnie told Chris, "Chris, I'm so sorry, son." Chris just put his head down and put his head into his hands and shook his head, and he said, "I don't know what the fuck to do. Mom always said she was an unstable person, but I never thought in a million years that could happen." His dad just very lightly said, "I'm so sorry, son, but we're going to get you a lawyer and see what they can do. She killed them both as they lay in their beds sleeping." And Chris said, "Yeah, I emotionally drove her to do something this stupid." Ronnie just listened to his son while he rubbed his back, and he said, "Well, no, that shouldn't trigger something that stupid. Chris, I'm sorry. Don't blame yourself for that. Call it a crime of passion. I don't know." Ronnie suggested to Chris that maybe they should go with the detectives out to Serby so that Chris could actually show them where the bodies were. Chris said, "Well, I could pretty much just walk right up to it and point at it." Ronnie just looked at him and he said, "What? Are they buried in something?" Chris said, "Shanann is." Ronnie said, "Well, what about the babies, Chris?" Looked at his dad and he said, "Well, that's what I feel horrible about. They're in a freaking oil tank." Ronnie looked at him and he said, "What? They're in the oil tank?" Chris said, "I didn't know what else to do. Please, God, forgive me. Not very far away, in Majestic Views Park, Nikki Kessinger and her father was meeting with FBI specialist Mark and Philip. She just started out the interview by saying, "So I met Chris at work. He told me that he did have 2 kids, but he was currently in a separation from his wife, and that it was becoming pretty finalized." She said on Monday afternoon, August the 13th, that Chris told her his family was gone and he didn't know where they were. And she said that she didn't think anything was wrong until the next day when they were still missing. She said, "And that is when I decided I was going to come and talk to you guys and let you know that I had been spending time with." She went on to make sure and let them know in detail that their friendship very intimate. She told him that Chris was really looking for a relationship with her, and he really, really wanted to be in a relationship with her, but she told Chris that she just wasn't comfortable being in a relationship with him while he was still in the midst of a divorce. The agent asked Nichole, "Well, was Chris in love with you?" Nichole answered, "Yes." The agent said, "Well, did he tell you that?" "Yes." "Well, were you in love with him?" "No." She went on to say, "Well, I think it could have gotten there if things had played out in a decent manner." The agent asked her if Chris had ever lost his temper with her. Nichole said, "No. Chris is one of the kindest and most gentlest men I have ever met in my entire life. He was so excited to talk about his kids. It always made him so happy. It was cute." Nichole went on to add that only the day before that, on the 14th, that she had discovered that Shanann was pregnant. She said she immediately confronted Chris about it, and he denied being the father. She said she asked him to tell the truth, and he continued to deny it. She said she told Chris, "Chris, I know this child is yours." But all Chris would tell her is, "I don't want to ruin anything we have." And I'm like, "Chris, you need to worry about your family, all 4 of them." Nichole told the agents that the only other person in the world that knew about her affair with Chris was her father that was there with her. She went on to say, "It's really hard for me to process this because I think Chris is really a good guy, and I think he's worried about his wife and kids. It's just freaking me out because those little girls, they're so little, and she's pregnant." The agents thanked Nikki very much for coming forward, telling her that she was in a very unique position and to please give them a call if she heard anything else. The agent told Nikki that they had a lot of investigation to do and they knew this was very difficult on her. "And I don't want anything to be more stressful on you than it already is. So right now, I would just say sit tight." At 5:48 p.m., Tammy Lee and Coder went back into the interview room with Chris and Ronnie. They also had with them a large printed photograph of Survey 319 that had been taken earlier from one of the drone shots. In the photo, there was 2 oil tanks and a big field. The oil tanks 20 foot tall, but also very noticeable in the photo was the very distinctive bedsheet laying in the field. Tammy laid the photo right in front of Chris and asked point out to her exactly where Shanann and the girls were. After Chris got confirmation that the photo had been taken today, he pointed at a patch of dirt out in the field, several yards away from the tanks. Chris said, "That's Shanann right there." He did not show 1 ounce of emotion whatsoever. Tammy handed Chris a pen and asked him if he would write an S exactly where she was. After he marked where Shanann was, she asked him, "Now, where are the girls?" And again, with no emotion, he just said, "They're right here." He was pointing at the large oil tanks that was surrounded by a barbed wire fence. Tammy asked him if he knew which tank which of the girls were in, and he just marked a B on the left one and a C on the right one. Coder, being completely shocked at what he was seeing, finally spoke up and said, "Are they in the oil tanks? Can somebody that doesn't know what they're doing open those?" Tammy said, "What is in the tanks?" Chris said, "It's a mixture of oil and water." Coder asked Chris about the sheet that had been found in the field, and Chris replied by just saying that the sheet is what he had used to wrap Shanann's body in. Tammy said, "What about the girls? What were they wrapped?" "Oh, they were just in their pajamas." Tammy said, "Just in their pajamas? Not with their blankets or anything?" "Where did their blankets and toys and stuff go, Chris?" Chris was like, "I don't know, they probably blew away in the wind or something." Chris said he had dug a shallow grave for Shanann, and he had used the shovel that he always kept in his truck to dig it with. Tammy said, "Chris, can you do me a huge favor? Can you just write your name on the bottom, just so it is known that we didn't make those marks? I'm just going to write the date on it, but I want you to sign your name to it." And then for the next few minutes, Tammy and Coder just asked back and forth questions to Chris about what happened that morning. And Chris continued on with his story about what he seen Shanann doing to the girls, and then what he did, defending the girls in a rage to Shanann. They started saying, "Chris, that story just doesn't make sense." Tammy said, "Chris, that kind of looks weird. And I would hate for Shanann to get a bad rep if she didn't have anything to do with this." The only reply Chris gave to that was, "Well, people in my family has always told me that she was unstable, but I never would have thought in a million fucking years." Tammy was like, "Okay, Chris, so you are good with the public knowing that Shanann killed her daughters?" Chris replied very matter-of-fact, saying, "I did not hurt those girls." Coder said, "Chris, I'm not sure I believe you." Now just a bit pleading and broken, Chris said, "I did not hurt those girls, I promise you, Grim." Coder looked at Chris and said, "Chris, you can imagine we're pretty good at our jobs, and tonight we have had to talk about a lot of things. Now don't get mad at me, but what it looks to me like is you found a new life, and the only way for you to get that new life was to get rid of your old life." Chris, looking like a deer caught in the headlights, said, "No." Coder continued, "I think you killed those girls before Shanann got home." Chris like, "No, I did not." Coder continued, "And then you killed Shanann." By now, Chris was freaking out just a little. He says, "Oh my God, no, no, no." And then Coder asked him, "Well, why didn't you call an ambulance for the girls after Shanann killed them then?" It just doesn't add up, Chris. So either you're this monster that just wanted this brand new young girlfriend, so I'm just going to kill everyone and hope it works out or something. And you know, I think we're very close to the truth, but not quite there yet. By now, Chris was showing emotion. He was getting very emotional, and he said, "I'm not a monster. I didn't kill my babies. Everything I've told you is the truth." Tammy spoke up and said, "Chris, I think as many problems as you had with Shanann, but at the end of the day, she seemed like she was really a pretty good mom, right?" At that, Chris got almost a defensive tone in his voice, and he said, "I was a pretty good dad, too." Just a little bit after 6 p.m., Matthew Saylor learned that Chris had confessed, and he received the photo that Chris had put the marks on showing where the bodies were. They sent out more drones to get more aerial footage and to get different angles of the land and the tanks. And then Dave Yoakum and Karen went out and started making many digital photographs of the crime scene at Serby 319. They collected the fitted sheet, 2 black garbage bags, and a broken rake head, and logged them all into evidence. Luke Epple and another agent put on gas monitoring masks, and Luke showed them the way up the stairs to the tanks. They had to wear the mask because breathing those fumes anywhere near those tanks was extremely dangerous. They opened the 8-inch thief hatch, and they shined a flashlight down into the tank, but there was no way to see anything inside as it was way too dark. However, what they could see was the very visible gas coming from the inside of the tank. They also found numerous strands of blonde hair that was stuck to the thief's opening on the left tank. They collected the hair as evidence. Arrangements was made to go ahead and drain both tanks the next morning. That night, Wednesday at 9:52 p.m., Denver 7 News reported that Chris Watts had now confessed to killing his wife and both daughters, and he was helping police to recover their bodies. All 4 Denver newscasts kicked off their 10 o'clock p.m. stories talking about the confession, Chris confessing to murdering his wife and 2 girls. Which, of course, very soon this news would make national headlines across the country, across many countries. In North Carolina, Shanann's parents heard about the confession through a breaking headline news report. Frankie said that he heard his dad scream on the front porch. He said he remembers running out there and finding his dad crying. Frankie said he just looked at the screen and he seen it. Husband admits to murdering wife and children. As soon as Frankie heard the news, he went on Facebook, making a post saying, "I just want 30 seconds alone with that heartless psychopath. May Satan have mercy on his soul. My blood is boiling, and the pain, anger, and sadness I have in my heart, nothing, absolutely nothing, would get in the way of me taking his life like he did mine, and my entire family." And then at 10:45 p.m., Detective Dave Baumover and Officer Scott Coonrod arrived at Survey 319. They collected the evidence from the CBI crime scene analyst, which included the fitted sheet, the 2 garbage bags, the top of a rake, and the strands of blonde hair found on the oil tank hatch. And with floodlights on, they started excavating areas in the field, starting about 100 feet from the oil tanks, at the location where Chris had marked on the photo that he had buried Shanann. Officer Coonrod reported that the dirt appeared to have been freshly dug. He also put into the report that they located the body of a female, which they believed to be Shanann. Her body was found laying face down and about 9 inches below the surface of the earth. Her knees had been pulled up to her chest, and she was in a fetal position, and her left arm was thrown up towards her head. Her body was already decomposing. She was dressed in a blue pair of underwear and a lighter colored shirt. Also, there was an amniotic sac protruding from her, and the sac did contain a fetus. Shanann Watts was pronounced dead by the Weld County coroner at 12:05 a.m. Thursday, August the 16th. Shanann's body was photographed and then placed into a body bag, and then taken to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. And then, at the exact time Shanann's body was recovered, back at the Frederick Police Department, Chris was being handcuffed and taken into custody. Chris was being held on 3 accounts of first-degree murder and 3 accounts of tampering with physical evidence. In the interview room, they took photographs of Chris, one with his shirt off, and seen on the left side of his neck were red marks. When asked about those marks, Chris claimed that they were mosquito bites. Chris was escorted to a waiting patrol car where he was driven 35 miles north to the Weld County Jail in Greeley, Colorado. After Chris was there and they had him booked in, he was allowed to make one phone call, and he chose that phone call to be to his dad, but the call did not go through because Ronnie did not have a prepaid prison calling card. They placed Chris on suicide watch, and Chris just went straight to sleep immediately. And then at 12:08 a.m., the Frederick Police Department made an official announcement of Chris being arrested for the murder of his entire family. The statement that the Frederick Police Department put out said, "In the hours of August the 15th, the Frederick Police Department, in conjunction with the FBI and the CBI, has made an arrest in the case of the missing persons of Shanann Watts and her 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste. Chris Watts, the husband of Shanann, has been placed into custody and is awaiting charges at this time. He will be held at the Weld County Jail. The statement also mentioned that they would have a live press conference that will be streamed on Facebook. The next morning, it will be held at the Frederick Courthouse at 10:30 a.m. And then, very soon afterwards, Lou Valentino made a statement on behalf of the Rusak family, saying, "It is with deep hurt, confusion, and anger to confirm our beautiful cousin and friend Shanann Watts, her unborn child, and her two angelic daughters, Bella 4 and Celeste 3, were viciously murdered by her husband, Chris Watts, who confessed to the killings. Please keep Shanann's parents and brother in your prayers." Early Thursday morning, Shanann's brother, Frankie, made a statement as well on Facebook, saying, "That piece of shit, may he rot in hell. He killed my pregnant sister and my two nieces. Her husband, Chris Watts, admitted to killing my family. We just found out she was pregnant with a baby boy, and his name was going to be Nichole." Frankie also asked Shanann's friends and family not to give any interviews to the media. That concludes Chapter 35. Going into Chapter 36, and it is titled Recovery. On Thursday morning, August the 16th, 2018, Chris Watts' confession was front page news across the country, and dozens upon dozens of TV stations were replaying his very fabricated plea for his wife and daughters. New York Times had a photo of Chris, and it said he begged on TV for the return of his wife and kids, and then he confessed to killing them. The headline also mentioned in their statement that the police had refused to mention any kind of motive for his killings. Also, the Denver Post was reporting that Chris and Shanann had filed for bankruptcy in June of 2015, saying they owed almost $450,000 and were also at the present time being taken to court by the Wyndham Hill Association for failure to pay their dues to their homeowners association. There was also quotes from Shanann's many Facebook posts like her saying that Chris was her rock and the love of her life. At 7:30 a.m. at Anadarko, Chris's work team arrived at work, and there was a counselor there for them to help them deal with what they had all just. Chris had already been fired at this point from Anadarko with a hand-delivered mail to the Weld County Jail. One of his co-workers, Anthony Brown, said, when they broke the news at 10 o'clock last night, saying that he had confessed, "I didn't even go to bed. I was crying. I couldn't sleep." Another co-worker, Troy McCoy, said he was absolutely devastated, and that he too had been crying most all night since he found out the news. The counselor that came in for them was an older guy, and he talked to the Anadarko team for about an hour. And later that day, Anadarko also released a statement to the press. "We are heartbroken by this, and our thoughts and prayers are with the loved ones of the Watts family." Lavelle also released a statement on their Facebook page, saying, "Our hearts are broken for the loss of our good friend Shanann and her two daughters, Bella and Celeste. Shanann was an amazing woman, mother, and friend, and overall person. She lit up every room and was a joy to be around. Our love, prayers, and support go out to her family and friends during this devastating time, and to all the great drivers who had the great fortune of knowing Shanann and her two beautiful daughters. We honor them on this sorrowful day." Also, at around 8:30 a.m., Tammy Lee arrived at Survey 319. She was there to assist in the recovery of the girls' bodies. When Tammy arrived, there was already 3 hazardous materials team ready to do the recovery of Bella and Celeste. They were getting ready to drain the 2 400-gallon crude oil tanks. These tanks were 25 feet tall and 12 feet diameter. These tanks would have to be drained manually, and before the draining of the tanks began, An Anadarko employee gave a briefing of how dangerous opening these tanks could be. The East Tank battery that was believed to hold Celeste's body at this point contained 9 feet of crude oil, while the West Tank battery that held Bella consisted of 1.4 feet of crude oil. The tanks were to be drained through a large metal strainer and into a vacuum truck. The strainers were to preserve any evidence whatsoever that could be in the tanks. As the hazmat team were getting ready to drain the first tank, Tammy Lee walked over to the shallow grave where Shanann's body had been found. At this point, there was only an orange traffic cone marking the spot where Shanann's body was found. Tammy was actually looking for Bella and Celeste's blankets and toys that Chris had claimed that he left there, but nothing was found. At 10 a.m., the team started taking the oil from the East Tank and putting it into the holding truck. This process would take 6 hours to empty that tank. And just a half an hour later, there were so many reporters standing almost elbow to elbow in the Frederick Police Department trying to get information and awaiting the press release. Standing up at the podium was the Chief of Police of the Frederick Police Department, Todd Norris, and Weld County District Attorney Michael Rourke, CBI Director John Camper, and Denver FBI Specialist Calvin Shivlers. Director Camper started out by saying this is the absolute worst outcome any of us could have ever imagined. And I think our hearts is broken for the town of Frederick as much as anybody else's. And then District Attorney Rourke stepped up to the mic. He said that Chris would appear in the court that afternoon on a bond hearing. And I hope you all understand that this investigation is still ongoing. We're still at the very preliminary stages. And because of that, we're going to be strained on the types of questions that we can answer. And formal charges against Chris Watts will be filed Monday afternoon. The FBI specialist said that Chris's fast arrest was a perfect example of what can happen when law enforcement agencies work together. Unfortunately, it was not the outcome that we was hoping for, and Sergeant Albert took questions from the reporters. The first question was, have you been able to recover the bodies? He said, at this point, we have been able to recover a body that we are quite certain is Shanann Watts, and we have strong reason to believe that we know where the bodies of the children are, and recovery efforts are in process. The next question was, why had Chris Watts killed his family? The agent said, we can't get into that. As horrible as this outcome is, our role now is to find out why this tragedy occurred. One of the reporters asked, what kind of toll has this investigation taken on the Frederick Police Department? The agent said it has been earth-shattering. The entire department, 20-plus officers, have been working around the clock on this. It's been non-stop. Also on Thursday morning, Shanann's friend Lauren Arnold started a GoFundMe page to try and raise $100,000 for Shanann's family. Lauren wrote on the page, she said, I cannot imagine being so far away and getting this sort of news. Help me ease the financial burden that they're going to face, and help me to get them to Colorado to get their beloved girls. Also, throughout that entire day, people were arriving at the Watts home, 2825 Saratoga Trail. They were lighting candles and leaving gifts of memory for Shanann and the girls. A makeshift memorial had been formed across the front lawn of the home. There was stuffed toys, flowers, balloons, and lit candles. There was TV news stations all up and down through the whole neighborhood, and they were broadcasting live in front of the Watts home. Reporters were walking up and down the roads of the neighborhood trying to get interviews with neighbors. There was helicopters above with news reporters also taking aerial photos as well as reporting from the air. One of the neighbors, Dawn Watt, who lived just a couple of doors down from the Watts, said it was crazy. Everyone was talking about it, and the whole neighborhood was in complete shock. Among the grievers in the neighborhood was a lady named Emily and her little son Braden, and Braden was a friend of Bella's. Emily told one of the news reporters that she was trying to explain what was going on to Braden and that he wouldn't ever see Bella again. She said that she just told Braden that they were going to make a card and give Bella a teddy bear, and we're going to say goodbye. At the Weld County Courthouse at 2:30 p.m., Chris Watts arrived in front of the judge to have a hearing for bail. A few hours earlier, he had just met his public defender, James Merson, in his cell, and he was discussing the defense strategy with Chris. Chris was brought into the courtroom with handcuffs and shackles, wearing the standard orange jail jumpsuit. During the hearing, Chris displayed no emotions whatsoever, but he was very attentive and listening, and he answered the judge's questions in a very clear and understanding voice. Chris's attorney said, "Correct me if I'm wrong, but formal charges have not been filed yet." Michael Rourke stood up and said, "That is correct, Your Honor, and they will be filed by 3:30 p.m. Monday." The judge said he had looked at the affidavit that supplied the warrantless arrest, and he did find probable cause. He said, "I see that Mr. Watts was arrested for 3 accounts of first-degree murder and 3 accounts of tampering with a deceased human body." The judge looked at Chris and told him that he was denying him any bail. The judge went on to tell Chris that he would inform him of what his charges were when they were filed by the DA's office Monday. The judge told Chris that he believed his attorney had already filed about 16 or more motions on Chris's behalf, including a request for a preliminary hearing. One of the motions was actually to preserve the evidence that they had taken out of Chris's home and for DNA evidence on the victims' bodies. Deputy DA Steve Wren, he asked the judge how he could guarantee preservation, because at that point, only Shanann's body had been recovered. Wren went on to tell the judge that at that point, there still hadn't an autopsy been scheduled yet, and I don't know when that might happen. Then, Chris's attorney, Mercer, asked the judge to seal the warrantless arrest affidavit because of all of the extreme media coverage that the case was getting. He told the judge, "It's an ongoing investigation at this point, and I have concerns about Mr. Watts's rights to a fair trial and his due process rights." The judge agreed to seal the affidavit. However, he said he would unseal it after formal charges had been filed on Monday. And then he set the next hearing for the following Tuesday morning, so the Rosecks would have the opportunity to fly in from North Carolina. So while Chris was sitting in front of the judge at the Weld County Courthouse, the east tank at Survey 319 was being prepared to recover Celeste's little body. After they removed the rear manhole and they pumped the crude oil out, one of the hazmat crew walked up the stairway and to the top of the tank and looked down through the thief hatch. In the report, it was written that when he looked down into the tank, he could see what appeared to be a small body. After the photos were taken, the team, still wearing their hazmat suits, and their breathing started on the very complicated process of removing the body. It was very, very dangerous because of the level of the sludge and the extremely toxic fumes. The rescuers could actually only remain inside the tank for only a few minutes at a time. Reeder went in first. Wilson was very close behind him. They both seen there was a body face down, and it appeared to be a small female child. Reeder reached out and took the upper portion of her right and turned her over. He then lifted her by both arms, while Wilson held her legs, and they both moved her body towards the manway. As Celeste's little body was brought out of the tank, her hand was degloved of all of its skin, complete with her little fingernails. The glove was handed over to Detective Baumhofer evidence. Tammy Lee stood to the side with the forensic expert, observing what was happening. They took Celeste's little body and laid it in a white decontamination box. Tammy Lee said that Celeste was completely saturated in the oil, and I could tell she was wearing a little pink nightgown and she was wearing a diaper. Once she was outside of the tank, Dr. Burton patted her stomach area down with oil-absorbent pads. Celeste had skin slippage over most of her body, and she was wrapped in a white sheet. And then she was moved over and laid inside of an open body bag. Dr. Burton officially announced Celeste Watts dead at 3:40 p.m. At that point, the hazmat team moved over to the west tank to recover Bella's body. It actually took a considerably less amount of time to drain that tank, as it only contained 1.4 feet of crude oil. And once the tank was empty, the two entered the tank, and there they saw Bella's oil-soaked body, still dressed in her pink pajamas, and they could make out that it had little images of hearts and butterflies. In the report, the rescuer said that he grabbed Bella's right arm and moved her towards the manway, and at this point the other rescuer was able to get her left arm and left leg, and they passed her little body through the manway. And during that process, she had skin slippage where they had to touch her body. After Bella was taken out of the tank, the rescuers walked around inside the tank, which still had about 4 inches of sludge in it. They were looking for any kind of evidence that may possibly be in there, but nothing was found. Bella's body was tested at that point for any possibility of combustion with a 4-gas monitor, and Dr. Burton patted her down as well with absorbent pads. And at 5:50 p.m., Bella Watts was officially pronounced dead. As Bella and Celeste's body were being driven away to the McKee Medical Center for autopsy, the hazmat team that rescued them had to be thoroughly decontaminated. And then at 6:30 p.m., the Frederick Police Department gave a press release and announced that they had now recovered the remains of Bella and Celeste Watts. However, in this press release, it was not mentioned that they had been recovered from the oil tanks. They said while they will not disclose the location of where the bodies were located, police will say that they were found in close proximity to the other body, who we strongly believe is Shanann. But ironically enough, an hour later, Denver 7 broke the news that their bodies had been recovered from 2 oil tanks. They said that they had gotten their information from 2 very reliable sources, also stating that Chris Watts had placed his daughters in the Anadarko property oil tanks, and that the reason he had put them in the oil tanks was to hide their bodies and conceal the smell. Also, late Thursday afternoon, CBI agent Kevin Kovac and Tim Martinez arrived at Nikki Kessinger's home in North Glen, Colorado, to pick her up and bring her to the Thornton Police Department for a second interview. And again, she was accompanied by her father, Dwayne Kessinger. Before the interview actually began, Nikki handed over some of Chris's clothes, some love letters, and a birthday card that he had given to her. She also let them see her iPhone so they could copy some messages and photos, and she was kind of reluctant to do this, but she went ahead and did it after she explained that some of the messages they might see was kind of raunchy. Kevin Kovac assured Nichole that she had nothing to worry about, that she wasn't being looked at as a suspect or anything. We're just here to understand your relationship with Chris and what you know about Chris and his family. Nichole told him when she first met Chris at work that he wasn't wearing a wedding ring, and he hadn't mentioned being married. And then one day he just told me that he had 2 kids. And I was like, that's pretty cool. Kobach was like, wait a minute, that sounded like a sarcastic comment. And she said, no, I thought it was cute. She went on to tell him that he had told her that he was living in the basement of his home until their divorce had came through. Kobach asked her if Chris had ever discussed with her his financial situation, or has he said that him and Shanann had rebounded pretty good since they declared bankruptcy in 2015. Nichole said, no, I think he was pretty frustrated with the situation because he told me that I feel like my check goes into my checking account and then she just makes it go like this. Nichole went on to say, from the vibe I got, she had some really bad spending habits and that Chris complained a lot because his family had to live paycheck to paycheck and they just could not afford their lifestyle. AJ Kobach asked Nichole to explain her relationship with Chris. Nichole says, we got along really well and I enjoyed it. 6 to 8 weeks or whatever it was, Kobach said, did you guys have an intimate relationship during that time? Nichole said, yes. Well, did he ever tell you he loved you? Yes, he did. Did you ever tell him the same? A couple of times. Nikki went on to say that she was just trying to come to terms with her horrific situation and that she was just wondering about her long-term effects. She said, I know my name is about to be slandered. I don't know how long it's going to take to heal, and I'm not going to be able to go out in public for a couple of years. People's going to point fingers at me. This is a horrible, horrible thing. They're going to say, you're the woman that had an affair with a man that took out his entire family. Kevin Kobach asked Nichole what did she think was the catalyst for Chris killing his family. Nichole said, I've thought about this, and sometimes I wonder if I had have never been in this man's life, would his family still be alive today? Chapter 37. The manner of death is homicide. At 9:55 a.m. Friday, August the 17th, 2018, Chris's public defender, James Merson, filed a petition for DNA swabs to be taken from Bella and Celeste's neck, as well as under Shanann's fingernails and her fingernail clippings. The motion even put in bold letters that the autopsy was scheduled to begin in just 20 minutes. So the order and motion was trying to be rushed through by the defense team. The motion went on to read that the defense had the opportunity to speak with a DNA expert that morning. And this expert did advise that even though the girls had been in those oil tanks for 4 days, that it was highly likely he could still get trace DNA. And then 35 minutes later, the autopsy actually began. It was actually done at the McKee Medical Center in Loveland, Colorado. Aside from the coroner, there was also Detective Dave Baumhover, Tammy Lee, and Graham Coder present for the autopsies. Just before the autopsies began, Wren wrote out that he would like to have the neck swabs and the fingernail swabs and the fingernail clippings done in the autopsy. But only just a few minutes later, the news was delivered that the judge had denied the request of getting those DNA swabs done. The first autopsy was done of Shanann after Shanann's clothing were removed, placed on a clean sheet, and photographed. Detective Baumhover took possession of the clothing and locked them into evidence. Then the body was opened. Later in Tammy Lee's report, she did write that it appeared that Shanann also had a lot of skin slippage. The coroner, Dr. Burton, examined the amniotic sac and removed the fetus. The fetus was taken into evidence and transferred to the forensic labs for genetical testing. Tammy Lee noted in her report that during Shanann's autopsy, that Dr. Burton pointed out several important findings. The hyoid bone in the middle of Shanann's neck was not broken, although bruising was pointed out to the right side of the hyoid bone. Dr. Burton also noted that there was bruising in the tissue and soft muscles in Shanann's neck. The pathologist found no other problems with the body and found no sort of evidence pointing to any sort of diseases. Based on the history provided and the autopsy findings. Dr. Burton concluded that the cause of death was asphyxiation due to manual strangulation by another individual, and the manner of death is homicide. At 1:30 p.m., the autopsy of Bella Watts began. Bella was wearing an oil-soaked pink nightgown, which had prints of hearts and butterflies, and Bella was also wearing underwear. Bella's clothing were removed, photographed, and handed over to Detective Baumhover to be placed into evidence. Bella also had a large amount of skin slippage. She also had scrapes to her buttocks and the tops of both of her shoulders. The pathologist also noted that the frenulum, which is the skin that connects to the top of the mouth, was also torn, and her gums and inner lip was severely bruised. It was confirmed that her injuries had been caused from firm, hard downward pressure on her mouth, and she had bitten into her tongue several times. The coroner also indicated that Bella's death was very violent. He said that it did appear to him that Bella did struggle to try to get away. Her cause of death was ruled asphyxiation due to smothering. The pathologist later reported that the toxicology reports said that they were both in a manner of extreme decomposition due to being in the oil tank for several days. The manner of death is homicide. At 5:30 p.m., Celeste's autopsy began. Celeste was dressed in a pink nightgown, Minnie Mouse underwear, and a diaper. After her clothes were removed, photographed, and laid out on the white sheet, they, too, were handed over to Detective Baumhover as evidence. And just like the other two bodies, Celeste also had a large amount of skin slippage, but she had no sort of bruising or trauma at all to her body. Tammy Lee wrote in her report that she also did not observe any sort of injury or anything like that to Celeste's face. The coroner measured the hip and shoulder length of Bella and Celeste and said the smallest of the two was 9.5 inches, and the opening of the hatch on the battery was only 8 inches in diameter. On Celeste, the only thing the coroner could say was the likely cause of Celeste's death was also asphyxiation due to smothering. However, there was no sort of injury or bruising anywhere on her body, so he did have to write it up as likely cause. And the manner of death is homicide in her case as well. Later that same morning, Agent Kevin Kobach gave Nichole Kessinger a call after he had received a text message from her. In her text to him, she had said, "I read the news this morning. I found out where they found those little girls. It's so disgusting. That's so scary." She went on to tell Kevin Kobach that she would assist in their investigation any way she could. But the catch was she also told them that she needed something in return. She said, "I'm really trying to help you guys, but I need you to help me with my employer and try to help me brace with this whole media thing. It might become a kind of media frenzy, and I don't think the media is going to portray a very nice picture of me." And Agent Kobach completely agreed with Nichole, telling her that her mental health was of the utmost importance, and he promised her that he would have a victim's advocate call her. And around the middle of the same day, the same Friday, 5 of Chris's defense team showed up at his house at 2825 Saratoga Trail, and they were searching and looking for anything they thought that could remotely possibly help his case whatsoever. Just trying to get to the front door, they had to walk through news crews literally camped out on the sidewalk in front of the home, in the yard. Many people from the neighborhood wishing Chris well, and it was just a circus, a frenzy, for the defense team to even walk into the home. But once they got to the front door and let themselves in, the first thing they did is began taking photographs. The neighbor of the Watts actually ended up calling the police, and police checked with the Weld County Sheriff's Department, and it confirmed that it was Chris's defense team, and so they were allowed to stay. By now, the Watts family murders was on national and international news everywhere, and all of the TV networks were sending their very top reporters just to cover this story. At this point, Shanann's Facebook posts and videos, hundreds of them, were still up and very public for anyone to view online, which made this story explode even more. The Longmont Times said this story became really huge extremely fast. She went on to say, at first, I didn't really think this was going to be that bigger story, but now, with the national and all of them flying in from everywhere, it's unreal. It had gotten so bad in the neighborhood that neighbor Nate even put a large sign up on his front door that said, "No comment. Don't knock. Don't bother me." Nate said that the media was everywhere. They completely attacked us and they stayed here for almost a whole week. Nate said one of the reporters even asked him if he could use his restroom. Nate said it was terrible. Nate had actually just put his home up for sale just a few days before the murders. But at this point, he had already taken it off of the market until he said things calmed down. And later that day, the Russex spokesperson, Lou Valentino, posted an update from them on Facebook. And it read, "Note, whatever you are seeing on TV or hearing in the media about the Shanann Watts case, as far as the so-called friends and co-workers is concerned, take all that with a grain of salt. Because if it didn't come directly from authorities or family, then it shouldn't be believed, period." That afternoon, the Wyndham Hill Clubhouse had about a dozen of the members and community together inside of the clubhouse to mourn. The media was asked to leave before they closed the clubhouse doors so they could pray. They all vowed to honor Shanann's memory by placing purple ribbons throughout the estate to honor her and her lupus awareness. At 8:30 p.m., hundreds of people had gathered in front of 2825 Saratoga Trail to hold a community candlelight vigil. They brought candles, flowers, and gifts to add to the memorial. These gifts lined the sidewalk all the way up unto the porch. One of the neighbors, Kelly Trippy, said this is to celebrate, mourn, and get closure for the family that did not deserve this. Kelly is the one that actually organized the memorial for the Wyndham Hill States organization. Kelly said this is a horrible, horrible, horrible story. And it's affected us all, whether you know them or you don't know them. Among the mourners at the vigil was Gina Dietz and her daughter. Gina said this has been awful to have to explain to my kids. I mean, Chris is someone that they love and trust. It's been horrible trying to explain to them the unexplainable. Meanwhile, Chris was in Unit 07 at the Weld County Jail, and he had been on suicide watch since the moment he was taken there. His report said that he was very kind and respectful to all of the wardens, but he spent hours and hours just staring blankly at the wall. Every day he was allowed 1 hour out of his cell to get exercise, but it wasn't long before the other inmates there found out what he was there for, and they immediately started threatening him. Day and night they would pound on the walls of his cell, screaming obscenities at him. They told him that he should just go ahead and kill himself before one of them did it for him. Anytime he left his cell for exercise or even to meet his lawyers in the visitors' room, the entire cell block had to be put on lockdown to protect Chris. In one of the prison deputies' report, he wrote that the housing inmates was very upset about having to have their sliders shut indefinitely, and they let Chris know that because every time he came out of his cell, they booed him, screamed at him, and told him to kill himself. On Friday night, one deputy became so concerned with Chris that he actually went into his cell to talk to him to make sure that he was okay. He wrote that he asked Chris if he was feeling suicidal, but that Chris replied saying that he was not. He said he was just trying to exercise to keep busy, and he was just thinking about things. On Saturday, Nikki Kessinger texted Kevin Kovac very upset, telling him that Anadarko had now placed her on an extended leave, and, oh yeah, she had also remembered more. Kovac told her that he was out of town until Tuesday, but when he got back, he would be in contact with her. She texted Kevin back and said that she was with her family right now, and she was in a safe and comfortable environment right now. Kevin said, "Are you doing okay?" And Nichole said, "Yeah, I'm all right. I just informed my employer of the situation, but I'm getting ready to head to a safe spot tonight in case my name is released tomorrow. I'm just trying to be proactive and positive." Nichole then asked Kobach if his motive was going to be revealed in the warrantless affidavit. Kobach replied back to her saying motive is never released. That is media speculation. And that very night, Nichole Kessinger searched the internet for Amber Frey, whom was the mistress of Scott Peterson. Nikki Googled to see how much money that Amber Frey had made in her best-selling book about being the mistress of Scott, titled Witness for the Prosecution of Scott. She then went on to Google, "Does people hate Amber Frey?" That concludes Chapter 37. Going into Chapter 38, that is titled, "They Seem Like the Picture of Suburban Blitz." Late Monday afternoon, D.A. Rourke held a press conference at Weld County District Court to announce 9 felony charges against Chris Watts. But first, Frank Rosick, who had with his son Frankie just the day before, read out a prepared statement. The statement that he said read, "Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Shanann's dad, and this is her brother. We would like to thank everyone in the Frederick Police Department and all of the agencies involved for what they have done and working so hard to find my daughter, granddaughters, and Nico. And thank you everyone for coming out to the candlelight vigil and saying all of your prayers. They're greatly appreciated. And please keep the prayers coming for our family. Thank you very much." Frank walked away, and then D.A. Rourke walked forward. D.A. Rourke was going to address the reporters as well as read out the charges that were now filed against Chris. 3 counts of first-degree murder after deliberation, 2 accounts of murder of a victim under 12 by a person in a position of trust, 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body, 1 count of unlawful termination of a pregnancy. Rourke said, "Please keep in mind, at this point, he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law." Rourke said that the warrantless affidavit had now been unsealed, and it would be available at the end of the press conference. He invited questions, but he did explain that he could not talk much on the ongoing investigation. One of the reporters shouted out, "At any point, did you consider the death penalty?" Rourke said it's way too early for that because we don't have to make a determination on that until 63 days after the arraignment. Another reporter said, "Is that something you're considering?" Rourke said, "I'm not going to answer questions about that at this point." The arrest affidavit actually made top headline around the world, with it being that Chris said he saw Shanann strangling the girls on the baby monitor, and then in a blind rage, he also strangled Shanann. It also revealed that Chris had been having an affair with a co-worker from Anadarko. However, her name was redacted at the request of the defense. On Tuesday at 10:30, Chris was back in court at Weld County for an advisement hearing, and sitting in the front with other public onlookers were Shanann's father and brother. And as the judge read out each charge, Frank Rosick, with his hands covering his eyes, silently wept, and Frankie, trying to comfort his dad, put his arm around him. Frankie just stared coldly at Chris, sitting at the defense. Chris was wearing an orange jumpsuit, and he was shackled, with handcuffs, ankle shackles. Chris just let out a sigh as the judge was reading to him all 9 charges. And on each one, when the judge asked Chris if he understood fully these charges, he said, "Yes, sir." He was also told that if he was convicted for the 5 counts of murder, the minimum sentence would be life in prison, and the maximum would be death. The judge looked at Chris and said, "Do you have any questions?" Chris said, "No, sir," and he bit his lip. At the end, Chris's newest public defender, Walsh, stood up and said that Chris wanted to waive his right to have the preliminary hearing. So the judge went ahead and set the date for the next conference hearing to be November the 19th. At 2:35 p.m., Frank Rusek was being interviewed by Agent Matt Saylor. This interview actually took place at the Doubletree Hotel where Frank and Frankie were staying. Before even starting interviewing Mr. Rusek, Agent Saylor told him the first thing he wanted to tell him is he was very sorry for his loss and what he's having to go through. And these are terrible circumstances to have to meet you under. And I'm sorry I have to do this. He actually began the interview asking Frank what he knew about Chris's relationship with Shanann and the kids. And without any sort of hesitation or even a blink of an eye or a second thought, Frank immediately pointed out and said he was a great father. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better father for the kids. And honestly, he did everything for the kids. He played with them, he bathed them, and husband-wise, he was the same way. He was great, perfect. And Frank went on to say that he had never seen any problems at all in their marriage until that summer when Shanann had spent the 6 weeks in North Carolina. And Frank said he did notice that when Chris got there in North Carolina, he did notice that there was a bit of difference with him and the way he was acting with the girls. Frank said he was acting more stern with them than he had ever seen him before. And Frank said that he just took it as Chris was just being a dad to them. And also that he had noticed that Chris had really lost a lot of weight and he had started working out and he did almost like a total transformation in 6 weeks from the time that Shanann left until the time he was in North Carolina with them. He almost looked like a totally different person. But Frank just chalked that up as Chris and Shanann was using the new Thrive stuff that Shanann had been selling. And Chris had started getting himself all built up, but he also said that Chris was always like the body guru, gym rat kind of person, but in the last 6 weeks, it was really getting bigger and bolder. Frank went on to say that when Shanann was in North Carolina, that she never mentioned or let on or even acted like there was any sort of marital issues going on with them, and that she had never said anything to them whatsoever about a separation. He said he wasn't sure if it was just because she wanted to keep it from them and not get them involved or what, but he had no clue of anything like that. And he said that the last time that he had spoke to Chris or Bella and Celeste was actually on a FaceTime call the night before they went missing. The night of August the 12th was the last time that Frank talked or seen Chris and the girls. He said that he was pretty sure that he remembers that Bella was eating cold pizza and some sort of Jolly Rancher taffy or something. And the morning that they actually disappeared on the 13th, Sandy Rusek had talked to Chris, and Chris told Sandy that Shanann was just in one of her moods. And she had just taken the girls to one of her friend's house. And then Frank just went on to say, I just can't understand for him to do this to these 2 little children. And at that point, Frank did become emotional. Or him saying that my daughter did it, and I don't believe that at all. She would never, ever hurt those kids. Those were her life. And they were having another baby. It's just hard to wrap your head around. Frank went on to say, I can't lie. I mean, he was a good father and a good husband. And then next, Agent Saylor went to Frankie Rusek and interviewed him. Frankie just said, I loved Chris as a brother, but he had also noticed how cold and distant Chris was with the girls when they were staying with them in North Carolina. Frankie said, until this happened, I had always considered Chris the perfect man for my sister. I just can't fathom why he would have done this. And it's just like the devil just got into him and turned him into a completely whole different person. Later that day, a warden went into Chris's cell and handed him a murder novel. The novel was called Murder at the Kennedy Center, and it is written by Margaret Truman, and told him he should read this to try to occupy his mind some. And Chris absolutely loved that book, and from then on, he looked for books, any book to read, to spend his time instead of just staring at the cell wall. And in the inmate report for that day, the deputy that gave him that book actually said he thought that with Chris having that book to read, it could occupy his mind more than him just sitting there looking at the walls. He also said that the book seemed to have absolutely helped inmate Watts' demeanor. And then, over the next few weeks, Chris became a very adamant reader of all kinds of various murder books. Anyone he could get, that is the ones that he wanted to read. And he was a big fan of author Margaret Truman and Brad Thorne. While Frank and Frankie were in North Carolina, they went ahead and made arrangements to have Shanann, Bella, and Celeste body moved to North Carolina so they could have proper burials. This was a very complicated and expensive process to have done, and they funded it originally from the Facebook fundraiser. Sandy said that the hardest thing about doing that was finding a way to get them to North Carolina because they were in the crude oil for 4 days. Because they were very flammable, it would have blown up the building if they had tried to have them cremated. And as a safety measure, the girls had to have specially made sealed coffins so the extremely dangerous and toxic gases would not leak out. And Sandy went on to say that they never got to say goodbye to their family. Back in Spring Lake, North Carolina, Cindy and Ronnie Watts were receiving very much hate mail and death threats. They were absolutely devastated. Cindy said, "This is a nightmare. We are just two ordinary working class people. And with being thrown into the spotlight like this, it's just overwhelming." Cindy said she absolutely supported Chris and she believed his claim when he said Shanann killed the girls. She said, "I believe him 100%. Our whole family believes him." And she said since Chris's arrest, they have not been able to communicate with him at all. The only thing that they had heard from Chris whatsoever was just second-hand information that they were being given by his attorneys. She said all she knew is right now, at that point, that he was holding up the best that he could and reading any books that he could get a hold of. On Wednesday, August the 22nd, Nichole Kessinger was officially fired by Anadarko. As soon as she got the news about her being fired, she immediately went to talk to the victim's advocate before she even tried to get a hold of Kevin Kobach. She was trying to find out how she could change her name. That seemed to be her main focus, was getting her name changed and getting help through victim advocate. Kobach said that he gave her a little basic information on how to do that, and he said that they had also discussed her joining into a witness protection program and her just moving to another state with a new identity. 5 days after the interview with the Ruseks, Shanann, Bella, and Celeste obituary appeared in the North Carolina Pilot's paper. It announced that the funeral would be held the following Saturday at the Sacred Heart Roman Catholic Church in Pinehurst, North Carolina. The obituary obviously said their name and their birthdays, but it did say that they had passed away Thursday, August the 16th, 2018. And on the same day that the obituary came out, Trent Bolte, a 20-year-old male, took to Facebook with his own confession. In Trent's confession on Facebook, he claimed that he was Chris Watts' gay lover. And he said, "Let's talk about it. I have got tons of messages on Facebook and calls on my phone. And yes, I knew #Chris Watts. And yes, we had relations last summer off and on throughout April. And none of the women or men that Chris has slept with is guilty of nothing. Nothing except trusting a stranger." And then, just a few hours after that post and confession, Trent posted another one. And let me tell you, none of us knew, and I am speaking from experience, that Chris was a murderer or a sociopath. And for the people that's trying to blackmail me and expose me for mine and Chris's relations, just do it, because there's nothing I can change about the past. And then on Tuesday night, Trent did an anonymous phone call on media with Ashley Banfield on the crime show Crime and Justice on HLN. Banfield was very excited. She said, "Breaking news. We are talking with a man from Chris Watts' past, a man who claims he is Chris Watts' former lover." She went on to say that the producers of the show were actually able to track him down, but they were not naming him for his own protection. And Ashley asked Trent how was it when you first met Chris? And Trent said, well, I met him on an app called Meet Me. He just reached out to me and sent me a message. Trent went on to say that Chris did tell him that he had 2 daughters, and he said that he asked Chris why his profile said that he was straight, and that Chris replied telling him that he had not came out yet as being bisexual. And Trent said not long after that, they agreed to meet up. Ashley asked Trent how long it took after he first met Chris for their relationship to actually turn sexual. And Trent quickly said that night. Ashley asked Trent if he thought that maybe Chris had figured out that he was actually gay and he could just no longer live with his life the way it was. And Trent said, yes, I did. I do think that. Trent also said that he asked Chris if he was sure that he was really just bisexual, because obviously he's got 2 kids. And Chris told him that he really didn't know what he was, but that he did know at that moment that he was attracted to, as in Trent, and only me as a male. Trent went on to say that him and Chris had multiple hookups and meetings over the next 9 months. Trent said one time he showed up to meet him and had both of the daughters in the back of the truck. He said that even though Chris had told him he had kids, he didn't tell him that he wasn't separated, because Trent thought he was separated from his wife. He said that the oldest child that was with him that day, which was Bella, is the one that pretty much spilled the beans and let him know that Chris was still married and is not separated. Trent said the reason he felt like she spilled the beans is because she asked Chris in front of me, can I sleep with you and Mommy tonight? Trent said when he confronted Chris about that Chris told him that he was actually a victim of emotional and verbal abuse from his wife, and he was actually trapped in a loveless marriage. Ashley, just sitting there listening to him and looking completely shocked, said, this is an incredible story, and I appreciate you coming forward. The very next morning, headlines all over the world, tabloids, websites, TV, national medias everywhere, splashed Chris Watts' gay lover. Also, at this point, Trent Bolte was set up to come into the headquarters to do an interview with Graham Coder and Tammy Lee. Trent arrived and met with Coder and Lee at 4 p.m. And for 2.5 hours, Coder and Tammy Lee drilled Trent with numerous questions about his alleged relationship with Chris. Coder later said that even though Trent did show them a few text messages, he had really absolutely nothing to prove what he was saying or that he had an affair with Chris. Coder actually wrote in his report that Trent admitted that he was less than 100% truthful, and that Trent claimed that he did indeed meet Chris on multiple occasions, and Chris paid him for sex. At the end of the interview, Coder asked Trent if he would take a polygraph test, and Trent said that he would need to consult with his lawyer first. Coder and Tammy decided to go on and take his interview just a bit further, and they decided to go ahead and interview Trent's mother and an ex-boyfriend of Trent's. After putting all of that together and going over exactly what Trent told them and the timelines and everything that Trent alleged, Tammy and Coder both agreed that Trent was not credible whatsoever and that nothing he claimed actually ever happened. Okay, that ends chapter 38. Moving on into chapter 39, which is titled The Funeral. On Saturday, September the 1st at 11 a.m., the funeral of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were held at the Roman Catholic Church in Pinehurst, North Carolina. Absent was Chris Watts' family. They had decided to have their own memorial service at a later time. Ronnie said that he called Frank before the funeral, and Ronnie said that he told Frank, with all of the media and the way everybody's now looking so down on us, I just don't think it's a good idea for us to be there. And Frank told Ronnie, yeah, you're probably right. 250 people actually attended the funeral, but 150,000 at least watched it play out live on Facebook. It was said that in Shanann's wooden casket was her and her unborn son, Nichole. Her casket was in the very center of the church in front of the pews, and on each side of Shanann's casket were two smaller silver caskets that were Bella and Celeste. The Reverend blessed each casket, and then he did his speech. In his speech, he mentioned that Nichole would be given a full-grown body as well as Bella and Celeste, and they will be able to stand with their mother before the throne of God. He went on to say that Shanann was a woman of determination, and that her mother, Sandy, described her as being justifiable, and she had so many dreams to fulfill. And she worked towards those dreams, and she wanted to be an amazing wife and mother, and she wanted to support and research into the diseases that she had, mostly lupus. She wanted to make a difference. And Bella and Cece lit up the lights in rooms all around them, especially for their Nona and Pop Hop and Uncle Frankie. They were full of life and joy, and they shared that with everyone that was ever around them. And they wanted something good to come of what had happened, and wanted a law to change, to recognize unborn children, such as their own grandson, Nichole. The Reverend went on to say that they just want to see justice done, and they know that God is the ultimate judge, and they do not desire vengeance and death, but what they do desire is justice. And then the Reverend read out a message written by Shanann's father, Frank. Dear Shan, I have so much to say, but I will make it short. Daddy loves you. You are a wonderful daughter and great mother, and you will always be Daddy's little girl. And until we meet again, I love you with all of my heart. And then the Reverend read out a letter from Frankie Rusek, Shanann's brother. It said that his sister was born to be a mother, and boy was she ready. The closets were full even before she knew she was pregnant. She just couldn't wait. She was very successful and very independent before any man ever came along, and that's just the way she wanted it. But I always worried about her and the girls being so far away because I couldn't protect them. The funeral lasted about an hour, and afterwards 10 pallbearers that included her father and her brother placed Shanann's coffin in a white hearse that rode between two other hearses that held Bella and Celeste, and they were driven to their final resting place at a cemetery in Aberdeen, North Carolina. Chapter 40. A Plea Deal. It had been almost a month since the murders, and this case continued to make national headlines with no sign of it phasing down whatsoever. It even made the cover of People magazine for 3 consecutive weeks. This is the only case on the Crime and Justice show with Ashley Banfield that was even being covered, as people around the world waited anxiously for updates about this case. Shanann's Facebook page was being absolutely swarmed with people from all over the world looking at her Facebook posts, her Facebook videos, commenting. Her Facebook remained online and public as a tribute to Shanann and the girls. By this time, hundreds of online social media groups, YouTube channels, everywhere, every social media outlet had groups everywhere just discussing and talking about this case. People were absolutely obsessed with this case. There was a private group called the What Family Murders. Analysis and discussion had 17,000 members within just 1 week of starting the group. Another group, a public group, Prayers for Shanann and Bella, Celeste, and Nichole, had surpassed 30,000 in just 1 week. And then the true crime community of web sleuths all over the world were now playing armchair detectives. There were so many posts and so many theories after theories after theories of why Chris would have annihilated his entire family. All of Shanann's Facebook videos, photos, and posts were combed through with a fine-tooth comb, trying to search for any clue that could have been there that maybe someone didn't see in time. And the People magazine's cover story of September the 3rd read, "Married to a Monster." And then the very next week, People magazine's cover story, "The Watts Family Murders, Secrets and Lies." The article was very intriguing. It read, "Chris and Shanann Watts seem to have it all. A happy marriage, 2 beautiful daughters, and a brand new baby on the way. But with Chris now being accused of murdering them all, darker truths are starting to emerge." This story, however, had some very unknown details from a police officer that was involved. And he was really not allowed to talk to the press, but he did. And immediately, Chris's defense team filed a motion about the leak to the media from this police officer. The motion actually described how these leaks to the media from the police department had the huge potential of possibly tainting a future jury, which was unconstitutional, and it did violate Chris's rights to a fair trial. And then, on September the 17th, when the motion was in front of the judge and the judge looked it over, he immediately denied the request of this motion, saying that the defense produced no evidence that the media had been prejudiced towards Chris. September the 26th, on a Thursday, the coroner, Dr. Burton, finally signed the autopsy reports of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. The toxicology reports had found that Shanann's blood alcohol level was very elevated at 0.128, which is very well above the legal limit. After the autopsies were handed over, after they were signed, D.A. Rourke took one look at them and immediately filed a motion to have them sealed. His motion cited that the autopsies could possibly taint witnesses that have yet to be interviewed, and then he ordered an investigation into why Shanann's blood alcohol level was so extremely elevated, and if she had been possibly drinking prior to her murder. At which point, CBI agent Greg Zenter started interviewing several of Shanann's friends, asking about her alcohol consumption and if she was known to be a drinker. Cindy Darrissett, Cassie Rosenberg, and Karen Elps. They had all been with Shanann in Arizona. All 3 stated that Shanann had not drank any alcohol, and Nichole Atkinson told Detective Baumhover that Shanann had only drank water with lemon during the entire trip. On October the 12th, the judge actually denied the prosecution's motion to have the autopsy sealed. The judge said that the Weld County coroner is the custodian of the autopsy records. And 3 days later, Coroner Kyle Blesh filed a petition to seal the autopsy reports, pending a court order at a later date to discuss the matter. Chris was ordered to pay $37,000 on October the 18th. This was the cost of burying his family. The Crime Victim Compensation Program paid Frank and Sandra Rusek $5,400 for lost wages. A week prior to that, there had been a probate hearing over Shanann's estate. Chris actually attended this hearing as well via a telephone link from his jail cell, had absolutely no objection to his father-in-law being appointed the representative of Shanann's estate. In early October, Chris's defense team had secretly approached the district attorney's office about a possible plea deal, and D.A. Rourke was open to a deal, but he absolutely refused to dismiss any of the charges that Chris was now charged with. And Rourke said, "I am not willing to entertain any further concessions above and beyond removing the death penalty." When Frank and Sandy found out that the defense team had went to the district attorney and asked about this plea deal, they told Rourke that they did want to pursue a plea deal in return for taking the death penalty off of the table. D.A. Rourke and D.A. Deputy Steve Wren actually flew out to North Carolina to sit down and actually talk to Shanann's family face to face. Rourke and Wren spent several days with the Ruseks at their home, mostly sitting in their kitchen. discussing how this case could actually drag on for years and years with all of the appeals if Chris was convicted and sentenced to the death penalty. Rourke actually gave the Rosex an example of a case with 19-year-old Nathan Dunlap. In 1993, Nathan had shot and killed 4 employees and seriously injured another one at a Chuck E. Cheese restaurant in Aurora, Colorado. He was found guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 account of attempted murder in 1996. Nathan Dunlap was sentenced to death, and Rourke went on to tell them that Nathan is still alive today, still sitting on death row. Rourke said that they spent quite a bit of time with the Rosex, talking to them, discussing and explaining to them all the ins and outs of the death penalty. Rourke said that they explained to the Rosex all of the delays that currently exist in the state of Colorado. Rourke said that he discussed with them all of the possible consequences, delays, penalties, and the Rosex were very strongly in favor of a resolution in this case. After spending a few days with the Rosex and explaining to them the different scenarios and negative things about the death penalty and all the appeals, delays, all the consequences that comes with it, and the fact that the death penalty was up in the air in Colorado at that time, and it would probably be taken off of the table anyway in the very near future, the Rosex finally agreed to accept the plea deal so they could have some closure and they could move on in their lives. Rourke said that Sandy said it very, very pointedly to him. She said that Chris made the choice to take those lives, but I don't want to be in the position to take his. They also discussed with Rourke demanding Chris tell what had really happened as part of the plea deal. But, as Rourke said, it's highly doubtful that you will ever know the truth and that Chris will ever tell exactly what happened or tell the whole truth. And so Rourke said the Rosex were under the opinion that Chris would never tell them the truth or give a full confession because of who he is. And he would never tell us the truth. On Saturday, October the 27th, Chris Watts' family held their own memorial for Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nichole in the cemetery by Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nichole's graves. Before they had this memorial at the cemetery, Ronnie did reach out to Frank Rosex to make sure it was okay with them and there would be no issues with them that they do this. And Frank had absolutely no problem with it. Ronnie said that they had a bunch of their family there and that they had brought 3 wreaths out to the cemetery to put on the graves for each of the girls and a little statue of a dog that looked like Dieter. Ronnie said that the memorial was really beautiful. Officiating the memorial service was a Pentecostal preacher, and some of their favorite hymns were also sung by the graves by one of the females of their congregation. Cindy actually bought a digital camera from Walmart so she could record the services so Chris could hear it later on, but the digital camera malfunctioned. We just figured it was Cece messing around, Cindy later said. Late afternoon on Friday, November the 2nd, Ronnie Watts received a phone call from the Weld County DA's office. Ronnie was asked to fly out to Colorado just as soon as possible. Ronnie said they told him that Chris was taking a plea deal, and Ronnie said that he asked them what kind of plea deal, and the only answer they would give was that Chris would answer all of his questions when he got there. The media also released a special news presentation saying that Chris would be appearing back in court on November the 6th for a 30-minute conference. When reporters called to find out what was going on and why the conference had been brought forward from the original schedule of November the 19th, they never got an answer and there was no further comment on that question. So the following Monday morning, Ronnie, Cindy, and Jamie Watts all boarded the plane and flew out to Colorado. And they all felt very uneasy about this plea deal that Chris had said he was going to take. They still believed that Shanann was the one that had killed the children, and they could not understand and wrap their head around why Chris would be taking the blame. Late Monday evening, they arrived at the Weld County Jail. They were each told 30 minutes. They were told that they would each have 30 minutes with Chris to talk to him, but they would talk to him behind glass using a handheld telephone. And also present would be Chris's attorneys, Walsh and Harold. And according to Cindy, who had not seen Chris since his arrest, the family was told they were not to discuss or even speak of the plea deal whatsoever. First to go in was Ronnie. He was very nervous, jittery, and he just started making small talk with his son. He was really careful not to mention anything about Chris pleading guilty, as he had been forewarned nothing about the plea deal was to be said. After Ronnie visited with his son and they had small talk about sports and different things and cars and vehicles, then it was Chris's mother, Cindy's turn to go in. Cindy immediately asked Chris, why was he accepting the plea deal if he didn't kill Bella and Celeste? And Cindy said as soon as she asked him that Chris immediately turned and looked at his lawyers, and then he turned back and looked at her. And Cindy said you could tell from the way that he was moving his mouth and the way his chin and all was quivering, you could tell he wanted to cry. But he finally just looked at his mom and said, Mom, this was my decision. And then a member of Chris's defense team spoke up and told Cindy to change the subject, or the visit would end now. Cindy said I wasn't able to say anything else to him about it. So I just started talking to him about the memorial we had. And he asked what pictures did we use and what songs. And you could see how he was trying to hold back tears. On Tuesday, November the 6th at 2 p.m., being led into the Weld in handcuffs and shackles was Chris Watts. Also, Chris was wearing a bulletproof vest for his own protection. Shanann's family sat on one side of the courtroom, and Chris's family sat on the other side. This was the first time in many years that they had all been under the same roof together at the same time. Frankie and Jamie, who had been close in the past, made eye contact with each other, but the two sets of parents didn't even look at each other. The judge then read out each of the 9 charges against Chris. 3 charges of first-degree murder after deliberation, 2 accounts of first-degree murder of a child under the age of 12 in a position of trust, an unlawful termination of a pregnancy, and 3 count of tampering with a deceased human body. Chris cried as he said guilty to each charge. In a very shaky voice, Chris told the judge that he did accept the plea deal to serve the remainder of his life in prison without the possibility, and that he was satisfied with his defense representation. The judge then set sentencing for 10 a.m. on November the 19th. Afterwards, D.A. Rourke held a press conference for the Rusek family that were sitting in the front row. Rourke said, I hope there will be a sense of and no matter what happens, I know that will never be fully realized, because obviously the tragedy that sits before us today is the loss of 4 beautiful lives. And no matter what happens, we can never get them back. A reporter asked Rourke if Watts had now revealed what had really happened. And Rourke said, I don't know the answer to that question. We have talked a lot about whether we would require him to come forward and tell us what we believe to be a complete, accurate, and truthful statement. But I think all of those who are involved never truly believe that he would ever give us an accurate statement. But what I can tell you most definitely today, and by what happened in the courtroom, is the spotlight that he tried to shine on Shanann, incorrectly and frankly a flat-out lie, has been corrected. And now the spotlight shines directly where it belongs, on him. That night, Frankie Rusek posted on Facebook, guilty on all charges. Now, the disgusting people of this world can leave my family and I the fuck alone. Chris's family was absolutely devastated, believing with everything in their heart that Chris had been railroaded into accepting this plea deal, and that they should have been consulted. They also questioned why their son had never been psychiatrically evaluated after such a horrendous crime. Ronnie said that they never did any sort of evaluation on Chris whatsoever, and told Ronnie that they had no reason to do that. There was no reason to give Chris any sort of evaluation. Ronnie said it was a triple homicide, so he should have had some type of mental test or evaluation or something. When they got back to North Carolina, Cindy started calling TV stations to try to plead their case. She told an ABC affiliate, "He's not a monster, and there's not one person you can talk to that will say one bad thing about this kid. He was normal." Ronnie said he was supporting his son 100%, and he said, "It's hard for me to believe that he would hurt those girls, and I just want the truth of what really happened. If he did it all, I can live with it, and if he didn't, I want him to fight." Cindy said that she truly believed that Shanann was more capable of killing the girls than Chris was. She went on to say, "Christopher, I just don't see him capable at all. But if something did happen that night, and that did happen, and God forbid if it did happen, what was the trigger? Why? What happened? I just want the truth, because he's not the sociopath next door." After Frank and Sandy Rusek seen this interview, they were not happy. They jumped straight to the fence, saying that Shanann was a wonderful wife and a great mother. And their false statements, however hurtful and inaccurate, will never alter the truth about Shanann, and will never alter the truth about the crimes committed by their son, Chris Watts. On Friday, November the 16th, only 3 days before Chris's sentencing, Nichole Kessinger finally came forward to break her silence to the public. She gave a breaking exclusive interview to a Denver Post reporter. This interview was held in Nichole Kessinger's attorney's office. Nichole also posed for some photographs to be used for the public view. Nichole said, "I don't think there's a logical explanation for what he did. It's a senseless act, and it's horrific." She said that her and Chris's very brief affair had ruined her life, and that she was being hounded by strangers on the internet after she was already named on social media. Nichole went on to tell the reporter that "we had just met. I barely even knew him," going on to say that she thought that he was going through a divorce and that he had played down his relationship with his wife. And Nichole went on to say that their relationship wasn't that much to it, that they only actually saw each other maybe 4 or 5 times a week, and that they had never even discussed long-term plans, and that Chris was just disgusting. That ends chapter 40. Moving into chapter 41, which is titled, "You Heartless Monster." Early Monday morning on November the 19th, a long line had already begun to form in front of the Weld County Courthouse to see Chris Watts' sentencing. A line of news reporters to broadcast the sentencing. This sentencing was happening exactly 98 days after the murders. Ronnie and Cindy Watts had flown in on Saturday, and the judge was going to allow them to address the court under the Victims' Rights Act. The Ruseks actually went in first and took their seats before the Watts family entered the courtroom. And after the sentencing, the Ruseks would leave the courtroom first. This was being done so there would be no contact at all between the two families. Wearing orange prison clothes and in full shackles, Chris walked in and sat between his public defenders, and across from them was sitting DA Michael Rourke and Deputy DA Steve Wren, Detective Dave Baumover. At 10 a.m., the judge brought the court to order. He started out by saying, Let me first say that I know this is emotional for all of us, and I expect your behavior to be appropriate. The prosecution then entered 21 photographs of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste as state's evidence, and the judge asked Rourke, "You have individuals that would like to make statements?" Rourke replied by saying, "I do, Your Honor. If I could first call upon Frank Rusek." Shanann's dad slowly walked up to face the judge. Frank's voice was very shaking, very emotional, and he began by saying, "What I would like to say to the court is that Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nichole were loved. They were loving and caring people that loved life, and they loved being around people who loved them." And then he had some words for his son-in-law, who was seated behind him. Chris had his head bowed and his eyes closed. Frank began, "How dare you take the lives of my daughter, Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nichole? I trusted you to take care of them, not to kill them, and they trusted you, you heartless monster. And then you take them out like trash. You disgust me. You carried them out of the house like trash. You bury my daughter Shanann and Nichole in a shallow grave. And then you put Bella and Celeste in huge containers of crude oil, you heartless monster." You could tell Frank was fighting back the tears, and he told Chris that prison was too good for him, and that Shanann was super excited for justice today. Then D.A. Rourke read a statement that Frankie Rusek had written out for the court, while Frankie, with a very ashen face, stood next to the district attorney while his letter was being read. And it said, "Your Honor, for the past few months, I've barely slept because I've been going through a lot of different emotions, because I did not see this coming. You went from being my brother, my sister's protector, and one of the most loved people in my family to someone that I will spend the rest of my life trying to understand. You don't deserve to be called a man." When Frankie turned around to look at Chris, Chris was bowed down at the defense table. "I pray that you never have a moment's peace or a good night's rest in the cage that you will spend every day of your life in. A cage you are privileged to live in, because my family isn't evil like you." And then finally, wearing a purple lupus ribbon, Shanann's mother, Sandy Rusek, addressed the court. She started out by thanking everyone for their prayers, their gifts, and their cards. She went on to say that God makes no mistakes about who He puts in your life. Marriage is about love, trust, and friendship, and unity, and to be married in sickness and in health, and to death do us part. Our daughter Shanann loved you with all of her heart. Your children loved you to the moon and back. Shanann put a crown on your head. But unfortunately, the day that you took their life, God removed that crown. Trying hard to hold back the tears, she asked Chris if he had seen the video that Bella made him, singing, "Daddy, you're my hero." I have no idea who gave you the right to take their lives, but I know God and His mighty angels were there that night to bring them home to paradise. God gives us free will, so not only did you take your family of 4, you took your own life. She went on to tell him that she had not wanted the death penalty because it was not her right to take his life. She said, "Your life is between you and God right now, and I pray that He has mercy for you." As Sandy walked past her son-in-law, his attorney, John Walsh, tried to comfort him. Then Cindy and Ronnie Watts walked up to address the court, and with them was victims advocate Jean Powers, who would speak on their behalf. Later on, Ronnie actually said that they had just met her that morning in their motel room and thought that all she was going to do was thank the judge for allowing them to be able to address the court. However, when she started addressing the court on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Watts, surprisingly to the Watts family, she said that they had now accepted that their son had done this, and that he was pleading guilty to all charges in return for a life sentence. The advocate went on to say that it was his responsibility. We joined the family and we have questions, and we don't know how such a thing could possibly have happened, or that a man who was responsible for raising his children and protecting his wife would take the steps that he did. We cannot begin to think that an explanation will ever justify it. She went on to say that his parents have encouraged Chris to give a full confession to try and ease the pain and suffering. Then, Chris's mother, Cindy Watts, addressed the court. She said, "My name is Cindy Watts. I am the grandmother of two beautiful granddaughters, Bella Marie and Celeste Catherine Watts, and am also the mother of Christopher Watts, who I will be directing most of my statement to. But first, I'd like to begin by recognizing the absolute horror of this crime and acknowledging the devastating loss that both the Rusek family as well as our family have faced." She told the judge that she was still trying to figure out the how and the why this tragedy occurred, and that she stood united with the Ruseks in their grief. "And now to my son Christopher. I have known you since the day you were born into this world. I have watched you grow from a shy, quiet, and curious child, who Bella reminded me so much of, into a young man who worked hard in sports, and then later in mechanics to achieve your goals." She went on to tell Chris that she just could not imagine what went on that would lead up to this day, but that she would always love him unconditionally. She said, "As your mother, Chris," through her tears, she said, "I have always loved you and still do. I hate what has happened. Your father, sister, and I are struggling to understand why, but we will remain faithful as your family." And then Cindy turned around and looked at her son and said, "We love you and we forgive you, son." Then Powers would read out a statement written by Chris's father, Ronnie Watts. It read, "Chris, I want to talk to you as a father and son. You are here today accepting responsibility. I want you to find peace, and today is your first step. The Bible says if we confess our sins, God is faithful and just, and He will forgive us. Chris, I forgive you, and your sister forgives you, and we will never abandon you. We love you, Dad." Then, District Attorney Rourke stood up to address the court and the judge. "Your Honor, there are no words to describe the tragedy that brings us before you today. I'm not even going to try and express the horror, the pain, or the suffering that the defendant has caused to these families, and to this community, and to all who were a part of this investigation." Rourke went on to say that he now wanted to supply some new details to this crime that were not in the affidavit and had not been known to anyone else until that point. And the questions that would scream out to anyone who would listen are, why did this have to happen? How could a seemingly normal husband and father annihilate his entire family? For what? Rourke went on to say that he did not expect that the defendant would ever tell what really happened, but he was going to try to piece together the evidence for some kind of understanding. And the evidence tells us this: the defendant coldly and deliberately ended 4 lives, not in a fit of rage, not by way of accident, but in a calculating and sickening manner. Rourke told the judge that it would have taken Chris between 2 and 4 minutes to strangle Shanann with his bare hands, and the horror that she must have felt as the man that she loved wrapped his hands around her throat and choked the life out of her. It must have been unimaginable. And then, moving on to Bella and Celeste, Rourke talked about what Bella and Celeste must have felt when their own father, the man that they loved, took their life from them. He went on to say that they had both died from smothering. The man seated to my right smothered his daughters. Why? Imagine the horror in Bella's mind as her father took her last breath away. Rourke then, shockingly to all, revealed how Bella had fought for her life, with her frenulum being ruptured and her tongue being bitten several times. And then the defendant coldly and calmly loaded their bodies into his work truck. And not in a hasty or disorganized way. He was seen from the neighbor's doorbell camera backing his truck into the driveway and going back and forth into the house 3 different times, one time for each of their bodies. Rourke went on to tell the judge how Chris had drove the bodies of his family to a remote location at the Survey 319 oil well, where he hoped that they would never be found. And in one final measure of disrespect for the family that he once had, he ensured that they would not be together even in death. He disposed of them in different locations. He buried Shanann and Nichole in a shallow grave away from the oil tanks. Bella and Celeste were thrown away in the oil tanks, different tanks, so these little girls wouldn't be together in death. He also described how Chris had pushed Bella and Celeste's bodies into the thief hatch, feet first, which was only 8 inches in diameter. Bella had injuries on her left buttocks from being shoved down into the hole. Also, on the edge of one of the hatches was a tuft of blonde hair. Chris actually told the investigators that Bella's tank seemed emptier than the one he put CC in because of the sound of the splashes made. These were his daughters. Once his family was reported missing, the defendant started spinning a weave of deception, appearing on television, asking for help to locate them. And what is shocking about this case, Your Honor, beyond the horrors that I have just described to you, is the number of collateral victims that he has created by his actions. While he stood in front of TV cameras asking for the safe return of his family, law enforcement officers, neighbors, friends, and family scoured the entire area. All of these people were worried about Chris, calling him, visiting him, sending him messages, praying for him, and all the while he was hiding what he had done. Rourke said the defendant's motive is simple. He wanted a fresh start with his new girlfriend, although that hardly justified what he had done. Get a divorce. You don't annihilate your family and throw them away like garbage. Rourke then demanded the maximum sentence under the plea agreement, asking for the life sentences for all of the murders and the termination of the pregnancy to run concurrently, consecutively. 4 lives were lost at the hands of the defendant on August the 13th. Prison for the remainder of his life is exactly where he belongs, for murdering his entire family. Next, public defender Catherine Harrell briefly addressed the court on behalf of her client. Your Honor, Mr. Watts has asked us to share this morning that he is devastated by all of this. And although that he understands that words are hollow at this point, he is sincerely sorry for all of this. And then finally, the judge asked Chris Watts if he would like to make a statement. Chris said, "No, sir," while he shook his head. The judge went on to say, so the court has heard the arguments made by the attorneys, and the court's going to find that the plea deal is fair and reasonable under the circumstances. The judge went on to describe this case as a senseless crime and the most inhumane crime he had seen in his 17 years of being a judge, and nothing less than the maximum sentence would be appropriate, and anything less than the maximum sentence would depreciate the seriousness of these offenses. Chris Watts was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. He was also ordered to pay court costs and restitution. The 9 accounts would run consecutively, meaning Chris would serve a total of 3 life sentences, plus 84 years. Immediately after the sentencing, the Weld County coroner finally released the autopsy reports, which showed that Shanann's blood alcohol levels were 0.128. Later that afternoon at a press conference, Rourke explained to the public that that was the reason the autopsies had been sealed. He said, "I want to be abundantly and very, very clear about this. This does not mean that she consumed alcohol, nor that she was intoxicated. That blood alcohol level is very consistent with normal decomposition, based upon the location and the manner in which Shanann and Nichole's bodies were buried." When the reporters started asking Rourke questions, he was asked quickly whether Nichole Kessinger had ever been considered a suspect. Instead of answering with a yes or no, he said that she came forward on her own to speak with investigators. So we don't have any reason to believe that she has any prior knowledge or involvement in the deaths of Shanann, Bella, or Celeste, and Nichole. That same morning, the Russek's attorneys filed a civil action against Chris Watts for punitive damages under the Colorado's wrongful death statute to be assured that he would not receive anything from Shanann's estate. It read that the defendant is a felonious killer, and as a consequence of his actions, he is prohibited from maintaining any estate action or otherwise profiting from his crimes. And then, just a week later, Ronnie Watts claimed that he had been intimidated at the sentencing, and that the statement that was read out on his behalf by the state's victim advocate did not reflect his actual views. Ronnie said, "I wasn't really paying much attention to what she was actually saying until I went back and I watched the video, and we didn't agree to any of that at all." Ronnie said that he still believed that his son was innocent of killing Bella and Celeste. And he said, "I don't think he would ever do anything to hurt them girls. And until he tells me something different, I ain't gonna believe it." At the end of November, the first large drop of the discovery was released by the Weld County DA's office and tucked away in the 2,000 pages of evidence were Nichole Kessinger's phone records, and it revealed that Nikki had searched the internet for Chris and Shanann Watts 9 months before they claimed that their affair had started. When a reporter checked with District Attorney Rourke, Rourke did confirm that it was true that Nichole herself had searched for the Watts as early as 2017. Rourke said, "What is in discovery is true. It is not a typographical error. She did make the search. Why she made the search, we do not know. The detectives only reported what was found in the data on her phone." The final chapter, 42, titled A Confession. After 10 days of evaluation, the first week of December 2018, at the Denver Reception and Diagnostic Center, Chris Watts was secretly moved to the Waupun, Wisconsin Dodge Correctional Facility. This move was actually done for Chris's own safety. In an unmarked van, Chris was driven 1,000 miles. The only stops that were made at all during this 1,000-mile trip were made at the sheriff's offices in Nebraska and Iowa for only bathroom breaks. And once at Dodge, over the next, Chris was settling into a routine. Chris was placed in the maximum security's prison evaluation unit. He was in a cell to himself. He had a shower and access to the TV room. He also worked out in the gym 3 days a week, and he also played basketball with the other inmates at the prison. Ironically, in the cell next to Chris's was Jake Patterson. Jake is known for his notorious crime of abducting 13-year-old Jamie Claus from her home after he had killed her parents. And then Jake, 21 years old, held young 13-year-old Jamie captive in a cabin for 88 days in Wisconsin before she was able to escape and summons for help. Patterson, also like Chris, had been sentenced to 2 life sentences, plus an additional 40 years, was also being kept away from other inmates for his own protection. And it wasn't long, actually it was very soon, that these 2 convicted murderers became really good friends. Every night, Chris would read to Jake different verses from the Bible, and then him and Jake would discuss these verses. Cindy said that when Chris and Jake would go out for rec, that the other inmates would start yelling at them, and Patterson would start yelling things back at them, and Christopher would tell Jake, "Don't do that, just calm down." After Jake was transferred to another, Ronnie actually began corresponding with Jake's parents because they were both in the same sort of situation with their sons. Cindy said that Jake's parents was devastated, just like we were devastated because we don't understand what happened to our kids. Every night Chris was talking to his parents. Mostly he talked to them about him finding God and him helping other inmates to find God as well. Cindy said that Chris knows the Bible inside and out, and he gives me 4 scriptures every night, and I read them the next morning. And he's put up photos of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste on his wall, and he talks to those photographs every night. And he also wrote them all letters, which he sent to his parents. Cindy said that we take the letters to the grave sites and we read them out to them. They're beautiful letters, and they brought tears to my eyes. I never knew my son because he never expressed emotions. It's always been hard for Chris to verbalize, but he can write it down on paper. Chris had started receiving a lot of mail. The mail was mostly from women who was absolutely obsessed, claiming they were in love, totally admirers of Chris. They were sending him sexy photographs, little trinkets, books, adding money to his commissary. One of the letters, "I know I'm a stranger, but I care about you and your situation. I can't help it. Is there anything that you need? Just please let me know and don't be shy." Another one told him that she was going to write him a letter every day until he finally responded back to her. She told Chris that she just wanted to be his friend and to be able to talk every now and then. "And if you do write me back, I will be the happiest girl alive." At 7:45 a.m. on February the 18th, 2019, Chris was brought into the computer room at Dodge Correctional Institution. Waiting in the room for was Agent Tammy Lee, Graham Coder, and Detective Dave. They had secretly to fly to Wisconsin to try to get Chris to tell them what really happened and give the Ruseks some closure. When Chris walked into the computer room, he was greeted with, "Hey, Chris, do you remember us?" Looking at them, he looked completely puzzled and shocked, and he said, yes. For a moment there, I didn't. Coder said, "Good to see you." Tammy Lee asked him, "How are you doing?" Chris says, "Well, I'm okay. How about you?" Coder assured Chris that since his case was now completely closed, there was going to be no further charges brought against him. He went on to explain that all 3 of them, worked for different law enforcement agencies, and they had actually all met through his investigation, and they had all stayed in touch after his case was concluded. He said they called each other and they talked together, and they continue to ask each other, "Didn't Chris seem unique to you?" And we just keep having that same conversation, but we can't quite put our finger on it, right? Coder went on to tell Chris that his life leading up to the murders was very interesting. And for me personally, one of the last things that you told me was, "Graham, I'm sorry that I started lying to you." And that stuck with me. And I have never, ever worked a case like this where somebody told me that. And as I walked away, the only thing I could think is, Chris is different. Chris is a little bit unique. And he went on to tell Chris that they never got to ask 1,000 questions. And so that is why they got together and decided to fly to Wisconsin and talk. I think you'll like it. I think it's going to give you some closure, Chris. Are you available to talk to us? Chris said, yeah, I am. Definitely. We've got to talk about some hard issues today, Coder went on to say. But I don't intend to take you to a dark place. I hope when we're done that you're going to feel better. I hope it will be therapeutic. And then, over the next 5 hours, the 3 law enforcement were very friendly and very chatty with Chris. At first, they asked Chris how he was coping in prison. He told them that it was far better there than when he was in Colorado. They also asked Chris about Trent Bolte, who had alleged that he had a sexual relationship with Chris while he was married to Shanann. Chris said, no, that's not true. I've never met that guy. Tammy said, well, yeah, Graham and I interviewed him. Coder spoke up and said, yeah, a waste of our life. Coder then brought up the hardest subject, bluntly asking Chris what had happened that morning after Shanann got home. Chris replied saying, so nothing really happened that night. She got home at 2 and I felt her get in the bed. He said he could feel her like stirring around, and he had a feeling that she knew that he had been cheating on her because of the high restaurant charge on their card. And then she just started rubbing her hand on me and we ended up having sex. But I felt like that was more like a test. When Coder asked him what did he mean by a test, he said that during sex, something just went off in his head. Chris said that it was maybe like pushing a button on a bomb and it just blows up. Chris went on to say that after sex, they fell asleep for a couple of hours, and then he got up and got ready for work, and then he went back into the bedroom and told Shanann that they needed to talk about the separation. And then Shanann accused him of seeing someone else, but Chris said he would not admit it to her. I just felt guilty, more guilty than ever before. He said after they had talked for about a half an hour, he asked her if she would just cancel their trip to Aspen for that weekend. He said he got in bed and he climbed on top of her. He straddled her waist and she told him to get off of her so he doesn't hurt the baby. While he was on top of her, she screamed at him that she was leaving and he would never see the kids again. When he heard her say that, he said he put his hands around her neck and strangled her. Chris said it's like everything that happened that morning, I just don't know. Like, I try to go back in my head and I'm just like, I didn't want to do this, but I did it. And everything just kind of like, Coder jumped in and said, did you feel like you had to? Chris said, I just felt like, I don't even want to say like, I felt like I had to. I just felt like there was something already in my mind and it was implanted there that I was going to do it. And I had no control over it. Coder was letting him talk and he said, you've never thought about it before? And Chris said, like in the sentencing hearing, when the prosecutor said it takes 2 to 4 minutes for something like that to happen, why couldn't I just let go? I didn't. Detective Baumhover spoke up at this point and said, was it like it was just something that was in motion and you just couldn't stop it? Chris said, yeah, it's like, I don't even want to know what she saw when she looked back at me. Tammy Lee said, did you look at her? What was she doing, Chris? She wasn't fighting, Chris said. Maybe she was praying. He said then Bella walked in and asked him what was wrong with her mother. And he told Bella that Mommy wasn't feeling well. And then I put Shanann in that sheet that y'all found. And I carried her down the stairs and I backed the truck up. And as he was pulling her down the stairs, her feet was hitting each stair. And it woke up Celeste. Celeste came out of her bedroom to see what was going on. Bella was trailing behind him this whole time, asking him, what are you doing to Mommy? He then went on to load Shanann's body into the back of the truck. Coder asked Chris, was Bella alive when you guys got in the truck? Chris said, yeah. Coder said, oh, okay. What happened? Chris became emotional at this point, and he said, we went back up. I really don't want to talk about this part. Those are my kids. I don't want to talk about that night. Every time I see pictures of them, I don't know how this could have happened. Being a dad was the best part of my life, and I took it all away. Tammy spoke up and said, "That's the hardest part for us, Chris. It's that we see those videos and that love that you had for your girls, and it's hard for us to understand how a dad who's giving piggyback rides and making snacks and watching princess movies and just those kind of things, how you get to that point." Chris said, "Something else was controlling me that day, and I had no control to fight back." Tammy asked Chris what happened after the girls got in the truck with their blankets and their little stuffed animal toys. Chris said, "Well, it's like 45 minutes to an hour drive out there, and I was nervous, shaking, and not knowing what's going to happen." He said during the drive, the girls laid next to each other and in each other's laps, falling asleep, holding and comforting each other, and every so often letting out little cries. And then Bella kept saying that it smelled. Tammy said, "So what happened after you got out there?" And Chris said that he had taken Shanann out and off to a place to the side. While he was doing this, he left the girls in the back of the truck. And Tammy said, "Well, what happened after that?" He said, "Cece was first. She had a blue blanket, a Yankees blanket. I put the blanket over her head, and I strangled her right there in the back seat." Tammy asked, "What was Bella doing?" "She was sitting beside her, and she didn't say anything." Coder asked Chris what was he thinking while he was smothering Celeste. Chris said, "I wasn't. If I was thinking, this wouldn't have happened." He went on to say that he then pulled Celeste's body out of the truck while Bella watched him, looking very scared, from inside of the truck. Coder asked Chris what did he then do with Celeste, and Chris replied saying, "I put her in the tank." "So you put her in the tank and Bella was still in the back of the truck alive?" Coder asked him. Chris said, "Yeah." Coder said, "With regard to that tank, did you bring up Cece? Like put her down, open the hatch?" Chris said, "Yeah, I brought her up and I opened the hatch." And Coder said, "And you put her in? Did you put her in?" "Yeah," Chris said. "And so she went in feet first?" Coder asked. "Yeah." "Did you have to move her around a little bit to get her in there?" Chris said, I think so. I didn't have to hit her or anything like that." Coder was just listening, and then he said, "And then you just closed the hatch?" And Chris said, "Yeah." Chris said after he had disposed of Cece, he then went back to his truck for Bella. Bella asked her dad, "What happened to Cece?" "Well, the same thing happened to me that happened to Cece." Coder said, "Okay, so Bella's pretty smart." "How did she sound when she asked you that, Chris?" Chris was now in tears, very emotional, and he said, "She had that soft voice she always has." Coder asked him, "What exactly did Bella say?" Chris said, "Well, she said, well, the same thing happened to me exactly as happened to Cece." And then I think I said yes. And then Bella said, "Daddy, no." And that's the last thing Bella ever said. I just put that blanket over her too and did the same thing. Coder then asked Chris why had he put the girls in separate tanks. And he said there was no reason. Coder said, "Bella was a little bit bigger. Was she harder to get in?" Chris said, "I felt like it a little bit." Chris went on to say that after he disposed of Bella and Celeste, he then returned to Shanann to bury her. He said he cleared away some weeds. He said, "We had a shovel, a rake, and a weed whacker as far as our tools that was in the truck." Baumhover spoke up and said, "Okay, so once she's buried, then what?" Chris said that's when people started showing up. They finished their interview with Chris in the very late afternoon. They ended it just chatting about the snowfall that was happening that day. Chris told them that he hoped he was going to get a job in the kitchen and that his newfound relationship with God was helping him adapt to his new life behind bars. Chris even told them that it was good to see them again. About that time, a warden arrived to take Chris back to his cell. And Tammy looked at Chris and said, "It was good to see you too, Chris. And take care of yourself." Chris said, "Thank you." And Coder said, "It's much appreciated, Chris." As Chris was walking off back to the cell, he said, "Have a safe flight back."